to Would I Lie to You, the show that's a bit like one big polygraph test for celebrities. I'm Chrissy Swan, and joining me are two teams who will take turns reading stories. It's up to the opposing team to determine whether the story is true or a lie. The team with the most correct guesses wins. Captaining our first team tonight from the satirical comedy group The Chaser, it's Chris Taylor. Joining Chris is a man who once played the role of Harold Bishop's lover. Talk about a dream role. Please welcome Ross Noble. Chris's other team member is a Gold Logie winner and hosts The Project. She's definitely the Carrie of the group. Well, it is absolutely the Samantha. Please welcome Carrie Bickmore. Captaining our second team tonight, it's comedian Frank Woodley. Hey. Joining Frank is a comedian whose special subject on Celebrity Mastermind last year was the film Dumb and Dumber. Unfortunately, on the night, her celebrity opponents proved smarter and smarterer than her. Here's Coombs Marr. And finally, he is a writer and comedian who used to work for Centrelink. So if anyone has any questions for him tonight, they'll have to take a number and be prepared for a 3-hour wait. It's the gorgeous Luke McGregor. Let's play. First up is Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. The card will contain either a truth from the panellist's life or a lie that we just made up, but they won't know which one they get until they read it aloud. It's up to the opposing team to sort the facts from the fabrications. Ross, you're up first.
Sir Rod Stewart and I once built a sandcastle in the south of France.
Sir, you're giving Sir Rod the appropriate level of respect there, not just Rod Stewart.
On the card. Sir Rod Stewart.
How did you come to be on a beach with Sir Rod Stewart?
That's the south of France, isn't it? That's where all the big stars hang out. Rod was on one of them yachts, you know, like a super yacht, and I wasn't.
But he got off, and when offered to build a sandcastle, you yelled out to his yacht.
Oi, Rod, get off the yacht. And he said, what? Who's that calling? No, so there's beaches in the south of France, right?
No, I believe that.
So I was there.
How did you come to be building a sandcastle together?
Well, because I was my family, we went down to the beach. We finished our dinner, and then we went down to the beach, and I love a sandcastle, and I don't just, build a little sand. I'm like, right, we're building it. So I've got big battlements and walls, and I've got all the turrets going on, and then there's Sir Rod Stewart, and he's an old man. He's like an old fella, and he's got young kids, and he's like, oh, I'm an old man on the beach. So his kid, notice what he's like. He's like on stage, you know, wake up, man. But he's like, oh, I need to lie down. I'm very old. But he's got young kids, hasn't he? Because he's got a young wife. So they see me like King Sandcastle Maker. King of the castle.
King of the castle.
Some would say. That's what everyone on the... Oh, look at Noble, he is the king of the castle. Like that.
And they'd say it in English with a French accent.
So I could understand. And so his kids had joined in and got, into it.
And would you say that Sir Rod was a proficient sandcastle maker?
To be honest, he was probably more into it than the kids once he got going.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Once Sir Rod... I think it's like he thought he was on stage or something. Right. Clicked into gear, and he was like, whoa, and the sun was like the lights of a rock gig. And he was like, oh, and he got the energy. I thought, oh, here's the Rod I know and love. And then he was not even using a shovel, like a dog. Like a dog like that. And his hat blew off at one point, and he's digging like that. And I'm going, come on, Rod. The kid's gone. All the kids were gone. It was just me and Rod Stewart digging like dogs.
And did you... Was there a sense of competitiveness between you and Rod, or were you working together? It was a great collaboration.
It was a team. It's like, quick, the sea's coming in. And I'm going, oh, you you're going to have to get back on your boat before the tides
And go
goes
sailing.
out.
You'll have to go sailing.
And all the French people, you know, I didn't want to do that with my hands. I needed them for digging.
Did you think he was sexy?
He
Just
asked
because
me,
that is something
he
a
kept
question that
asking
he-
me, do you think I'm sexy? Do you think... Over and over again. He said, do you like my body? I said, this is not the right time. You know, and he kept calling me Maggie. That's not it.
Ross, apart from the design of the sandcastles, which I'm sure was a hot topic of conversation between you two men, what else did you talk about with Sir Rod Stewart?
It's all about, like, once you're in the sandcastle building, that's all you focus on.
You built it big enough that you could get into it. You were in the sandcastle building.
No, once you get into the...
Get into the whole...
Yeah, I mean, me and Rod Stewart getting into a sandcastle, I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What do you think, truth or a lie?
I think it's true.
He also said he had to get from the super yacht to the shore
Yeah.
and then go
Yeah.
back to the super yacht before the tide went out. That's where I felt maybe he's making this up.
Yeah, like,
The super yacht is like, they have a boat
But
that goes out to the yacht.
okay, so I thought it was true, but then you started finding a bit of a crack, and then Ross tried to convince you it was true, which makes me think that maybe it's a lie.
OK, now I don't know.
I'll need
Well,
an
that
answer.
didn't help me at all, guys, really.
I wanted to be true.
So we want it to be true.
And I think it's either true or
a lie.
A lie.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to have to go with my instincts here because
let's live
I'm
in
not
that
getting
world.
really enough
Yeah,
direction from the team, and I'm going to say, like, I believe that it's a lie.
A lie. Ross, was that a truth or a lie?
It is, in fact, a truth.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
And I think
No.
you've got the picture.
What a great story. Yes, we do. We've got proof, if you can call it that.
There we are.
Oh, there's a photo.
There you go.
Now, Ross, I'm looking at it. I can see
technically, you can't see our faces, but...
Not as conclusive as it could have been.
I know. Which one's you and which one's...
And the
I'm
super
the
yacht's
one that
just off
isn't the
screen.
very old man with a bad back.
Love that. That's a great story. All right, Luke, you're up next.
OK. I am highly skilled in Taekwondo.
I find that laughter.
They're all the people that have beaten me up.
What are we... so let's just set the bar. When you say highly skilled, what are we talking here?
Almost black belt. I'm a brown belt.
Ooh.
Can you name any other colour belts?
I mean,
Is a brown belt
I can
just
just
under
name
a-
colours, and I bet you there's a belt out there with that colour.
So what age are we talking? When did you take it up?
Early.
What's early?
Before I could walk. No. I don't know, like
straight out of the womb down to the
I blocked
Taekwondo.
the doctor. Nice try. Keeping the cord. Chopped to myself.
Did you learn?
Yeah. Like 7, I guess.
7.
And do you
Yeah.
still do it now?
No, I've got enough skills.
Highly.
Yeah,
It's almost, you reach a point of skill level where you can't get any higher.
It's too dangerous. You try and shake someone's hand and you chop it off. You get too good.
So what do they call the place that you do Taekwondo in?
Like a scout hole.
Technically true.
Isn't it a dojo or something?
And you have to say, the scouts are furious about it. What was the name of your sensei?
Hank.
Hank.
You must have heard of him.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever needed to use the skill in real life?
Yeah, a couple of times, yeah.
When was that?
Yeah. Well, at school, I had a kid called Simon tried it on, and I did a couple of spin kicks, and I didn't hit him, but I just showed him that if you come near me, this is what you'll have to deal with.
I'm just struggling to imagine him pirouetting and Simon being like,
Oh, you've never tried to beat me up, but if you were, then you'd see it.
Frank, could you just
Be Simon.
go for his neck? Could you just...
You want him to be killed? No.
Yeah, I don't feel safe doing this,
Just-
Rod.
I feel like, can you show us some of the, like... I feel like I need to see some of it
can
in
you
action.
Can
No,
you just
I don't-
push? Come on, just...
So this is how you stand at the start.
Sorry,
and then
what point of the fight is this?
this is pre-fight.
So the first step is to look like you're taking a shit.
No, this is. Do you take a shit like this?
Yeah, but would you fight someone
How do you think
while
he got
they're
his brown belt?
And then the main stance is that. And then when you punch, you put your hand here and it's that.
And then when you punch, where's your weight? Which leg's your weight on?
I'm not going to teach without getting paid. So
Right.
it'd be. I can't betray Hank like that. it's his secret techniques.
You said there were 2 instances that you've had to use this in real life. What's the second one?
I was in an alleyway and both my parents got shot. It was a kid called Bradley, and he stole my Kit Kat, and I went to grab my Kit Kat back, and I accidentally pulled his tie off. And he said, I'll see you at lunchtime, and then when we actually got down at lunch, he said, I don't want to fight, and so it was just a lot of us pretending to fight. So it was a lot of this. And
What sort of Kit Kat was it? 2-finger, chunky?
it was the two finger. Of course they come. You can't get one Kit Kat. You can't break it, right?
You can get 4 fingers. You can get the chunky.
I don't want this to be the thing that undoes
And
me.
did you? Did you have the Kit Kat for your lunch that day?
It was actually for recess, and we fought at lunch.
What do you think?
I know Luke, and I know he's very cautious. So part of me thinks as a kid he would have done it as a thing to make sure he felt safe.
He also strikes me as someone who would have been beaten up a lot, who needed to arm himself with the skills to...
Where were you, Chris?
He did say that he said the Kit Kat was he did say that the Kit Kat was at recess.
It all comes back to the Kit Kat.
Yeah,
for
but
you.
he said the Kit Kat was at recess, and then I tried to trick him by saying lunch, and he corrected me and said it was recess.
Gee, we've got a real Mrs. Marple.
I think it's true as well.
I think it might be true as well.
Luke, they're going with true. Is that true or is it a lie?
I hope I don't break this. It is true.
Of course, that is a true story, and Luke is highly skilled in Taekwondo. And if you want more proof that Luke has always been a badass, take no prisoners martial arts master, take a look at his first membership card. What a darling.
You're supposed to be intimidated.
That is a killer. That's a killer.
Supposed to be intimidated. It is time for a break, but first, what if I told you that it's absolutely true that one of our 6 players tonight disguised themselves as a piece of luggage on an airport baggage carousel? Who do you think would have done that? I'll have the answer next on Would I Lie to You? And before the break, we pondered which of our panellists had disguised themselves as a piece of luggage on an airport baggage carousel. The answer is, of course, Ross Noble did that. Why?
Pre-9/11, and I was at an airport, and I saw the carousel thing going through, and I saw 2 guys loading up the bags, and I jumped on the carousel and just went through the back. And the guys went, "What are you doing back here?" And I went, "I'm going to ride around." And they went, "Yeah, go on then." So, and then one of them said, "I've got a big plastic bag and get in this." So I climbed inside and I pretended to be asleep. And then I came out with all the other bags and I went, "Oh, God, I'm here," and jumped up and ran up.
Fantastic. All right, Carrie, would you please read out your home truth?
Whenever I donate blood, I always ask for the same nurse because we have a little Dracula role play thing going on.
All right.
So it's sexual in nature, or...?
No.
OK.
I
No
just
further
get
question?
nervous.
Oh, sorry, were you going to ask that?
No. So how regularly do you give blood?
Every couple of months.
Do you have a vampire fetish? Is that why you give all the
No,
blood all the time?
I get very nervous giving blood. I don't like giving blood.
OK, so I'm going to go back to Luke's question. If not sexual in nature, what is a Dracula role play?
So I haven't seen a lot of movies. As a kid, we didn't watch a lot of movies, and I've never actually seen Dracula. And so one day she made a joke, the nurse made a joke about Dracula, and I said, I haven't seen it. And so now she acts out scenes from the movie to distract me while I give blood.
So an example of one of those scenes might be...
I don't remember. She does a lot of stuff with her hands.
Because Dracula doesn't use a needle, so...
To be fair, no.
That's true.
She doesn't... She puts the needle in, leaves it, and then we
She
chat,
doesn't
and
put the syringes up into her mouth.
Two needles and...
No. So, hang on. She does a bit of...
Like, when she does the lines, she does some of the actions with it to be theatrical.
Like, I want to suck your blood.
She doesn't just sit there going, I want to suck your blood. Do you know what I mean? Like, she gets into character.
If I was going to try and make someone feel more comfortable at a blood bank, the last character I'd play is Dracula.
It's almost the last film you'd reenact.
Yeah,
That's
that'd
why
really
it's
scare
funny.
people.
She's not going to do Saving Private Ryan, is she? She's not going to get the end of the tube like...
And when she goes from your room to the next room, does she ever just...
No, sometimes I'm in a room with somebody else and then they get in on it as well.
Right.
Wonder if the other patient likes another movie. Is she got to do every
she
movie
does
depending
other
on what
things.
patient?
Well, I haven't seen other movies, so if I haven't seen a movie, I'll say, do me something, you know.
Get her to do train spotting.
Well, I haven't seen that either.
Stick
so
the needle in,
okay,
and then run it.
sure.
She could do the human centipede with one patient. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just
That just
she,
means you've seen the
unlike
human
Carrie,
centipede.
She's obviously a film buff, and it probably brings pleasure for her work that she gets to recreate all these movies with different patients.
But she
Yes.
might not be a film buff. Carrie doesn't know.
She does love films.
OK, what do you think, Team Frank? Is this the truth or a lie?
I don't think it's true. I think it might be true.
I think it's true, and Carrie is being deliberately vague.
Yeah. And also, I want to live in that world where a nurse pretends to be Dracula.
Yeah.
True.
So you say it's the truth?
I think we're going to say that it's true.
All right, Carrie, is that a truth or a lie?
It is a lie.
Gotcha!
I really thought that would have made me unstuck, to be honest.
Next up is you, Chris.
As an impulse purchase, I once bought a pet duck.
All right.
Where were you?
It was in a rural, sort of a ducky sort of area. I was in the Hunter Valley, and there was one of those sandwich boards beside the road that said Ducklings, $10. And I thought, that's good value. Like, I defy anyone to drive past that sandwich board and not at least be curious enough to go inside.
You're normally paying 12 or 15 for a duck.
Yeah. $10 sounded like good value.
Sorry, when was this?
I would have been, like, in my early 30s. I think it was around 2007.
And so
Ducks did exist at that time.
$10 for a duckling.
And that was pre the financial crisis, so people were spending big.
Yeah.
That feels pricey to me for a duckling.
Yeah, they're not really a one-off cost.
As a city boy, that felt like good value.
Well, that's
I
how they
don't know
get
what
you.
the going rate
To
for a
me,
duckling is.
the fact that you said, as a city boy, like, why would a city person be buying a duck to take home?
They're pretty cute, though.
Well, I did learn that. Like, I was with my then girlfriend at the time.
Chicks love ducks.
He told this duck story just so he could brag at a girlfriend.
We didn't really think it through, it's fair to say. Like, I lived in an inner-city studio at the time, like a studio apartment, not really a duck-friendly place.
What did you call it?
Lenny.
How long did you have Lenny for? What happened? Why did Lenny...
I had Lenny...
Till he got the fox.
Well, I saw this sign, Foxes, only $8, and I said, you can't drive past that sign. I think I had Lenny for about 3 weeks before I found alternative arrangements for him.
What were the alternative arrangements? What did you do to Lenny, Chris?
So I found we had a family friend who had a farm.
Oh, well, you know what it means when Lenny's gone to live on a farm.
Yeah.
Because I remember my brother said to me once, I said, oh, my friend Michael, his little dog's gone to live on a farm. And my brother said that actually means that the little dog's been put down. I went, oh, the whole family went to live on the farm.
As it turns out, no sooner had Lenny moved to the farm than he was eaten by a fox, like on his first night.
Oh,
so he was way safer in my apartment than once he was let into the wild. I'm sorry to bring a downer on the Lenny story, but it wasn't a happy ending for him.
That's so sad.
That's a real... I don't really have any other questions because that's just a real sad one.
We really want it to be a lie now, don't we? To save
really
Lenny,
do.
at least. So for the sake of the keep Lenny alive, we're going to say that it's... Although he's not alive...
No, he doesn't exist.
To keep the fictional Lenny alive by him not existing, I think it's better to have not existed. OK, I can do this. We're going to say...
It's better to have loved and lost than to have not existed ever. See what you said?
We lose either way. Either this beautiful duck didn't exist or the duck got eaten by a fox.
If it helps, we don't know Lenny died. They just told me...
That a fox got him?
They told me there was a fox incident.
Oh, like it's a prank. Oh, I told him a fox.
No, to be fair... No one ever told me he got eaten by a fox.
OK.
They said there's been an incident with a fox.
There was an incident with a fox. We looked out and we saw Lenny riding a fox.
I hope it's a lie.
Yeah, let's go lie.
We're saying it's a lie.
Unanimous. Is it a lie or is it the truth?
You can make us sad.
The story of Lenny is, of course, true.
I even thought
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, we're going to have a minute's silence.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You after the break. To you. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Frank's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. But it's up to Chris's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome Vanessa. Hi, Vanessa. She can't speak to me. She's not being rude. Luke, who is Vanessa to you?
This is Vanessa, and I once serenaded her with an original love song.
Zoe, who is Vanessa to you?
This is Vanessa. We were in a shampoo commercial together. I was the before, and she was the after.
And Frank, who is Vanessa to you?
Not just to me, but to everybody she knows. This is... this is Vanessa, and she's the lifeguard who rescued me when I found myself trapped in a deck chair.
So there we have it. Is Vanessa Luke's love song listener, Zoe's shiny-haired shampooer, or Frank's liberating lifeguard? Chris's team. Do you want to start? Well, we'll start with Luke.
Let's start with Luke. So, how old are you when you meet Vanessa?
High school?
Just vocal or like with an instrument or?
Both.
What was the instrument?
Guitar.
Was Vanessa aware that you were interested in her before you serenaded her?
I don't know, but she definitely was when she heard the love song.
What happened when you played it to her?
I don't think Ness was as keen on me as... I don't think she was working on a love song of her own, for starters.
How many bars into the song do you think Vanessa twigged that what was going on?
Pretty early.
Right. I think we need to know some of the lyrics.
I certainly regretted spending so much time on the bridge.
Right, never got to it.
Yeah, like I cut the solo in half.
Can you give us a little bit?
If you were to make me fall in love with you, then you would hear it. But other than that, you'd know.
I understand,
to
Luke, that
be
you don't want
fair-
to sing it, but can you at least tell us what it was called?
Wait here.
Wait here.
Here.
It's more of a command than like a love song.
I don't have to listen to this.
Wait here.
Vanessa's hard to rhyme too. You know, like when you're doing a love song, you normally rhyme. I can't imagine Vanessa.
I really want to undress her.
Let me be your confessor.
Yeah.
I've just bought an air compressor.
Yeah.
Plenty of options. All right, do you want to move on to Zoe?
Zoe, tell us about the hair commercial.
I don't get why you would have been the before, because you've got amazing hair.
Yes, Carrie, thank you. But it was a dandruff shampoo commercial, and I was the dandruff person.
So hold on, did you have dandruff when you went in the commercial?
I did have dandruff. That's how I got the... It was actually
You went
my
to
first...
audition?
But hold on, don't they just normally put a bit of something on to make... Would they actually ask for people with dandruff to come forward for a hair
well, they
ad?
didn't ask. I got put forward for the job.
What, by
By your manager.
someone, does anyone know
Yeah.
anyone with a shocking dandruff problem? A very good friend of yours said, oh, I know just the person.
It was, I mean, it's grim because it was the first paid gig that I ever got. And I was 18 and I'd signed up for one of those, you know, that like an extras agency where
What,
they...
like a flaky scalp database?
No, it wasn't. I didn't go. I wasn't like, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it big in the flaky scalp world. Like, it was just a general extras agency, but they went, we've got a job for you. And I was very excited.
There's no real point doing a before and after with different people. Like, the whole... The whole point of the before and after is the same person before they use the product, then the same person after
but
they've used the product.
But this
some
is
of those adverts aren't true.
Yeah.
I feel like legally they'd have to show that it was removed from the same head.
If they don't
do, you know
do
what I
that,
mean?
it's a scam that we've cracked open tonight.
But very brave to come out tonight and say, I am a flaky scalped individual.
But it's not brave if you're not a
Who
flaky
does?
scalped individual, you know what I mean?
Are you suggesting that she's gone for flaky appropriation?
All right, Frank.
We should move on to Frank.
History with
Frank,
Vanessa?
remind us, how do you know Vanessa?
Well, Vanessa is the lifeguard who rescued me, thank goodness, when I got trapped in a deck chair.
Right, first question there. Did she laugh for a long time?
My main memory of her was there was a certain smugness that
Well, she wasn't trapped in a deck chair. It embodies a certain smugness. You're trapped in a deck chair, and I'm not.
How do you get trapped in a deck chair? What happens?
Well, it was one of those deck chairs that almost a bit like a banana lounge. It was on a cruise, actually, about 3 years ago. And top folds in, clink, clink, you flip it over and the legs fold in, clink, clink. So,
How did you get trapped in that?
oh, you want to hear about that as well?
Yeah.
The back had gone down, basically, and it was like, that's not how it's meant to work. And so then I got turned around and I was kind of leaning forward to pull the head of the thing up, and as I leant forward, I put my weight past the point where the legs flipped under. So it kind of, as I was reaching forward, it kind of went clink, clink like that, and my hand was on the edge of here, and it went down, and I banged into the bit I was pulling back, and my face kind of slid down it, and it went through that little gap. Kind of went, and I was in there. And I couldn't get out. I was like...
Where were you on a cruise to?
It was a cruise around New Zealand, actually. It was like and I was working as as an entertainer on the cruise, and there were a bunch of us. And Vanessa was like known amongst the comedians as being not exactly shrill, but kind of very strident about sunscreen. Like every time you went down to the pool, she had like a big pump thing of sunscreen. She had...
In New Zealand.
Yes, going around New Zealand. It was in summertime.
Are you sure? Are you sure it was sunscreen and not some sort of lube for getting people out of deck chair?
Thanks, Ross. I really appreciate that, because that's what happened. What happened was she was always like, slap on your sunscreen, guys. Don't forget to slap on your sunscreen, guys.
I don't like having sunscreen being made fun of. It's very cool.
So how long...
And Vanessa just came around with the sunscreen and just went, I think we're going to slap on some sunscreen. And she just lathered all my head with sunscreen. I went, and I just was out like that. It was amazing.
She's almost a deck chair midwife in many ways.
Yes. All right, I think we need an answer. We've got Luke's love song listener, Zoe's shiny-haired shampooer, or Frank's liberating lifeguard.
What do you think,
What do you
Carrie?
think, Chris?
Well, I'm getting Ed Sheeran vibes.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was going to say I could imagine him doing that.
So you're going with Luke?
I think...
What do you think?
We can rule out Frank, can't we?
I mean, no one's head can fit through that thing.
I'm not buying Frank even got employed by a cruise line. So I think we can eliminate Frank.
And I still feel like you'd use the same before and after person for the shampoo thing.
OK, so we're saying no to Frank, no to Zoe, which leaves Mr Ed Sheeran. We're going to say Luke.
OK, Vanessa, would you reveal your true identity, please?
My name's Vanessa, and Luke once serenaded me with an...
What a gorgeous story. Now, Luke, I know that you previously told Chris's team that we're not ready to hear the song, but if I happen to have a guitar under the desk, is there any way...
I'm happy to play it too.
We won't laugh. We won't laugh.
What if... are you ready to fall in love all over again, Vanessa? You want to count me in?
OK. Ladies and gentlemen, please endure. Please. Ladies and gentlemen,
Stop helping. Stop helping.
Stop helping.
Okay, thank you. OK. Sorry, wait. OK, wait here for me and I'll wait here for you. I'm so sorry to do this. Just close your eyes, I'll be right there by you. Wait here for me and I'll wait here for you. I just did that bit again. Just close your eyes, I'll be right there by you tonight.
How did that fail? I'm so sorry, sir.
Don't
Everybody
play it
put your hands
again.
together for gorgeous Vanessa. Thank you so much. That was so beautiful. We've got to take a break. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You right after this. Watching Would I Lie to You, and it's time for our next round, Possession, in which a mystery object may or may not belong to one of our panellists. It's up to the opposing team to work out whether the story is a truth or a lie. Frank, if you could start us off, please, sir. You'll find a box under your desk, put the object on the desk and then read the card.
I once used this magic 8-ball to get out of a speeding ticket.
Right. How did you get the speeding ticket?
Speeding?
By which, I mean, where were you? Where were you driving?
So I was going down Hoddle Street towards St Kilda.
You can never go very fast on that road.
There's a lot of lights there, a lot of lights.
OK, it's a lie!
It is.
No, there's not that many lights. You can go 60 there, and I was probably going 75 or something like that.
And were you picked up by a camera or by an actual policeman?
No, by a police officer.
And then what did you do with the magic 8-ball?
Well, because the way these work is that you shake them and they give you answer. I've just got to put my glasses on. Oh, it says it's a lie. No. I just said to the officer, I said, I don't think I was speeding. Like, are you sure that your equipment is correct? And he said, I'm sorry, sir, but you were speeding. And I said, hey, I reckon that let's you know, throw caution to the wind and let's consult the magic 8 ball. And he went, no. And I went, no, come on, it'll be a little bit of fun. So I shook it up.
He said that's a great idea.
He was just sort of humouring me. I didn't really think it was going to work, but I thought I'd just have a little bit of fun with it. And it said, it's your lucky day. So I said, well, there's a little bit of confusion here because if that's for you, then I was speeding. But if that was for me, I'm not speeding. Let's go round again. And at that point, this is where it all becomes believable. A car goes just screaming past, I would say at 120 kilometres an hour.
On Hoddle Street.
On Hoddle Street. And the cop just went, he didn't even look at me again. He just took off to be part of that chase.
In this account, the 8 ball hasn't played any role at all in you getting out of the fine.
But it did buy him time.
Yeah, and he hadn't ridden
time.
the ticket, though.
Yeah, but I'm still reckon. How long do you reckon you were doing the 8 ball business?
Oh, you can do those things for hours. They're great fun.
You can do, but how long did you? Because I reckon a police officer could faff around writing a ticket in the same amount of time and when you played 2 rounds of 8 ball.
Frank's figured it out.
You can imagine every day he's just writing out tickets. It's boring. You know, so the fact that there was somebody who was going to have a bit of fun with him and play and muck around.
Has anyone ever met a policeman who's up for games?
Yeah, I have. I met a couple of cops who stopped me on my motorbike and we chatted for ages. I ended up on their bike with photos.
So you're buying this?
No.
I'm going to say lie, I think.
Lie as well.
2 lies.
Go on, then.
We're going to say lie.
Frank, is it a truth or a lie?
The 8 ball is a lie.
Oh.
Very good attempt.
Chris, you are next. Should be a box under your desk.
There is.
Open it up, pop the object out and then read the card. Oh, it's a mandarin.
When I was younger, sometimes my dad would leave one of these outside my bedroom door. I knew exactly what it meant.
It was trying to tell you to bring a mandarin?
It was his kind way.
Lovely sister Clementine.
We're not going to talk about kumquat. Don't even know what that means. Sorry, Chris, what did it mean?
It was his way of telling me to have a breather. Just take a break.
Were you like, why is there a mandarin? And he's like, to remind you to take a breather. And you're like, why don't you just say that instead of putting a mandarin on the floor?
The first time he did it, he was more direct. The first time he actually came into the room with the mandarin and he noticed I was a bit stressed. I was studying for my end-of-year exams, my Year 12 exams, and his solution was to say, Chris, why don't you go for a walk around the block and take a mandarin with you?
Quite cathartic, though, to peel it and...
There is something quite, meditative about the perfection of the mandarin's design.
The most relaxing of the fruits.
Yes, it is. I mean, if I'd taken a cantaloupe out, it would have been ridiculous.
If it was an orange, oranges are hard to... They can be frustrating to peel.
Nightmare.
But mandarins are just like...
Yeah.
Aren't they? They're just like, take me, eat me, suck me, lick me.
automatically...
They're just that peels just
So true.
Because anyone can unpeel a mandarin, and
This
there's something
isn't,
quite pleasing about it.
You would have been doing the HSC around about, like, October, November, which is coming into spring, summer. Mandarins, aren't they a winter fruit?
Look, I think they are locally, but I think we import a lot of fruit so we can have some of our favourites all year round.
I've discovered, I could feel it coming to me, the chink in this whole argument. And I think
his dad's been dead for over 50 years.
I think I need to say one word to you, and it's a Mandarin-based word: pips.
Oh,
Can't you
come on.
get pipless mandarins, though?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, not... Well, what year was this?
Yeah, you couldn't back then. Back then,
Well, you'd be
mandarins
surprised.
were just chock full of pips. They're, I would say, 90 to 95% pips.
Well, in my experience, Frank, there's even something quite cathartic about spitting them out. Like, if you've got a lot of stress and you can take it out on the pip...
OK, so...
Do you want to have a powwow about the whether it's a truth or a lie?
I think it's a lie.
I think the idea is extremely sound.
I hate them, Andrew. I hope it's a lie.
OK, we've got two definite lies.
So I reckon go with your gut.
Thank you. I'm going to go against my team.
Great.
And I'm going to say that it's true.
There you go. Is that truth or a lie?
That is true.
Well done. It's true. Chris's dad did leave a mandarin outside Chris's door to remind him to take a break. All right, it's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You, and it's time for quick fire lies. Just a reminder, the story on the card could be completely familiar to our panellists or alternatively something that they've never, ever seen before. Carrie, you are up first.
I once revealed a little too much to a house guest.
OK, what was the... Before we get straight to the what did you reveal, what was the living situation with that house guest and why were they there?
It was a friend of my son's.
Oh, OK. So how old were they?
They were like early teenage years, maybe like 11.
Which is very early teenage years. Very, very early.
Some would say pre-teen.
Yeah. And I would like to ask, what did you reveal to them?
He saw me naked.
Is that and did you say I've made a terrible mistake, or was it accidental on your part?
It caught me and him by surprise, and I didn't want to make it awkward, so I just chatted to him for a while.
Because nothing makes an 11-year-old less awkward than sustaining the naked period in which he has to look at it.
What part of the house were you in?
I was at the front door.
You answered the door in the nude.
She was expecting the milkman.
I was going to say, who were you expecting?
No, I thought it was my son. But
No, but there are families, like many families, where that is not an issue at all.
We're a naked family, and I was pregnant at the time.
When you said to him...
Luke's not coping, guys.
When you said to him...
He's going to write you a song, sir.
No, but you said he was so confident when you opened the front door. You're like, that's probably my son, so I'll be naked.
Yeah.
Were you completely naked or underpants?
No, completely naked.
Wow.
And then the friend opened the door, and what did you say to them?
No, I opened the door to him. I thought it was my son, and I thought maybe he'd forgotten something. So I opened the door and I said, "What have you forgotten?" And it wasn't him, it was his friend.
And
What have you forgotten? Everything I've ever known.
But I remember thinking that I didn't want him to think that the female body was anything to be embarrassed by. And I thought if I just talked to him about school and stuff...
I mean,
it would feel
let's
less
be honest.
weird for him, and that he'd maybe walk away thinking it wasn't that weird because we talked about school stuff.
And let's be perfectly honest. He's not going to fail biology.
But did you do at least the sort of double-handed hands of discretion?
No.
No, you didn't.
No.
You were just like...
I had one hand on
the
door handle and I just kept it up.
What was he doing at your house, though? I'm still
I think
like...
he forgot his school bag or something, because he comes over, he still comes over all the time now.
I bet he does.
All the neighbours are seeing is a child at a door and then this naked lady just talking.
But I have a lot of respect for it in one way, because I do feel like we're so, you know, overwrought with hung up about nudity. And
if you can't get naked in front of school children, what is the world coming to?
It was more
you know
that
what it is? It's political correctness gone mad.
All right, Carrie's story, truth or lie?
I think it's true.
I love it.
I think it's...
Maybe
I just don't feel that in the moment, even as comfortable as you are with your own body around your family, if you've opened your front door and there's an 11-year-old that you didn't is a different 11-year-old than you were expecting.
It's a surprise.
Yeah, you would. I think you would probably. Your
It's a
instinct would
surprise
be to
and possibly
cover up.
it's a crime.
Yeah,
It's not a good look to the neighbours.
No.
Gonna need an answer.
I feel it's actually. I think you swayed me. I think it's a big old lie.
You've got a lie here.
I think it's a lie.
Because
I don't know.
if it's not,
I
that
kind
means
of want it. Yeah.
I just looked over at Carrie then, and she was just going like that, and that made me feel like it's true.
If it's any help, she's naked from the waist down.
I think that you're very comfortable with who you are, and based on that, I'm going to go against my team. So I'm going to say it's true.
I love this. The jeopardy is real. Carrie, please reveal your answer.
Unfortunately, for him, it is true.
Yes! I knew it!
Yeah, it's never quite been the same between us.
Deb, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You after the break. Welcome back to Would I Lie to You, and we're in the middle of the round we call Quick Fire Lies. All right, Frank, your turn.
I broke a federal law with my thumb.
All right.
Which thumb?
Are you just saying yes, or that was the thumb?
Yes, I'm going to answer the question. It was this thumb. No, that thumb.
What was the law?
Well, that's exactly what was the law, Chris.
Is the law?
I think what I'd like to do at this stage, if that's OK, I don't know if this is in the spirit of the game, but let's brainstorm federal laws. What are the federal laws? There's ones about, like, it's probably giving myself some thinking time. No, but it was a gaming based. It was like a lotto. It was a wheel, you know, the spin the wheel type thing. But I spun it with my thumb. Yeah, it was a wheel spinning. It's a gambling.
Those Keno sort of wheels, bingo.
Yeah, sort of like
The
that.
big
like,
lotto balls.
Yeah, no, it was Chook Lotto actually.
On Hey Hey.
Yeah, it was Chook
So
Lotto.
it was the Ken Morgan Toyota wheel.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Thanks. Could you sit there and keep feeding me that stuff because that's really helpful.
Can I just... Right, so far, I've heard all these words and I haven't understood any of them.
Yeah.
I've worked out that there's chickens involved in a wheel.
Yeah.
Let's narrow it down. Before we get to the thumb...
Put my thumb away for the time being.
Yeah.
Let's put the thumb aside.
The Chook Lotto wheel is on the program Hey Hate Saturday.
Right.
And on this particular occasion, me and my colleague Colin Lane on Woodley, the duo,
Yes.
we were actually guest hosts of the program that week.
Does anyone believe Daryl Summers would ever let anyone else host that show?
No.
I think it's the only time it's ever happened. Maybe. Maybe.
And so which government that has been in charge of running Australia introduced a federal law that there's a correct way to spin the Chook Lotto wheel?
Well, because what happened was because there's a whole thing about if you give away gifts on, like, if you play those games, I don't really understand. To be honest, Chris,
What is a Chook Lotto wheel?
it wasn't the Chook Lotto wheel, I realised. It was the
Ken Morgan Toyota wheel.
Pluck a duck wheel.
the Ken, yeah, the one,
No,
the
Ken
wheel.
Morgan.
The Ken
Ken
Morgan
Morgan.
Toyota wheel is different
Ken Morgan?
from the...
Hang on.
Who's Ken Morgan and why is he spinning chickens?
Ken Morgan had a Toyota dealership and a
Right.
normal, like what they call a chocolate wheel.
Right.
And then Chook Lotto was different.
To be perfectly honest, I don't know why I talked about the Chook Lotto thing. It's the wheel.
The wheel.
It was a car dealership was spinning a wheel of chickens.
No
because
chickens.
Daryl wasn't there and Frank used his thumb. Is that what we're...
At this point, should I just say it's a lie or will we push on?
So it's the Ken Morgan wheel.
You spin the wheel, it'll end, and you win that thing.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And we gave it a big spin and went... And we all felt, oh, my God, it's going to end on the car, which is the big prize.
The Ken Morgan car.
The Ken Morgan
Toyotas.
car. It's all coming... Yeah, car dealer. Dagga, 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 deck, 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 deck,
Oh, my
deck,
God.
deck, 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 deck. No, it's going to go about 3 past the car. We could feel it. Deck, 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 deck. The thumb came out. Slowed it down. Deck, deck, deck. Onto the car. And we all just went mad.
Yes.
It was just like, she's won the car.
I tell you who didn't go mad. Ken Morgan.
So the thumb...
The thumb was actually where I broke the law with my thumb. I stopped it on the car.
Like a sort of
And because
a flesh break.
you manipulated the natural progress of the wheel, the organisers challenged you, saying it wasn't a fair spin because you actually distorted the contest.
This story is all coming together.
Did the police ever get involved when you say you broke a law?
No, it was very funny because we just did it again. The woman won a car, right? We span it again, dack, 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 like it was... And she won a packet of chips or something. The second time round.
The beautiful irony of that is she didn't get the car and she had to walk outside the studio, and while she's thumbing it up, she's just looking at her thumb, crying.
All right, Chris's team, what do you think?
Oh, it's so ludicrous, but I don't know.
It's the guest hosting bit that I just don't remember Daryl not hosting.
Nah, they'd have to claw it out of his cold, dead hands. He could literally be on an intravenous drip.
Yeah.
I believe the flesh break, I believe the woman. It's just Daryl going away.
I actually think it's true.
I think lie.
Lie?
You're the team captain. I give
Oh,
you...
make
your-
a call.
No.
You've got to make a call too.
I believe in democracy more than I believe in captaincy, so I will say lie.
Is it a truth or is it a lie, Frank?
Well, actually, it is true.
No!
Details of
I still need to know where Daryl was. Where was Daryl?
Daryl just took a night off.
Oh, my God. Well, it is true. For a show that used to have a man dressed in a duck suit who sometimes pretended to hump the prizes, I can't believe it was Frank who almost got in trouble with the law. And that noise signals that time is up. It's the end of the show, sadly. And I can reveal that tonight's winner is Chris's team. But it's not just a team game. My individual player for the night is Mr. Ross Noble.
Oh. Yeah.
That's it for Would I Lie to You. Thank you so much for watching and good night. Where we ask for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing like the truth. I'm Chrissy Swan, and joining me are 2 teams who will take turns telling stories. It's up to the opposing team to determine whether the story is true or if it's a lie. The team with the most correct guesses wins. Easy. Captaining tonight's first team from the satirical comedy group The Chaser, it's Chris Taylor. Chris's first teammate is a MasterChef judge who is always eating food that other people have prepared for her. Yet not once has she offered to do the goddamn washing up. It's Melissa Leong. And a comedian who could be called Warrnambool's favourite son if it weren't for Jonathan Brown, Tom Ballard, Paul Jennings and the guy who collects the shopping trolleys at the local IGA. It's Dave Hughes.
I say, I'm not even my mother's favourite son.
And captaining our second team tonight, it's comedian Frank Woodley. Joining Frank is a Welsh comedian who's just become a new dad. Yes, he's thrilled to have a little bundle of joy come into his life and even more thrilled to have an hour's worth of parenting jokes come into his act. It's Lloyd Langford. Who may not have won love on The Bachelor, but she did win hearts in the jungle, which unfortunately on that show they made her eat. Please welcome Abbie Chatfield. All right, time to play. First up is Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. The card will either contain a truth from the panellists' real life or something we just cooked up for them, but they won't know until they read it aloud. It's up to the opposing team to sort the facts from the fabrications. Frank, you're up first.
Oh, OK.
I'm already excited.
A psychic once told me that in a past life I was a champion racehorse.
Right.
All right, Chris's team.
Where were you when you visited this psychic?
I was living in Melbourne at the time, in Northcote at the time. It was when I was in my mid-20s.
Were you a regular psychic visitor?
At that stage in my life, I was sort of exploring various different kinds of...
Bullshit?
What was the psychic's name?
The psychic's name, I think it was Madame Flafleski. I might not quite have that right. It might have been Madame Blablisky or Madame Flaflutsky. It was one of those
Russian,
faux Russian.
or-
It is possible that she just sneezed and I misheard.
Was Madame Fafleski sort of in a tent, like with a crystal ball, or was she... Where did Madame Fafleski work? Was at Fafleski R Us?
It was at the Edinburgh Gardens. Once a year, there's a big community arts festival and they set up tents and stuff like that.
Well, a suburb that used to be full of people who would go to psychics, I imagine. I'll be honest, I'm imagining you as a racehorse right now. You look quite horsey.
Yeah, and when I get excited...
I can imagine you going fast.
I know, don't you think I've got that feeling of, like, you know...
Majestic. So how did you feel?
Yes. Yeah.
And from this angle, I'm imagining the photo finish and you are winning by a nose. Did she say you were a gelding or...
Does that mean you've had your bits cut off?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we didn't... There was nothing to do with that.
Unzip your pants, Frank.
I should say, though, I don't know if this adds to the plausibility, but I am hung like a horse, but unfortunately it's a seahorse.
She said you were a famous racehorse.
Yeah.
Did she tell you which famous racehorse?
She said I was a famous racehorse that had won the Kentucky Derby.
Seabiscuit.
No, she did say it at one point, but she was just offering me snacks. She said, Seabiscuit, eat biscuit if you want.
Right.
No, I wasn't Seabiscuit. You're not going to believe this. She said, and I've remembered it ever since, she said your name as a horse was Kaiser Soze. No, she didn't. She said, no, Kaiser. She said Kaiser.
I wonder if that is a horse.
That is a horse.
Yeah.
And I'm it. Apparently.
And in in a previous life, was as Kaiser winning the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, I think in, like, 1912 or something like that.
Just before or during the First World War?
Famous German named horse.
Caesar, not Kaiser. Caesar. Very similar.
Yes.
I don't know a lot about how psychics work, but I always thought they project forward. They tell you your future. They don't tell you what you were in a previous life. So why on earth wouldn't you be disappointed you'd gone to a psychic and learnt nothing of your future?
Maybe Madame Flaflevsky looked into Frank's future and thought, I better focus on the past.
That I can believe. That I can believe.
Yeah.
We're basically being asked to rule, is a bullshit industry a lie or true?
This is a lawyer coming out in you. Sometimes you just got to put all logic aside and just hope for a better future.
No, I found If Madame Fafleski's true, I think Madame Fafleski's a fleecer. She's absolutely...
Yes, but that's not the question.
That's not what we're being asked to rule on.
Let's believe.
I'm saying lie. You're saying believe.
I'm saying lie.
Sorry, Dave. I think we've got lie.
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 I think he's about to give a nation hope.
I think we're going to say it's a lie.
It's a lie? All right, Frank Woodley.
Let me look into the future.
Is it a truth?
Oh, in the future, I say that it's a lie.
He had me. It's a lie. Hughesy, you are up next.
Right.
Can you read? Did we check? No, he can. Okay.
No, I haven't got my glasses on, but no. No, I don't know. Memories come up. The worst day of my life was when my wife found my Princess Di scrapbook.
Ooh, all right, Frank's team, where are you going to start?
I'd like you to tell us about your Princess Di scrapbook and how long you've had it for.
Yeah, I've had it since she entered my consciousness, which was when a young Prince Charles courted her back there near the palace. I like the rest of the world fell in love with Princess Di.
And she is the people's princess.
So, yeah, and I grew up in a country town where young boys aren't allowed to dream about marrying princesses. We have to, you know, play footy and, you know...
Fairly sure there's no law against fantasising about that.
Yeah, but I was a Catholic, so...
Yeah, it's different.
And I once had to tell a priest, actually, yes.
You had to go and talk to a priest.
Yes, a
that
confession.
You were fantasising about Lady Di.
With confession, you've got to, you know, you need to come up with sin. So, and I told the priest, I said, mate, I'm having impure thoughts about the Princess of Wales, and...
And did you just hear him go, yeah, me too?
No.
What do you...
No, I didn't. No, he was a very professional. He was a very professional priest, and so I think, and I know you're from Wales, Lloyd, aren't you?
Yes.
So I mean,
actually, I find this very offensive. Technically, every time that was treason.
When did the scrapbook start taking shape?
well, as soon as she entered the newspapers. So yeah, I would just cut. Clag. Remember Clag?
Yeah.
Brush.
Clag.
Brush.
Yeah, Clag into my scrapbook.
Yeah.
With Clag?
With
Clag.
Clag is the
Clag is the best choice, definitely, because it covers up any other, you know... No, it's a good in disguise.
Consistency.
Yeah.
Mate, don't make this. Don't make my love for Princess Diana weird. All right. So
I'm interested. Did on finding the scrapbook, what was your wife's reaction? Like, did she shriek? Did she try and destroy the scrapbook?
She was like, "What's this?" I remember she said, "What's this?" and led me over.
And it quickly escalated to being the worst day of your life.
First thing you said was, it's Clag.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, there was Clag in the... she said, what's this? I went over there and she said, look at this. Who is this? I said,
Who is this? Who is this extremely unfamous person who you've got 5,000 photographs of?
No, she wouldn't have said... I didn't know what she said, to be honest. So I think she said, what's going on? You know, I thought...
She'd just woken up from a coma.
Yeah, she was like, do I know you at all? What other women are you harbouring fantasies about?
Once Diana passed away, you kept adding to the scrapbook with memorabilia, or did you put it away in a box and keep it safe until that tragic day?
Yeah, I hadn't opened the scrapbook since that day. I put it away.
What day did she... I mean, a huge fan would know what day she passed away, the date. It's in everyone's memory. Everyone knows where they were.
Yeah, but the biggest fan would have smote that from their memory. Because today...
Worst day of my life.
Yeah, it was the worst day of my life.
Why?
Because it reminded me of the worst day of my life. And even this is now quickly becoming the worst day of my life. I told this story to the producers in confidence.
What do you think, Abbie?
Oh, he's lying.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
I just don't think, after not knowing when she died, I also think it's bizarre that you kept it and moved it from house to house. Also, the worst
You're going to throw that out, are you? Part of me, Abbie.
Yeah. No, it's a lie.
What do you think, Lloyd?
I can't remember the date, but it was like 1997 or something.
I know the date.
Well, what's the date then, Hughesy?
Well, I'm not telling you.
I think you've missed the spirit of the game in terms of if we ask you a question, you just go, I'm not telling you.
If he was still adding to the scrapbook in 1997, he would have been, what, in his
26, mate.
20s, yeah.
26.
It's just not feasible. Like, pornography existed.
Truth or lie, guys?
We've got a lie and a lie.
I think it's a lie.
And so it's unanimous. We're saying it's a lie.
Hughesy, is it the truth or is it a lie?
No, look at his little face. Look at his face.
Look at him enjoying the power.
It's a lie.
Of course that was a lie. Hey, it's time for a break, but first, what if I told you that it's absolutely true that one of our 6 panellists once asked the Dalai Lama to bless their AFL team? Who do you think it is? I'll have the answer next on Would I Lie to You? Would I Lie to You? And before the break, I told you that one of our panellists once asked the Dalai Lama to bless their AFL team. Who was it? It was, of course, Hughesy.
Yeah. And the Dalai Lama did bless my team and he said, but this won't work, and he was right.
At least he's honest. All right, we are in the middle of Home Truths. Abbie, you are up next.
Right. All right. I have a pet name for my belly button.
Well, no time like the present. Why don't we cut to the chase? What is the pet name?
Stevie the chicken.
Stevie the chicken?
Why?
So it actually started when I was about 5 years old, and it was kind of a half imaginary friend, half belly button hybrid.
I've heard of having, like, an innie or an outie, and it's going to be a really big outie to resemble a chicken.
No, and mine's an innie. I tried to change the mould.
So it's a reclusive chicken, then. It's always in the coop.
Always in the coop.
Introverted chicken. Did you think of any other animal that you might name your belly button after?
Always chook. Always chicken. I just feel like it makes the most sense.
That's the big... What about your belly button is chicken-like?
So when I would make it talk, I thought it was a beak. So I'd be like... I'd be in bed, I'd be like, Mummy, come give me a kiss. Mummy, please come give me kisses. Yeah, so Mum would have to kiss it. So Mum would go, night, darling. And I go, night, Mummy, Stevie wants a kiss.
Did Mummy ever try to feed Stevie? Like...
No.
Because birds often, they vomit into each other's mouths.
That's what I'm talking about.
It'd be an awful look if your mum had to vomit into Stevie's mouth every night.
Yeah, Mum was done with it.
I'll tell you what I'm angry about. I follow you on Instagram and quite closely, but...
All right, easy.
But I haven't got a mental image of your belly button, so...
The belly button has its own account. What do you think, Melissa?
Yeah, what are you thinking? Is that the truth or a lie?
I'm leaning towards truth because she's that kooky, I think. I also follow her Instagram account.
We can all agree she's kooky.
But
that's not what we're being asked to accept.
By the way.
That's not what's on trial here.
You could be kooky and independently still not have a belly button called Stevie the Chicken.
Yeah, I just don't think she does. I reckon that if she did, that I would know.
Besties.
You think true.
Lie.
You're
No,
leaning
I'm leaning.
Crazy enough to be plausible.
I think it's very well told, and I sort of love Stevie to exist, but I think it's a lie.
You think it's a lie? All right, Abbie, is that the truth or a lie?
That story is the truth.
Yeah! Very good.
Played you like a violin. She's good. She is very good.
True. Abbie used to call her belly button Stevie the chicken and make her mum kiss it. This is what parents did before Bluey and iPads. All right, Lloyd, it's your turn.
Once every couple of months, I meet up with 3 other friends, also called Lloyd, for a meeting of the 4 Lloyds.
lots to unpack.
Oh,
Well,
so
let's
much.
start with how did the Lloyds all first meet?
A very interesting story. My mum is still angry about this, actually. One of the Lloyds, Lloyd Jenkins, was named after me because when she was pregnant and his mother was pregnant, they were talking and his mother was like, have you got a baby name yet? And my mum was like, if it's a boy, we're going to call it Lloyd. And Lloyd Jenkins' mother was like, I'm calling my kid Lloyd. And so my mum was angry about it because she was like, she stole my name. And I'm like, oh, no, that's the first Lloyd of the 4 Lloyds.
So
the second Lloyd.
The first Lloyd was met pretty early on in life.
Yeah, we were born around similar times, but we didn't meet each other until later on through Cub Scouts.
Right.
Certainly, if your mums were both pregnant at the same time, you probably would have been born at similar times, wouldn't you?
Yes.
How old are you, Lloyd?
I'm 38.
Yeah, was it a popular name in Wales at the time, Lloyd, was it?
No. That's why it's pretty easy to assemble the team.
Well, you don't need auditions. If your name's Lloyd, you're in.
Basically, you can get 4 Lloyds in a taxi, and any more, and you've got to hire like a minibus.
Tell us about the other 2 Lloyds.
Yes.
So I was in high school with a second Lloyd. We were the two Lloyds in high school. He's Lloyd Brady.
So the second Lloyd is the third Lloyd. I think we're following you.
I'm Lloyd Langford.
Yes.
Are you?
There's Lloyd Jenkins, who stole your name, and Lloyd Brady, who you met at school.
In high school. And then the final Lloyd is Lloyd Jones, who we met on a night out in a place called Neath. So it was initially just the 3 Lloyds that thought it'd be funny to go out for a night out. And we were in a pub in Neath having a pint, and someone overheard us and was like, oh, this is my mate Lloyd as well.
When the Lloyds got together, who was your favourite? Who would you listen to?
I think Lloyd... I mean, I spent more time with Lloyd.
May I ask?
So, I mean, what band would you listen to? What singer would you listen to, the 4 Lloyds?
We would actually listen to Pink Floyd.
So simply sharing a name was reason enough to hang out?
Well, I thought it would be funny, and now I am doubting myself.
That sounds like, for very slender reasons, just by being called Lloyd, the first 3 Lloyds decide to be a pack of friends. They've got a pretty good thing going on. Then they meet a 4th Lloyd out in Neath.
Yes.
Can I ask, is Neath worth visiting?
No. Unless you're looking for an extra Lloyd.
Are you the most successful Lloyd of the 4 Lloyds?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Lloyd Brady is a hot tub salesman.
All right. What is that, a truth or a lie?
I mean, on the surface, it seems implausible that you'd base an entire friendship just
Based
by
on
a
your name.
shared Christian name.
It's whimsical and Welsh enough to be charming and true.
I'm thinking it's incredibly unlikely, but
It's not true.
part of me's thinking true, maybe.
No way. I'm staking my reputation, which I don't have, on the fact that he is lying.
So you're saying lie?
I think it could be true.
No,
See,
Mel.
I'm starting to think it
No.
could be true too.
No, it's a
I
lie.
can't believe I'm saying this. We're believers. We're going to say it's true.
All right, Lloyd Langford, is that the truth or a lie?
That is a lie.
Of course it's a lie.
Oh, it's a lie. Lloyd doesn't meet up with 3 other Lloyds for a meeting of the 4 Lloyds. He's a new dad, so of course he doesn't have time for friends. We should have known. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You right after the break. next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Chris's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to Frank's team then to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Jack. Who is Jack to you?
Jack is a man who helped me once sabotage a grand final.
Ooh, all right. Melissa, who is Jack to you?
This is Jack. He and I used to compete against each other to see who could skin a rabbit the fastest.
Interesting. And Chris, who is Jack to you?
This is Jack, and he was my ballroom dancing partner when I was a boy.
So there we have it. Is Jack Hughes' footy fiend, Melissa's raw rabbit rival, or Chris's ballroom buddy? Frank's team?
It's a nice feeling that at the moment, Jack, you're all of those things to us, so you're a charismatic character.
Very vivid facial expressions from Jack.
So, Hughesy, you sabotaged a grand final with Jack.
Yes.
What happened?
This is back in my hometown of Warrnambool in country Victoria, and I used to play footy with Jack, and and there was a grand final where our team didn't make the grand final, and we were angry. We thought it was an injustice, and so me and a couple of other buddies paid Jack to saw down one of the goalposts for the grand final, like in the middle of the night. And so when grand final day came, one of the posts had been sawn down.
Was the post left, sort of as a warning? Or
like a horse's head in someone's head, if you're a man.
Well, no, the post ended up on the ground, and like the evidence was there that it had been done, and so they had to re-put the post in. It cost a lot.
So it was successful. It didn't go ahead the footy final.
No, it did. It might have been delayed for a few minutes because they had to. There was a big effort.
I reckon I can get a crane in here in a few minutes. Does any? Oh, hang on. Oh, luckily there's a crane in the car park.
I tell you, it made a big controversy in the town on the day, and this is a 30-year-old secret.
Why didn't you saw it down yourselves? You were young guys. Didn't you have access to a saw or do it in the night?
Because we didn't want to do it because it's an illegal act, and Jack actually afterwards and to this day has the nickname. Guess what his nickname is? Jack.
I'm going to go with Stumpy.
Is it Stumpy, yes or no?
I'm going to go with Lumberjack.
Oh, that would have been a good one. His nickname to this day is Hacksaw Jack.
Great nickname.
I still have a million more questions, but we're going to move on. We could be here for hours. So Melissa...
Who was Jack to you?
Jack, well, I lived for a little time in Tasmania and I learned to hunt. And so, yeah, I got taught how to skin a rabbit, and then I got a little bit competitive because I wanted to be better at it. You know, Jack lives in the farm a couple of farms down, and so we would go fishing, we would go do hunting and things like that. And
I understand that competitiveness. You should see me on Christmas Day with prawns.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm finding it undeniably disturbing, but very compelling, the image of you just, like, tearing apart like an animal that you just hunted.
You should never go to Pet Barn with Melissa.
Describe to me the experience of hunting a rabbit.
Well, I mean, you have the rifle, and obviously everybody's really quiet. You need to all stay back behind, you know, the fire line.
A big bag of carrots?
So you've got a gun?
Yeah, I have a rifle. Yes, I've learned how to shoot with a .22.
You would be a good shot, I reckon.
I'm pretty good. Not very good with a shotgun, but great with a rifle. My greatest achievement was learning how to shoot around corners.
You shoot around
corners? I can shoot around corners.
That is an achievement.
What, you buy a rifle with a bend in it?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever have that experience where the rabbit went into a hole and you put the rifle in there and the rifle came out here? You tied a little bow on it and
They do call me Elmer Fudd back in Tasmania, so yes.
And you said you competed. Do you think that you were more successful or Jack was?
Well, Jack's been doing it for a lot longer in terms of skinning rabbits. So I thought I was getting pretty good, you know, by the end. I could sort of get it done in about a minute per rabbit. Jack can do, I think, like 30 seconds, something like per rabbit.
I can't peel a mandarin in 30 seconds.
No, but it's just like...
Jack got the hands of a rabbit skinner. Can we see his
That's
hands?
That's a good question. Could you hold your hands up, please, Jack? Is that acceptable? They do look strong.
All
They
right.
also look
could be
like
used,
they could cut a goal.
Are you ready to move on to Chris's connection with Jack?
No, because that is a lie.
OK, Chris, remind us who Jack is to you.
This is Jack. He was my ballroom dancing partner when I was a boy.
This might be a prejudice, but my daughter is a dancer, and most of the people who attend are girls, and so why were you matched up with another boy?
Well, that is quite a backward point of view, Frank. No, this was where I learnt and did my classes. The sexes didn't even out so that every boy could learn to dance with a girl. Jack and I were both left over, so they just partnered us.
I'm amazed that of the two leftover boys, it was you and Jack. I would not leave Jack till the end.
He's getting snapped up, first thing.
Are you a bit scared of Jack?
I am, yeah, scared and aroused. He would definitely lead.
He's a strong presence, undeniably.
He really is a strong presence, that's for sure.
What sort of dances did you do with Jack? What was your favourite?
Our favourite, the tango.
Now, the tango has a number of different elements to it. What was the most thrilling part of the tango, you and your tango with Jack?
I always liked being dipped by Jack. I mean, there was a lot of that dun, 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 da, da, da. There was a lot of that.
Were you cheek to cheek?
And, well, Jack usually led, being the older of the two dancers. So he led, and...
And also being the most terrifying.
Yeah. He had a hacksaw, so you didn't want to argue with him.
Surely, before we go any further, we need to see a demonstration.
You and Frank could demonstrate.
I'll play Jack.
I just wanted to say...
All right, so do you want to lead or should I lead?
And around. Oh, my God, please be careful. And shift. And shift.
Something like that.
Jack showed absolutely no emotion whatsoever through the whole thing. He's traumatised. All right, we do need an answer. So Frank's team, is Jack Hughes' footy fiend, Melissa's raw rabbit rival, or Chris's ballroom buddy? What'll it be?
I think
a tough
Melissa's
one.
telling the truth.
It is we've got Melissa's telling the truth from Abbie.
I think Melissa's telling the truth, but not about Jack. She's replaced some poor Tasmanian farmer with Jack, and he's going to be at home shaking his fists at the TV, saying, "Why has my story been erased?" I think Jack saw down the goalpost with Hughesy.
What, we're in the presence of Hacksaw Jack?
Yeah.
OK. Frank, what do you think?
And what was yours, Abbie?
I reckon Melissa.
Melissa, Hughesy.
Is no one buying the ballroom story? Well, you will be in for a shock.
I'm going with Melissa.
OK.
Lock it in. All right, Jack, we get to hear him speak. I'm so excited. Jack, could you please reveal your identity?
My name's Jack, and I helped Hughesy. Sabotage at the grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hacksaw Jack. In the flesh. Well, what a great story, Jack. Thank you so much. Hacksaw Jack, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You right after the break. You're watching Would I Lie to You, and it's time for our next round, Possession, in which a mystery object may or may not belong to one of our panellists. It's up to the opposing team to work out whether the story is a truth or a lie. All right, Abbie, it's your turn. You'll find a box under your bench. Okay. Pop it on, open it up, put the object on the bench, and then read us the card. Oh, what is that? It's a yellow lid of some sort.
A cap. But it's a bottle cap, isn't it?
All right, let's read your card, Abbie.
I have this lid tattooed somewhere on my body. Apparently.
Right.
The first question is, why?
My friends and I had a few drinks one day, and we wanted to get matching tattoos. And we were at a KFC, and I
didn't want to pay for a tattoo of a whole chicken leg.
So I love this particular brand of iced tea. So we thought inspo, with the girls, had a few drinks at Noosa, we'll go to a KFC and draw a tattoo.
But what's the tattoo actually of?
So it's used as an outline. It's actually like a moon.
So rather than use a moon...
I can't stencil the moon.
No, but you could find an illustration of a moon quite easily, I imagine.
No, yeah, but we were drunk.
They use the
We're
same...
drunk at KFC.
They use the same...
We believe that bit, all right? So...
But wouldn't the tattoo artist... Don't they do the stencil? Why are you stenciling?
He was an apprentice tattoo artist.
Oh, God.
And where are they all in the same place, the tattoos?
They're all the exact same. They're in different locations, though.
Yeah.
Wait, someone asked the question.
Where's yours?
That's private, Melissa Leong.
Is your moon near your moon? Is that what you're saying?
It just feels like a Gold Coast story to me, to be honest.
It does.
It doesn't feel like a Noosa story.
The last place you'd eat in Noosa is KFC.
Noosa, there's not many tattoo parlours in Noosa, surely.
You'd only need one tattoo parlour.
And you only need one
I
apprentice.
find it more plausible, having been to Noosa, that there's a tattoo parlour there than there's a KFC there.
To have two of them together
Everything's
at Noosa.
like hatted restaurants at Noosa.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. Can I ask, at tattoo parlours, do they have breathalyzers? So, I mean,
If they did, they'd never get any work.
So I don't think he breathalyzed us because he just didn't really care.
Just to let you know, from here, you can't see it, but she's also got a tattoo of a cork just there.
I believe this story.
You believe this?
Absolutely, 100% believe this story, and I've never been more confident about anything.
Which part of when she started speaking did you start believing?
No, I believe drunk, KFC, tattoo... The Noosa KFCs put me off a bit, but I reckon...
I agree with that, but I don't think your story falls down on whether there's a KFC in Noosa. No,
I think
there's several way more implausible things about this story.
What are they?
The fact that if you wanted a tattoo of a moon, rather than go to someone who's in the business, who has a whole pamphlet full of moons of various sizes and authenticity, you go, screw that. I've got a Lipton's iced tea lid that I want you to replicate exactly, but not too exactly, because then it would look like a lid and not a moon. There is not a single part of this story that I think adds up.
You know what I'm getting from that rant? From that rant, I'm getting that you live a boring life. This woman lives, and she lives randomly, and she lives on the edge, and she does stuff like that.
Hughesy's seen every single frame of your Instagram.
So I'm saying, we've got to get this right.
But I feel like if it was a homemade shit-tat gun, you know, like when you do them yourself, then the lid thing is plausible. But I think if you're going to a tattoo studio, you're right, you have pages and pages of flash to choose from. They print it out, they draw it on.
Guys, you're both thinking with a sober mind.
I'll be frank. Having listened to the story, I now feel drunk.
All right, Chris's team.
Look, you're saying true. I don't believe a word of it.
I'm saying false.
That's two falses. I'm sorry, Hughes.
Sometimes I don't know why I bother.
You know, Hughesy, you're the only person that has come on this show and wanted to win.
I want them to
Hang on,
get...
we've got to keep those sweet points for ourselves.
I wasn't going to say anything, but do you know, backstage, he made the Dalai Lama bless our team before the... That's how seriously he took it. Like, if this is true, I'm going to get a tattoo of that thing.
Can we go to KFC first?
Come on. Come on, baby.
We're going to say lie.
It's a lie. All right, Abbie Chatfield, is this story a truth or a lie?
This story is the truth.
Oh my God!
Look, you can see it if you'd like to see how bad it's done. It's not the same size. We had to get a rescale.
You people...
Irrefutable.
You people... My talent here is wasted. You people got to start listening to me.
We were drunk at KFC. We had the lid. I was like, girls, we have no inspiration. Let's get something unique.
It's very beautiful, as it turns
It's
out.
hideous.
I will say it's much nicer than the lid, so the apprentice did a very good job.
Well, you're going to be seeing it for the rest of your life.
You really will. It's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? And it's time for Quick Fire Lies. Just a reminder, the story on the card could be completely familiar to our panellists or something we just made up. All right, Lloyd, it's your turn.
I was once pinned against my living room wall by my couch for 45 minutes.
All right, Chris's team, what do you make of it?
Why did the couch attack you?
So I was living with my brother and his partner at the time, like staying with them kind of temporarily when I was looking for somewhere to live. My brother's partner didn't like me being there.
Why?
She found mould in the bedroom where I was sleeping. And she thought that I was responsible for it. Also, there was this kind of running joke that I was a comedian and I didn't have a proper job and I spent all day in the house kind of doing nothing.
So when was this? How old are you?
I'm 38 now. I reckon it was like maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
Right.
I was in the house alone. Actually, no. Their pet cat was there. Morris. Me and Morris, like, didn't get along.
So most people in this household don't like you.
So I was trying to charge my mobile phone and the power socket was in a sort of awkward place behind the sofa. And I leant over the back of the sofa to try and...
Reach it.
Yeah, to plug it in. And then my body weight moved the sofa against my own arm.
It's like that story in the canyon. Did you think of cutting your arm off?
Yeah, but that guy was there for like 127 hours. I was there for like 45 minutes.
Was Morris enjoying the situation? Was he watching?
Morris was like, kind of like walking around, jumping up on the sofa, I guess taunting me.
I need to ask, what sort of mobile phone was it?
It was like an Apple iPhone.
What year did they come in?
This was quite recent.
Within the...
Well before 5 years
Well
ago. Good try, but...
So what are your tactics? What are you doing to try and extricate yourself from this situation?
A lot of angry wriggling.
Did you...
Can we see some angry wriggling?
Fuck off, Morris!
Why didn't you just use your other arm
I was about to say.
push the...
Yeah.
Like, why didn't you do that?
I was kind of counterweighted. So the more I tried, the more it felt my arm was getting stuck against the wall. And then it went numb, and I was like, oh, this takes me back. And it went limp, and then it became easier eventually to kind of manoeuvre it out.
This sounds like a harrowing experience. What was your brother's girlfriend's reaction when you told her what you'd endured?
My chief worry wasn't about my arm. My chief worry was her coming home from work and finding me stuck behind the sofa, trying to plug my mobile phone in.
How far away from the wall was the couch? Because it would need some space to tilt.
I mean...
Were they even listening to you, Lloyd?
I honestly wish I'd brought along the architectural plans. The couch is flush against the wall, right?
So you moved the sofa.
I had to pull the sofa out to get to the socket.
I mean...
The socket was in an awkward place, or you could say the couch was in the wrong place.
I don't know you very well, but you don't strike me as a particularly industrious person, so you wouldn't have pushed it. You wouldn't have pushed
But Mel, but Mel, what you're saying there is why this is true. He hasn't got the energy to make that up.
Is Mel your brother's partner?
But
I think it's true. I think it's true.
Was it the only PowerPoint in the apartment? Because surely if there's something hidden behind a couch, you go, well, I don't even know there's a PowerPoint there to attempt this ridiculous thing.
Go into the kitchen, make the coffee, plug in the phone.
Yeah, there's always a PowerPoint in the kitchen.
It's true.
Can he just answer that question? Of all the PowerPoints in this house, why did you choose this one?
This feels like the only question on this show where the panellists' life choices are being thoroughly critiqued. Why did I choose a PowerPoint in the living room? Because that was where I spent most of my day. I'm not plugging my phone in the kitchen and walking back. That's why we've got mobile phones.
I guess on form, we've been wrong in the past and Hughesy has been right.
This is it. This is the moment where you...
Whatever Hughesy thinks...
It's a true story.
We're going to say true.
Oh, high stakes. All right, Lloyd, is it a truth or is it a lie?
It is true.
Yay! It's a hat trick for Hughesy. It is true. Lloyd was once pinned to a wall by a piece of furniture for 45 minutes. Lloyd really putting the ouch back into couch there. It's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Would I Lie to You? And we are in the middle of the round we call Quickfire Lies. Hughesy, you are up next.
I once talked myself into having an overactive bladder.
Just say that again for me.
Bladder.
How often were you at the height of the overactivity when your bladder was at its most industrious? How often did you go?
Probably, like, I don't know, a couple of months maybe before I took myself out of it. Yeah, it was probably, I was going every 15 minutes, which is annoying. Really, yeah, it's annoying. It's a true story, absolutely. I talked myself into it because I was an ambassador for an overactive bladder company.
No, you were not.
No, I was.
So hang on, what is an overactive bladder company?
Are they pro-overactivity or anti-overactivity?
No, they don't want people to be overactive in their bladder. They want to stop people being overactive because it's an issue.
It's an issue, and there are people who help you stop having an overactive bladder, and you were doing advertising for that. You were a spokesperson.
I was the one who said, guys, who's got an overactive bladder? I do. And at the time, I didn't have it. But in saying that so often,
I have to confess, like, am I the only one who needs to do a wee now?
Yeah.
Because
I need to do a wee
feeling
now.
just talking about it is getting into my head.
And so I did it. I was, you know, I went on talk shows to talk about it.
Why would you sign up to be an ambassador for an issue that you don't suffer?
Because of the money.
Hughesy, the shame.
So how did you finally turn things around?
Well, I didn't do anything in particular. It faded away as the memory of the campaign faded away. And I ended up, without an overactive bladder. And I honestly, truly hope talking about it today doesn't re-trigger it. So...
Continence Week is a thing, and I'm guessing that you were an ambassador for that. There is a dance involved for Continence Week. Can you remember that?
I've got a vague memory of doing a dance
Who wants to see how much he remembers of the dance?
You've got to understand, I'm the world's worst dancer, which is proved by anyone who's watched The Masked Singer. Anyway, it's like... Don't want to... Wish I didn't have to wee, wish I didn't have to wee, wish I didn't have to wee. And I did that on live television next to David and Sonia. It was a bit like that.
You are a terrible ambassador, if that's what you're doing.
Well, they didn't renew me, did they?
Thank you, Hughesy. What do you make of it all? Any more questions?
Is it a company or a charity?
No, I think they're a company, and I think they've
What's the product?
The product, I believe, go and see your doctor.
Get a commission for every GP.
If you've got a problem, like I do, go and see your doctor. And the irony is, I never went and saw a doctor. Yeah.
Yeah, understandable. No, that's a lie.
All right, Team Frank. All right.
Yeah, the product doesn't sound convincing, does it? No, I think we're actually fairly unanimous. We think that's a lie.
You think it's a lie? All right. Hughesy, is that a truth or a lie?
Truth.
Anything for money. Dave Hughes.
Yeah, but I got the syndrome, and it is, I tell you, go see your doctor. No, that's a true story.
Karma.
So, yeah, absolutely.
It's true. Dave once talked himself into having an overactive bladder. These days, his main concern is managing his overactive mouth. And that noise signals that time is up. It's the end of the show. I know. And I can reveal that tonight's winner is Chris's team. But it's not just the team game. My individual player of the night, he'll be very pleased with this. It's Hughesy. And that is it for Would I Lie to You? Thank you so much for watching. Good night. Would I Lie to You, the show that separates the bald facts from the balderdash. I'm Chrissy Swan, and joining me are two teams who will take turns reading stories. It's up to the opposing team to determine whether the story is true or a lie. The team with the most correct guesses wins. Captaining our first team tonight is a comedian and writer who once wrote a play about the death of Julius Caesar, and he made a pretty good stab of it too. It's Chris Taylor. Chris's first teammate is one of the most famous DJs in the world. We're so thrilled he's here. He's played 2 New Year's Eve sets on the same night in 2 different countries. It is DJ and time traveller Carl Cox. Chris's other teammate is a comedian originally from New Zealand, but just like Farlap, we've claimed her as our own, meaning when she dies, we're going to stuff her and stick her in the Melbourne Museum. Please welcome Carl Wilson. Chris's opposing captain tonight is a man who is not only a master of slapstick comedy, he's a familiar face at his local hospital. It's Frank Woodley. Joining Frank Frank is a comedian whose father was a pharmacist, which might explain why, as a child, he only ever saw his dad 3 times a day with meals. It's Charlie Pickering. Frank's other team member is an actor who played Kate Manfredi in 119 episodes of McLeod's Daughters. Such a pity if she'd only made it to 120, she would have got a free horse. It's Michala Banas. All right, let's play. First up is Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. The card will contain either a truth from the panellist's life or a lie we made up and slipped in there. They won't know until they read it aloud. It's up to the opposing team to sort the facts from the fabrications. Frank, are you feeling brave? Why don't you start us off?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
I once heckled a priest.
Oh, please be true. Please be true.
Was the priest doing stand-up at the time?
The priest was actually delivering a little speech in a wedding. It's actually not something I'm proud of, what the heckle was. It was actually, because it wasn't... I don't know if other people have had this experience, but when you've had a few drinks, you become quite... your censoring mechanism doesn't work quite as well. And I just want to wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
Yeah.
Oh, my stars. What was the response to their heckle? Was everyone like, yeah, go, put a sock in it? Or were they all like, Frank?
No, actually, because of what the priest had been saying, there was a general consensus of, yeah, I think that's a
What
good
had
idea.
the priest been saying?
It was really bizarre.
What was the priest's name first?
Father Fenson.
Father Fenson?
Father Fenson,
As
yeah.
in, like, fencing. He's fencing.
Well, you can mock his name too, but that's really rude, I feel. Like, yeah, it's Brian Fenson, Father Brian Fenson from Ballarat. And it's just a name, relax.
So do you... Sorry, so I'm not Catholic. So do you... When you father someone, is it... It's not like Father Bob. Shouldn't we be calling him Father last name?
I just want to be clear that in the Catholic Church, when you father someone... No, you do normally just say... you just say Father Brian.
So, but you called him Father Fenson, so why did you...
No, you said, what was his name? And I said his name was Fenson.
But wouldn't...
And then I thought,
no,
they don't need to know his surname.
Fenson. You did say
so
Father Fenson.
If I was talking about you, I wouldn't go Woodley. I'd go, this is Frank. I wouldn't go Woodley.
No, but you might call me Mr. Woodley and show me some more respect.
Was he quite short? Was he tall? Was he like the same height as yourself, you know?
He was quite small from a distance.
Where are you going with that? Like, would you not heckle a tall priest, do you think?
Well, he's quite tall, you see, and, you know, at the end of the day...
So it would be inappropriate to heckle a small priest.
A small priest,
whereas
yes.
it's completely normal at a wedding to heckle anyone taller than the heckler.
Do you know what he was talking about?
What was he
talking about?
What was Father Fenson talking about?
The percentages of divorce in the community.
Oh, wrap it up, Father Fenson.
Oh,
Good
so
on
you've
you.
sort
Shut
of
that shit down.
Yeah.
You've almost called him out for being unromantic.
Not just unromantic, but, like, bitterly cynical at the worst possible moment. He was basically... I think he had some kind of bugbear about how many
think he did the
relationships
right
break up. He was focusing on all of the negative.
Yeah, but that's classic Fenson.
And what would Fenson know? I'm guessing Father Fenson has never been married.
I think that's one of the rules. I think you're right.
Yeah.
On that.
I think it is.
That was story checks out on that one. That is true.
Yeah. Even though he fathered many people over that time.
Well, what are we thinking?
Oh, it's Frank Woodley. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm buying it.
He's definitely very convincing in his way of describing everything, and I like to see the idea of him heckling a priest. That's brilliant.
I guess we're not being asked, do we like the idea of it? Do you think it
with your
happens?
intuition,
Like,
Carl. Trust your intuition.
Truth or lie, do you think?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think it's true.
I think it's true. I think it's true.
You outnumbered. Are you going with your team
I'll
or are you
I'll go with my team.
cutting away?
We'll say true.
Well,
Is it true, Frank Woodley?
On this occasion, it is a lie.
What a cheeky squirrel, Frank Woodley. It is a lie. Frank did not heckle a priest, but he did once dack a nun. Next up is Chris.
Once during a day at the beach, a seaplane landed on top of me.
Yeah. Lie.
Yeah.
It's a very quick round, isn't it? Yeah.
You've never been to the beach a day in your life.
I think you can just tell us about... Well, we can see... You're at the beach.
I was at the beach, yeah.
Which
And
beach?
were you
Which beach?
sunbaking or were you swimming or what were you doing at the beach?
At what point in the day?
No, like...
At the point...
let's go for the point where the
You don't want the
seaplane
whole day
landed.
Because I'd love to tell you the journey to the beach was quite eventful. Not as eventful
focus
as...
mainly on the seaplane.
I was in the water at the time.
Ah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Which beach was it?
I don't know if you know Sydney, it was Pittwater.
OK.
Did you sustain any injuries from this incident?
No.
A seaplane landed on you and you have 0 injuries. Were you disguised as a boy?
I was a boy.
Were you a boy who was disguised as a boy?
No, I was... No, I was just... I think I was on a surfboard at the time.
Oh, OK. So seaplanes are the planes that have the big kind of buoyant sort
Skis
of skis
that
on
they
the
land on,
bottom,
yeah.
and they land on the water. Is that right?
I think so, yeah. They...
You think so? One landed on you.
No, I think that those...
They've got the big floats
They're
on the
planes with twin hulls.
Right, and when you say it landed on you, were you struck by one of those hulls?
No, amazingly, I wasn't hit at all.
You were between the hulls.
It was almost an act of genius piloting. Whoever the pilot was of the seaplane registered where I was in the water and managed to land the seaplane and was neither a metre too far either side, so I actually bisected and went through the 2 twin hulls and he completely missed me.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
You say that?
What happened directly afterwards?
No, but it had sort of gone over me, and then it had quite a bit of momentum. So it was miles away from me by the time I'd kind of digested the whole thing that had happened. I was in shock, I think.
I would have thought that where you land a seaplane, like surely they knew
Not to land there.
not land.
Not land where the swimmers are?
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah. You would think that. Like actual planes, there's only certain landing strips where they're allowed to land, and I think it has to do with depth or something. If they go too far away from the designated landing strip, they get into trouble.
You're saying this with authority. It is a thought you've never entertained until that question was asked. You just then were like, Wikipedia.
No, I think we did inquire afterwards about why it had to land.
Oh, who to? Who did you inquire to?
Well,
the plane, sorry, the plane was miles away by the time you had digested what had happened, to quote you back to yourself.
Yes.
This is being very aggressive now.
Just relax. It's just a game, Charlie.
I'm being lied to here. I'm
Get
being
back in
lied
bag,
to.
Frank and team. What is your verdict on this?
No. What inquiries were made and where were they made?
Once I'd gone back to shore, we went to the office of the seaplane and just sort of made sure everything... You know, like when you have an accident, you exchange rego details. There was a little bit of that. And we all agreed they could actually improve their safety measures. If there's anyone from CASA or the Safety Aviation Place watching tonight...
You've really taken your time getting the message out there, I will say. You've gone, do you know what? It was 30 years, but tonight's the night.
Well, I haven't had a platform until tonight. I think...
All right, what do you think?
I think it's rubbish.
Yeah.
No,
Unanimous?
Look, he did an incredibly good job, but what do you think, Michala?
I don't know. I feel like it could be true.
Really?
There's something in me that goes, it's true, and I don't know why.
No, I didn't mean to get that aggressive. I just felt it crossed the line from being fun into something almost personal.
But
It was so insultingly far-fetched.
Can I just say, I've been more afraid of Charlie tonight than I was of this fucking seaplane.
What's the verdict?
We're going to say that it's a lie.
It's a lie. Chris, is that a truth or a lie?
That one is true. Why don't you listen to Poirot?
Woman's instinct. Trust a woman's instinct.
I think we can turn my mic off for the rest of the show.
That's why this game is truly amazing.
Yeah.
Because really, that just blows my mind.
All right, it's time for a break, but first, it is absolutely true that one of our 6 panellists once bought a decommissioned parking meter from his local council. Who do you think it is? I'll have the answer next on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? And before the break, I asked which one of our panel once bought a decommissioned parking meter. And it was, of course, Charlie Pickering. Of course. Apparently, Charlie and his wife use it for their regular Saturday night getting out of a parking fine role play.
No, do you know what? Now that you mention it, that's pretty good.
All right, Michala, you are up next.
OK. When I was single, I used to pretend I was a marine gynaecologist.
So, a marine gynaecologist.
Yes.
So, on underwater mammals, or you're just in the room underwater? Like, are you... Like, is it just a normal
a normal
woman?
gynaecologist who operates on women underwater.
Or specialises on people who are in the Marines.
Oh, wow.
There's a few different options.
Is there a question?
Yes. In the world of your lie, where you pretended to be a marine gynaecologist,
Yes.
what was the job description?
That I was a gynaecologist for sea life.
How many sea life have vaginas?
Interesting. You should ask that.
You know that Michala was just saying that was her job. She wasn't a real marine gynaecologist.
But I want to know how much she drilled down on her lie.
When you're lying about a job or lying about something, it's always good to be very specific. And so I specified in seahorses.
Right.
Can I just ask a question, though?
Yes.
Seahorse, marine gynaecologist. Within the seahorse couple, who carries the child?
Well, that's a very interesting question, Charlie, because seahorses can change gender.
Does that mean when you're working on a specific seahorse, at some point you have to go, oh, it's changing, oh, it's not my territory anymore?
That's right. Normally, a marine gynaecologist will work with a marine urologist as well, in tandem.
But do you get a degree? Do you get
She wasn't actually a marine gynaecologist. I'm really interested. Carl wants to take it up now.
So what I find fascinating, though, is if you are a marine gynaecologist and you specialise in seahorses, it is, in fact, the male seahorses that carry the babies.
There you go. You see? So everybody knows that.
So when did this lie come in handy?
So it came about because when you say that you're an actor to people, inevitably they want you to prove it by listing your credits.
Whereas when you say you're a marine gynaecologist, there's no follow-up questions at all.
Well, my friends and I did it as a bit of a challenge just because
One of them was a dinosaur dentist.
When you told people I'm a marine gynaecologist, did anybody say that's not a thing? No one.
Apparently, they were far less sceptical than this bunch.
Never.
My goldfish needs a pap smear. Finally, I've met someone.
Did you ever come across anything kind of like that you wasn't expecting down there?
Again, she's not actually a marine gynaecologist. She wasn't waiting for whales to beat themselves. So finally, my chance. No.
I reckon it's going to be really easy to lie to Carl.
Let's just rewind.
I'm just curious.
Which part of the story do you follow?
Also, it's not a real job, Carl.
Do the starfish and the seahorse, do they mate? If you're down there...
And people say ecstasy leaves no impact on the brain. Did you actually ever Google marine gynecology? Is it a real thing?
Trust me, it's not a thing.
So do you know, right now, there's someone sitting at home watching this going, we need Marine Gynaecologist Visibility Day. Chrissy Swan says we don't even exist. But where's my camera? I see you.
Fantastic. All right, Chris's team.
Thank you.
Time's up. We need a verdict. Is that the truth or is it a lie?
We were sort of being asked to rule on whether a lie was a lie or not.
Yes.
Yeah, and I believe Michala could lie, so I'm leaning it towards true.
I don't feel we should listen to Carl.
You just...
So my thing is, I also understand the attraction of lying to someone that's annoying you at a bar. So I'm going to say, yes, you did used to say that.
I'm actually thinking lie. You're thinking
I'm
truth.
thinking truth.
Do we dare go to Carl for the casting?
I don't know what Carl is thinking.
They're the rules.
Should we go to Carl? We do.
No pressure. No pressure whatsoever. I think it's fantastic that someone can have such a job. Or not. Or not.
I think Marine Gynaecology Visibility Day just got their first ambassador. This is taking off.
Carl Cox, is it
Because
true?
it sounds so far-fetched. At the end of the day, it's been hilarious. I reckon it's a lie. Yeah, 100%.
Lie. So you've got a lie and a truth?
Lie, truth. I think we'll have to say lie.
We're going with lie. Michala, Banas, is it a truth or a lie?
That story is, in fact, true.
It is true.
Clearly, out of all of us, Carl's mind is blown the most.
I am shocked. And I'm going to find out more about it later.
Oh, we'll talk. I really wish we could turn back time and have Carl hitting on you at that time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You after the break. Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Frank's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's then up to Chris's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please, put your hands together for this week's special guest. It's Ange. Now, Ange doesn't hate everyone. She's been told that she's not allowed to smile. All right, Charlie, you first. What is Ange, or who is Ange to you?
This is Ange, and Ange saved me from having a meltdown at a children's farm when the goats were being too goaty.
They do have a way of being goaty. All right, Michala, who is Ange to you?
Well, this is Ange, and together we stole an 83-kilogram wheel of cheese from a charity event.
Frank, who's Ange to you?
Well, this is Ange, and she's actually the waitress at my local cafe, and she just ignores me completely. And the only way that I can get her attention was to bring her onto this show.
I believe all of them. It's going to be so difficult. There we have it. Charlie's farmyard friend, Michala's cheese thief accomplice, or Frank's cold-shouldering cafe worker. Chris's team, it's up to you.
OK, my first question is, Charlie, if this is your goat rescuer, was this as a child or an adult that Ange rescued you from?
How old do you think Ange is?
Oh, but Was she a child rescuing another child, or she's an adult Ange rescuing an adult Charlie Pickering who's lost his mind over a goat?
That's a very good question, Cal. And and the answer to that very good question is, this was recently.
What was the goat doing?
It was just fully goating at me.
So goats are allowed to be goaty. You might even say it's the main attribute of a goat. That they tend to be a bit on the goaty side. So how goaty was this
but there's goats and there's goats, isn't there?
Yeah.
This goat was the goat.
What did Ange do to rescue you from the too goaty goat?
Well, Ange works at the children's farm, and I was genuinely feeling a bit threatened by this goat who had me sort of up against a fence, and she managed to...
You're a good-looking guy. You're a good-looking guy.
I think what we're all... So the question we're all asking, was the up against the fence issue a two-horn issue or a single-horn issue?
It was a two-horn issue.
You're pinned against a fence...
Yeah.
By a goat with two horns.
And can I say, I don't know if you've noticed this about goats, but disproportionately large, you know, ball bag.
So big that you noticed it from the front.
Yeah, of all the scrota in the animal kingdom, I think it's probably the ugliest. There, I've said it.
Was it only the scrotum that...
It's the second ugliest scrotum.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
On that note, let's move on to Michala.
Thank God.
Ange
how do you
and
know?
I together stole an 83-kilogram wheel of cheese from a charity event.
How big is 83 kilograms of cheese?
It's big.
It's a canapé for Matt Preston.
It's pretty big. It's pretty big. Yeah.
Can you like give us a like?
I reckon it like that, but quite thick as well.
Thick
sort of.
Did you kind of cut? Did you think about cutting it down and kind of take it out in pieces, or do you just kind of roll it out, sort of?
He makes a good point, you see, and so we utilised its natural shape and we rolled it out.
I assume that the cheese wasn't there to tempt you and Ange to break the law. Was it there to be eaten?
No, it was a display wheel.
So you stole it, but you never ate it.
Oh no, we ate it.
so how like
not all of
did
it?
you like?
We actually were living together at the time as well, and so if you came to our house in the weeks
or
after...
indeed the following decades.
Frank, remind us again how you know Ange.
Ange is the waitress at my local cafe, and she just ignores me completely, and so inviting her onto this program was the only way that I could get her attention.
And she's showing off her skills tonight.
Yeah. Exhibit A. That's basically... I have no idea what her face looks like. Although I shouldn't... That was a bit harsh because it was my fault. I've got her really here to apologise to her.
What did you do?
Well, because it's a local cafe just near my place called the Boho, and there was another waitress there who I would say that I befriended quite... Her name was Lisa. And what had happened, I was in there one day and there was another customer there who was quite... look, some sort of drug-addled thing was going on, I think. And at one point she just went, you know, anytime you're ready, you slowpoke trollop, to Lisa, right? And then when that person left, Lisa came over and asked me if I want another coffee, and I just paused for a moment, thinking, and then she went, anytime you're ready, you slowpoke trollop, like that to me. And then that became mine and Lisa's little thing. So then when I would go into the cafe, if she was working there, I'd just pick my moment. At least once a time there'd be a, anytime you're ready, you slowpoke trollop. And, you know, it was a nice little joke, a running joke.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Lisa had left. And first day on the job, similar haircut, similar build. I think you can see what happened.
Let's get an answer. Chris's team, is Ange Charlie's farmyard friend, Michala's cheese thief, or Frank's cold-shouldering cafe worker?
I kind of like the cheese story.
I think we can eliminate Frank. Are you happy to eliminate Frank?
I feel like we're going to say it's cheese, and then Frank will be like, it's toast my slowpoke trollop. But
I mean, if it is Frank's, we're in for an amazing television moment, or an incredibly awkward moment. It could really go either way. So I'm kind of hoping it's Frank's. I think it might be Charlie.
I don't think it's Charlie. I do love the idea of Michala and Ange. I think their body weight combined not being as much as the cheese itself.
It sounds like there's two cheeses there, Chris.
Yeah, and they do look like they could be friends.
Yeah,
They're
we're
kind
like
of the same
Yeah,
age.
yeah, I think so.
So even though my heart is saying goat, I'm going to go with my team, who haven't, well, we've mostly let me down, but... and we're going to say Michala.
OK. And would you like to reveal your true identity? I can't wait.
My name's Ange, and Michala and I stole it.
I love it. It's true. Ange and Michala did steal that wheel of brie. Thank you so much for coming in, Ange. Gosh, I love that bit of the show. I love it, love it, love it. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You after the break. You are watching Would I Lie to You, where fact and fiction go head-to-head. Time for our next round, Possession, in which a mystery object may or may not belong to one of our panellists. It's up to the opposing team to work out whether the story is a truth or a lie. All right, Charlie, it's your turn. If you could reach under your desk, please. Oh, my goodness. Put it on the desk and then read the card.
This is the cricket bag responsible for one of my many high school detentions.
Right. Where do you want to start, Chris?
What about this bag caused you to get a detention?
Well,
Take your time, you slowpoke trollop.
So...
Gave him a bit of thinking time there. That was good.
This was my new cricket bag, right? And I took it to school on the first day. And before school started, I thought I could fit in that.
This was high school. How old would you have been?
This was year 10.
Year
so
10 and you can fit in
16, yeah. And I got into it and then the way I got in trouble was I got my friends to zip it up and I said, carry me to roll call. I'll answer from in the bag.
Yes, yes.
And so
I like it.
they put it, like, on a desk at the front of the classroom. Teacher does the roll, gets to Pickering, and I call out, here. And the teacher, I presume, was looking... I couldn't see. I was in a bag. Pickering, here, looking. Pickering, here, looking. And then I managed to unzip myself and popped out and said... It was like popping out of a cake. Like I was a stripper popping out of a cake. Popped out, here I am. Like emerge, Birth of Venus style from the bag.
Naked.
Yeah, completely naked.
In your imagination, it's gone from stripper to Birth of Venus.
Yeah.
It's had an elevation of...
Well, period 3 was Renaissance history, so I was...
And just with a little cricket box covering it.
And so emerged triumphant, and Mr. Hensel, just a split second, said, "You detention now," and that was it.
Are we going to do the whole OJ Glove moment and see if he can get into the bag?
We need to know if he can fit in there.
We'll bring it around here if you want.
Keep in mind, it's what? How long ago was it?
It was a year...
25 years ago. I don't think any of us are the same size.
All right, so...
All right, get in the bag. OK, so far, so good.
So...
It's sort of like reverse Christmas, isn't it? Like...
Yeah.
I don't know. Or can I be the teacher and can we...
Hang on a minute.
That's not going to zip up.
So now
Yes. That is...
Oh, he's not a teenager anymore. He's got a fat back.
That's very hurtful.
That's...
Oh, hang on. It's looking...
awfully close.
Oh, don't rip it.
Oh, my God, are you OK?
No, it's all right. It's all right. You know what? I really feel like the difference, if you could see what I can see, the difference is the difference between a teenager and a grown man, really. It's incredibly close. Michala, could you come around here for a second?
That
Can you just hold that
would have
so I
zipped
can pull
up.
that?
I'll do roll call. So,
You know, I
g'day,
think-
class.
That's
Just
on-
going to check everyone off the list. Chrissy Swan.
Here.
Carl Cox.
He's doing a roll call. You say
It's roll
here.
call.
School
Are
today,
you
Carl?
present or not?
Charlie Pickering.
Here, sir.
I love it.
Charlie Pickering.
Here, sir.
Charlie Pickering.
I'm here, sir.
Charlie. All right, Chris's team, this is the hardest.
I just think it's a shame Charlie never presented the project like that. or
Tonight on Who's in the Band?
Look, it feels in character. I can also believe he played cricket and had cricket equipment, and he's shown, even all these years on, he can more or less still fit in the bag. So I think, what do you think, Carl?
Yeah, he's very, very confident on getting in the bag, and I know for a fact I couldn't do that.
It would be so Pickering for it to be a lie.
It really would.
I've never seen that bag before in my life.
Carl and I are convinced.
Okay.
Amazing scepticism in the face of him actually showing us he can do it. We're going to say true.
Charlie Pickering, is that a true story?
It is true. Yes.
I'm so relieved about that. It is true, of course.
It'd be sociopathic if that turned out to not be true.
Yes.
So it's less sociopathic that you actually did it all.
Yes, that is true. That is, in fact, Charlie's cricket bag. And every now and then he still enjoys climbing inside, as we just saw, snuggling up to his bat and holding his balls. It's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? Now it is time to ramp up the pace and play quick fire lies. Just a reminder, the story on the card could be completely familiar to our panellists or something they've never seen before. Chris, you can start us off and show us how it's done.
As a child, I decided that I could never be friends with anyone whose name starts with the letter D, and I've continued this habit into adulthood.
So no Barrys, no anybody?
No D.
No, Barry's fine.
Oh, Barry's
Barry's a joy. When I meet someone called Barry, it's a
Barry's
huge
fine.
relief.
It's fine.
If Barry was called Darry, we'd have a problem.
The loud music has affected.
When did this start? On what bay did this start?
Say primary school?
That's pretty vague.
That's very
like 5
vague.
to 12,
very vague.
bro.
I think you must know more specifically because it has to, there has to be someone.
There was.
Yeah?
There was a Darren.
Yeah, there was a Darren.
He bullied me. Darren was a shit. And so in the sandpit at primary school, he just made my primary school life hell to the point that Darren and his name became problematic.
Why not just Darren's? Why anyone with a D?
The reason was, at primary school, you're often categorised or asked to queue up alphabetically. So those around Darren, who also had D Christian names, started to be infected by his poisonous bullying. So
What a bunch of D-heads.
Yeah, so Darren, David and Darren, they all started forming this D gang. And so it sort of was logical in my head that anyone with the letter D at the start of their name was an enemy of mine.
Why did you carry this on into your adulthood? Why didn't you just go, well, that was a silly kid thing?
I guess we become creatures of habit. It's sort of, once you start something, you just keep doing it.
Do you feel, though, that there's been anybody who you've really, you know, in your conscious mind that you've missed out on a beautiful friendship because they're a good person, but the D in their name just gets in the way?
I assume David Attenborough is lovely.
I think that's a safe assumption.
I've heard his shows are quite good.
You've never watched a David Attenborough show. How is that possible? You've never watched David Attenborough show?
No D's in my household.
Oh, I don't know.
In fact,
did you watch Baywatch, starring David Hasselhoff?
What about
With a lot of
Days of Our
double D
Lives?
girls.
So what about in terms of the romantic side of things? Has there ever been like a girl?
No, it has affected me, if I was being honest. Like, there was this gorgeous, lovely girl, Danica, who...
Who was
otherwise perfect. Like, you could not fault her. She was absolutely angelic. Had her name not begun with D, we'd probably be married.
Yeah, I think she'd have some say in the matter.
All right, guys.
You know, people do have these kind of mental quirks and issues. So what do you think?
No, they absolutely do. But I think this is A-grade baloney.
To suggest that this is part of a sincere mental health issue and choose this as the forum to talk about it, I mean, I don't think you are that bad a person. So I will say that is a lie.
OK, so I think we're unanimous. We're going to say that it's a lie.
Chris, is it the truth or is it a lie?
Charlie has been so sceptical all day.
Yeah.
And it's been insulting, frankly. Because I'm here to tell you it is actually a lie. Of course it's a lie.
Of course. Of course it was a lie.
I did spin that one.
I'm just sad because we could have had Daryl Summers on the show after all. Thanks so much. All right, Kate Wilson, it's your turn.
Oh. A routine trip to the vet. I didn't need to tell you.
I thought you said a routine.
Oh, my God, so did I.
Hang on, what are we doing? We're giving her time to think.
A routine trip to the vet resulted in hair growing on the back of my hand.
What?
So to get us off and running, I'd like to know what the routine trip to the vet was.
So I was taking my cat to the vet, and he was a very anxious cat, and the vet was clipping his claws, and the cat bit me.
Turning you into a cat.
Yeah.
So,
that night.
It's like Spider-Man.
Was it a radioactive cat? What am I missing?
Right.
Yes, I am a werewolf.
Naturally, I want to talk about the hair.
Yeah.
And how much, how much hair are we talking here?
So, like, if there was a close-up of my hand, you would go, oh, that man has a tiny hand.
Yeah, right.
Dark hair, thick hair.
Can I ask, how did it go from a scratch to sprouting hair?
Well, so what happened was the cat bit me, but it bit me really deeply through my hand. It turned into an abscess. So I had an abscess and I had to have surgery.
Oh.
And as it was getting better, I just had hair on I just grew hair on my hand.
Cat hair or human hair?
My hair.
Human hair.
My thing is, it's like your body just trying to throw every healing thing at it, and it's gone, oh, I don't know, hair. Like...
I've never heard about the hair from the...
Did you do something to remove the hair, or did it just fall
eventually
out?
fell out. But the weird thing about it was I found myself unconsciously stroking it. And I didn't realise I was doing it until a waitress was watching me, and I realised I must look like a really budget Bond villain.
You just need a spinning chair. You just need to turn around on the chair.
Yes.
I come with my own cat.
Yeah.
How long ago?
No, not now, not now. Soon.
Can I see your hand and see, is there a scar?
So those are my fingers. That thumb does that, and that thumb does that.
Can I
So
come and have a
anyone can do that. Mine does this, and this one won't move at all. Why isn't this used? Why aren't there bald men just scratching getting cats to bite their hair? Carl's wondering, tell me more.
Frank's team, we're going to need an answer. Truth or lie?
OK, well, what do you think, Michala?
I don't know why, but I think it's true. There was a lot of detail in that story. But I know, I think it's true.
You think it's true?
I don't believe it. I do not believe it. I think it's a lie.
But it's so
and she can say it's true and the screen can turn green. I'm still not going to believe it.
For some reason, my gut's saying true. So we're going to go with true.
We're going with true. Cal Wilson, is that true or is it a lie?
It is true.
Charlie's like,
I'm glad to get the points. I still don't believe you.
It's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? And we're in the middle of the round we call Quick Fire Lies. Frank, it is your turn.
OK. I almost burned off my bits. No, there's more. I almost burned off my bits while naked in the kitchen.
When you say bits...
Bits. Yeah.
Which bits?
The bits involved in... What is it?
Procreating?
Procreation. The bits involved in procreation.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Frank?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
When was the burning of the bits taking place?
Look, it must have been about 20 years ago, I think. Yeah, I was in the kitchen, and there was an incident that I was very fortunate. You could describe it as a horrific incident, but it could have been a lot worse.
This is just giving me the giggles. And I don't know if it's true or not. So are you normally naked in the kitchen?
No, I wouldn't say I'm normally naked in the kitchen, but basically I was going to give myself a full body massage.
Sorry, what?
I was going to give myself a full body massage, and that was upcoming.
Oh God, I've got to prepare dinner. So while I'm cooking, I might also give myself a massage.
At
while
no
I'm
point
in the
did I say I was preparing dinner.
You're in a kitchen.
Yes, but I wasn't preparing dinner. I was preparing the oils. I was preparing the oils.
Flour oil, vegetable oil. Which oil do you use from the kitchen when you have a massage?
Sesame oil. And because
so many visuals.
because there's a thing you can do. It's kind of a massage, but it's a traditional
Marinade.
It's like a sort of similar to a Chinese medicine treatment, but it's actually the Indian version of that. It's called Ayurvedic. Ayurvedic medicine. And I had a really bad back for a long time, and I'd been...
Only thing for that is boiling hot oil on your penis.
Yeah, yeah. And it helped. No, actually, this is the weird thing. You would think that you would massage your back, wouldn't you?
The bit that has the complaint.
But the Ayurvedic doctor said, I want you to massage sesame oil into your entire body.
And the oil needed to be warm?
The oil actually needed to be cured, and that involved pouring it into a saucepan and bringing it to the boil. Then you left it until it cooled down, and then you could use it for your daily massage to make your back feel better.
What I don't understand is it seems quite an elaborate process that you might want some assistance with. Why didn't you ask someone to help with the massage rather than do it yourself?
I reckon if it happens again, I will.
Like, how do you... Can you demonstrate how you even attempt... How do you even begin to give a sesame oil massage to yourself?
Look, it's not that complicated.
Problem area is the back. Again, the hardest place to reach.
Check this out. It's going to blow your mind. It's going to blow your mind.
There's that. That's not a massage. That's just rubbing your back briefly.
That's what a massage is!
Have you ever been to a masseur and afterwards you've just gone, that wasn't a massage. You just rubbed my body and squeezed my muscles. I want my money back.
How did your bits get burnt?
So, it's boiled in the... the oil has cured.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
Sizzle, right? And I was intending to keep it in these glass yogurt jars.
Yeah.
So I picked up one of the jars, and just as I started to pour it, I thought, I wonder how the glass will respond to having, like, boiling oil poured into it.
Oh, no!
A natural
I reckon
question
it'll
to ask.
probably be fine. And I poured it in, and it just exploded. It just went psh, like that, and I went, Wee! With the saucepan in my hand. I went, Wee! And poured it all over myself, and this exploded and went, and pretty much, like, I'm not sure what happened because I had burns I think what might have happened in the moment of fear, I sucked my genitals into my body to protect them because somehow that was the only area that wasn't burnt.
But hey, The story has changed. The original story was the bits were the only thing that got burnt. Now your whole body's burnt.
No. I almost burned off my bits while naked in the kitchen, but I didn't because I sucked them into me.
That is a great story, if true.
I know, I'm pretty pleased with it myself.
It's a hell of a tale.
Yeah.
Extremely well told. Is it true?
I'm now stuck on that. How big was the clean-up afterwards of the shattered glass and all of the sesame oil?
I didn't get any glass in my feet. I don't know how that happened.
I just can't believe that you got no cuts on your legs, though.
I know, a seaplane landed on this guy.
All right, I'm going to need an answer.
Yeah, no, I'm not buying it, actually.
I'm hearing scepticism in stereo here. Are we lie?
Lie. Are you going with your team or against them, Chris?
I'm going to have to go with my team. We're going to say lie.
All right. Frank Woodley, is that the truth or a lie?
That story is, in fact, true.
Wow, it's true. Frank did almost burn his bits off while naked in the kitchen. Frank does a lot of everyday things in the nude. Thankfully, appearing on panel shows isn't one of them. Oh, and that noise signals that time is up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that tonight's winner is Frank's team. But of course, it's not just a team game. My individual player of the night is Charlie Pickering. That's it for Would I Lie to You. Thank you so much for watching. Good night. To You, the show where our teams try to work out who's fair dinkum and who's furnishing furthies. I'm Chrissy Swan, and joining me are two teams who will take turns reading stories. It's up to the opposing team to determine whether the story is true or a lie. The team with the most correct guesses wins. Onward, captaining our first team tonight from the satirical comedy group The Chaser, it's Chris Taylor. Alongside Chris is a comedian who used to be a successful radio presenter and created The Other Guy, a sitcom about a successful radio presenter. I wonder where he gets his ideas from. It's Matt O'Kine. And an Australian comedy legend who has just become a grandmother. Yes, she's absolutely delighted to finally have someone who hasn't heard any of her old material. It's Denise Scott. Captaining our second team tonight, it's comedian Frank Woodley. Joining Frank is an actor who made a name for himself by digging a hole on the castle. Let's see if tonight he can dig himself out of one. Please welcome Stephen Carrie. And an award-winning singer-songwriter who last year was a big baby on The Masked Singer. Just to be clear, that was her character, not how she behaved on the show. It's Ella Hooper. All right, let's play. First up is Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. The card will contain either a truth from the panellists' actual life or a lie that we made up, but they won't know until they read it aloud. It's up to the opposing team to sort the facts from the fabrications. Frank, you're up first.
Come on, mate. Here we go.
I can communicate with magpies.
Wow.
Right. Do you mean, like the footballers?
No, I can't get through to them.
Can't get through to them. No one speaks that language.
So, no, the birds.
And where? And what sort of
in
instances are you even seeing magpies?
No, I'm in my backyard. There's lots of there's magpies basically all over Australia, aren't there?
Yes.
And in my place at Northcote, there certainly are some.
When did you first realise you had the gift to be able to communicate with magpies?
Well, I can remember we were sitting in the backyard and we were listening to the magpies, and it was my son and my wife and I, and we all tried to do magpie impressions, like you know, just sort of doing the... I was trying to do like a little...
What? Can you do that again?
I'm not an ornithologist. Is that a magpie?
No, a magpie's more a... Everyone's gonna have... Frank?
The magpies in Northcote have a different dialect, obviously.
No, I'd like to hear it.
We're neighbours.
Yeah.
Go.
So...
Oh, well, maybe you're just communicating to each other over the fence. You think it's magpie.
That's what it is.
No, go on, have a quick conversation. Let's go.
Yeah, all right.
Oh. So can I just say that was so much more entertaining than Studio 10? You should just do...
You're so up with the news. I left Studio 10 2 years ago, but anyway. That hasn't gone on. But anyway, back to Frank.
So we were doing these impressions, and then what happened was a little baby magpie, little baby one, comes into the backyard, and I was having like a little bit of a kind of a ham thing with my breakfast, and I chucked it over into the backyard, and the baby went and got it, and then the mother, instead of going to the baby, came to me for a little bit more. And so I gave her a little bit more, and then those two kept coming every day from then on. And when I say communicate, basically what
you
I
mean
can...
feed?
You can feed. No,
He's getting there. He's getting there.
I swear I've got the most beautiful photograph that you can imagine of this baby magpie on my arm, taking a little bit of meat from my mouth. It's absolutely beautiful.
From your mouth.
Did you spew into it?
Sorry, I was just thinking about the photo, so I got distracted. From my hand. So I've got this beautiful photo.
We'll do an impression right now. Watch this. It's one of the most beautiful...
Sorry, I misspoke.
Sounds pretty good.
It sounds like you give a lot, but if they speak to you, do you understand what they're saying back?
Basically, whatever I do as a magpie, that means I've got meat, and I will hear them say, which means good.
So the word for good in magpie is as long as the word for I have got meat.
I didn't say that I can speak the language of magpies. I said I can communicate with magpies.
I'm not buying this for a second.
Oh, see, I was really starting to buy it. And you know what got me across the line is the photo with the baby magpie on Frank's hand. I mean, I saw love in Frank's eyes.
What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think it's true.
You think Frank...
No, I don't. As Frank said, it's not literally talking to
No, it's...
a magpie. It's just the announcement of,
so
I've
we're
got
almost being
this.
asked to believe, do we believe Frank believes he can communicate with magpies?
Yeah.
I'm starting to backflip. Starting to freak out, yeah.
I'm very happy to, you know, be democratic about this. I'm not buying a single word of it.
You go, yep, you go. Let's go with
But you are.
Yeah, but, you know, take it away.
And you're just in the middle.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with lie now as well.
Well, we'll say lie.
Frank Woodley, was that a lie or the truth?
Well, that was actually the lie.
Well done. Chris went with his gut.
Bravo.
Yes, indeed. It was a lie. Frank can't really communicate with magpies, despite being very good at the impression. All right, Chris, it is your turn.
All right.
Every day, I issue my wife with a menu of dinner options for that evening's meal.
Oh, my God.
Wow. He's still my beating heart.
OK, I think the first thing I want to know is, how does your wife feel supported or does she feel pushed around?
I think she quite likes it. I think it's
I've never asked her. She will speak when she is spoken to. Now fetch my slippers and my pipe.
Look, it's been going on long enough that I think it's a fair assumption that she likes it.
Right, OK.
Do you have any favourites? Like, are there any repeat features? Because I know when I think I have a similar situation going on at home, I'm like, yep, it's basically the same 4 things on rotation. Or do you have an endless stream of options?
It's funny because
I'm going to be in trouble now. I'm going to be in trouble now.
Your partner is working so hard and you've just let the cat out of the bag.
Look, I actually pride myself. There's no repeat dishes. It's a new set of four entirely new dishes every menu.
You must have very regular sexual intercourse.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I have a menu of things she'd like to do in the bed.
Is it printed? Printed menu, yeah? Or is it just a sort of... You know...
I get my calligraphy pen. No, it's normally, it'd be an email or a text, probably.
A blackboard that you do, like, little flowers on the side and everything.
I love it.
What are some of the options that you know, just say one of the menus right now for us.
The most recent one, for example, if I can recall, the 4 options were Syrian chicken with a rice pilaf.
Oh, I'm feeling aroused.
The next option would have been veal saltimbocca with seasonal greens.
Yum! Hang on, what time are you offering her these?
Yeah. The menu normally gets sent out at about 3 or 4 p.m.
What were the other 2 things on the specials?
The other 2, pasta alla vodka.
Yum.
And the 4th option on the menu was duck floater.
Wow.
Right. That's a lot of food that's been made from scratch from 4 p.m. onwards, that's in your fridge, obviously had to be defrosted. Ready to go. That's a lot of food waste in your house, I've got to imagine.
I will only make the one she chooses. I mean,
what about the other stuff?
I haven't done any shopping at this point. Whatever she chooses will determine what I buy from the shops.
Toddle off. So you, on a daily basis, you toddle off to the shops to buy what your wife would...
It's an extraordinary thing, isn't it?
I almost feel like I need that not to be true for my own relationship.
But is it? What is your gut telling you? Is it true or a lie?
Every day.
Every day?
Not days that we're eating out. It would happen 4 or 5 times a week on the days we're eating in.
Yeah, that's incredible. But you've had a very similar experience. Except, what do you think about the... I mean, your fella, just like the same fucking 4 meals. Round and round. Oh, God, here it comes. Whereas he's saying...
they're all beautiful.
Yeah. Whereas he's saying... different ones every single time. Does that stretch the plausibility to breaking point, or do you still...
That stretches the plausibility. But look, I might not be the perfect person for this show because I'm very gullible. I'm inclined to think it's true.
What do you think?
Well, Chris is very verbose and he's a very confident public speaker. But I would have thought if I were Chris and it was the truth, I would have tried to put a couple of ums and ahs in there. But
red herrings, sort of.
Maybe that's against his... I don't know. It sounds very...
I did put lots of ums and ahs in, but the editor of this show took them all out.
We've got true here.
Yeah, but now I'm second-guessing because I
think like, we've got nothing to lose. I'm going to go with true because I think Chris is an absolute gentleman and to me it strikes me as the sort of thing that he would do.
OK, well, I'm going with my team. We're saying true.
I cannot wait to find out what this is. Chris Taylor, is that the truth or a lie?
You're all invited to my place for dinner. That is true.
The lucky wife. You have a lucky wife. And I'm in the doghouse. Thanks.
It's true. Chris really does issue his wife with a menu of dinner options. That is so impressive. All right, it's time for a break, but first, what if I told you that it's absolutely true that one of our 6 panellists tonight was pulled off a plane in Germany for having a gun in their luggage? Who do you think that is? I'll have the answer next on Would I Lie to You? Before the break, I told you that one of our panellists was pulled off a plane in Germany for having a gun in their luggage. The answer is Ella Hooper.
A replica gun, not a real gun.
Sweet little Ella Hooper, the so-called gun, was actually a perfume bottle in the shape of a gun. The authorities considered charging her with being in possession of a weapon of mass seduction, but in the end, let her go. I love that story. All right, Denise, your turn.
Whatever.
Pop your glasses on.
Oh, I'm not in the nursing home.
No, I'm helping you. I'm helping you,
all
Scotty.
I got my biology teacher sacked when I exposed him as a fraud.
Oof. All right, Frank's team, where are you starting?
I think the first thing I want to know is how did you discover he was a fraud?
Well, because I was studying biology at school and I loved it. In fact, I was pretty darn good at biology. And so I would ask questions of him.
What was his name?
You can't even remember his name, even though it was such an important incident.
Well, you see, I think it was Mr. Ryan. But
in fairness, it's a long time ago.
Oh, all right, Chrissy. All right.
I'm going to stop helping you.
It's almost fair to say you knew more about biology than Mr. Ryan.
Well, this is spot on, because I did.
OK, so we've established that you knew more than him.
Yeah.
But how did he get sacked?
Yeah.
Well, I was sitting in class and the head nun, Sister Eileen, was just chatting to us, and I don't know why I decided to stand up and say, I don't think Mr. possibly Ryan knows anything about biology. And he happened to be walking past the classroom when I said that. And even though the door was closed, he heard me say that.
Yeah.
And then did you go head to head when you were confronted together in the room?
Yes, he said, "You're a liar."
Wow. Is he American? Wow. That's a new detail. He's American.
I forgot that bit.
You went to school in
He's
Massachusetts.
American.
So he yelled at you, "You're a liar," and then I assume that the fact that he was the liar, he was the fraud, must have come out. Did it come out at that meeting?
Well, Sister Eileen escorted him out of the room, and we never saw him again.
Did he protest it or did he say, "Come on, Eileen"?
So, but I mean, it sounds like he wasn't really fired for being a fraud, though, was it? It was more that he had the interaction with you, right?
Insubordination.
No, he was fired because he didn't know anything about biology.
Denise, what was he? What was he really if he wasn't a biology teacher?
Tremendous question.
Thank you, thank you.
He was a truck driver.
Yeah. OK.
Denise, did you ever find out how a truck driver came to get a job as a science teacher?
It was an all-girl Catholic school at a time when there was so much turmoil in the Catholic Church.
Unlike today.
And the nuns... The biology teacher we had to leave suddenly. She got pregnant.
Yes.
Left
Eileen?
suddenly.
No, the previous teacher.
Oh, right. So I think, so he did come on Eileen.
Oh.
Sorry. I'm not following.
Come on, Eileen. Oh.
Do you know, was he charged with a crime, or like did he go to prison or anything?
What, for the crime of not knowing biology?
Well, but pretending...
For being a fraud. No, I don't know.
It seems to me, though, he's the innocent victim in this. Like, the school was short. They just had a biology teacher who got pregnant. She suddenly had to leave. I assume he came to the school and said, "Look, I'm a truckie, but I'll give it a go." He never pretended to be a biology teacher, did he?
Well, no, and here's an interesting... Oh, no. Well...
You've got to tell us now.
We have all been there. We've all been there. Here's an interesting... No, it's not.
All right, Frank's team, I reckon it's time for a guess.
I know Scotty quite well, and she is full of it.
Yeah. No, that's true. I mean, I'm certainly leaning towards... What do you think?
There's details that make me think it's true, and then there's bits that I have
And then
no
there's the
idea
other
what to make of.
9%.
Yeah.
It's feeling like a lie, isn't it?
It feels like a lie.
It's feeling, is that what...
Let's go.
That's what we're thinking.
Yeah.
But an interesting... No, it isn't interesting, actually. I think we're going to say lie.
Denise Scott, was that a truth or a lie?
Well, it's true.
It is true. Denise did get her biology teacher sacked after she exposed him as a fraud. He was indeed a truck driver. Stephen, you are up next.
All right, I am next, aren't I? Here we go. My wife and I invented a game called You Been Honked.
I'm sorry, what's it called again?
You Been Honked.
Tell us the rules of You Been Honked.
My wife and I will walk down the road together, often, and a stranger will come past us and we will say, one of us will turn to the other and say, shall we? And the other one will say, we shall. And whoever says shall we has to make eye contact with the perfect stranger walking past and kind of nod at the same time as saying, honk.
Wow.
And if the person walking past says anything like hello or hi back, we get a point.
And if they give you no reaction, no points.
They get a point. But they don't know.
They don't know they're playing the game.
No.
OK, wait. Let's do it.
OK.
I'm minding my own
Do
business.
this, OK? Yeah, OK.
Yeah, here we go.
OK, ready?
Yeah.
Honk. See, you got a point right there. That's the game.
It's not a classic game, is it?
Milton Bradley have not picked it up yet, but...
But I'm going to be playing it because it sounds like fun.
I'm going to do that. That's fun for me.
Like, the name of the game, You've Been Honked, suggests to me that that's some sort of catchphrase. Like, at some point in the game, you'd say, you've been honked, but no one ever says that. You never say to your wife, they got honked.
Yeah, see, exactly. I think whoever has been honked needs to be notified, otherwise you wouldn't say, you wouldn't be called you've been honked.
You'd honk them and then call out to them, you've been honked. It's like you got punked.
No, it's for our own enjoyment.
But why honk? Why, of all the words, honk?
Because it sounds a bit like hello.
It sounds nothing like a lot. It literally sounds nothing like a lot.
But a little bit like hello or OK. Did they just say, you OK? No. Hello? What did they say?
Or could it sound a bit like, yeah.
Do people honk back?
No, I'll tell you, I would love that to happen. It hasn't happened, but when people do say hello, there is a special kind of magic that happens inside your soul.
I often do a thing when I'm riding my bike, and if there's a car going the other way, I'll go, like that, just so they feel like I've recognised them and I know them, so they go... So we all have our little games.
Yeah, everyone's got a game.
It's a honking movement. Chris's team, is it true or is it a lie?
I don't buy a word of this.
I don't buy a word of it.
I reckon it's true.
Oh.
Do you? Why do you think it's true?
Because, well, I don't know Stephen well, but I think he's the sort of guy that would go, You know, and it'd be...
None of us are disputing that. I agree Stephen is the sort of guy who'd probably go honk. I just don't believe he does do it.
No, I do, but I will go with the majority.
I don't know. Should we go with Denise or with majority?
I believe that he is not telling the truth, only because I would expect a payoff to happen and someone to say at some stage, you been honked.
I agree.
Otherwise, the name of the game just doesn't make any sense whatsoever at all.
I agree. If it is true, it's a deeply depressing state of affairs that's the most entertaining thing him and his wife can think of to do. So... So, on that basis, and I really hope it's not true, we're going to say lie.
It's a lie. Is that a lie or a truth, Stephen Curry?
It is the truth.
You owe Mrs. Curry an apology. No. It's true. Stephen and his wife did invent a game called You Been Honked. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You after the break. Yeah. Would I Lie to You? And our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Frank's team will claim it is them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to Chris's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's guest, Lizzie. Stephen, what is Lizzie to you?
Well, this is Lizzie, and between us we devised an ingenious crime involving a 4-litre tub of ice cream.
Ella, who is Lizzie to you?
This is Lizzie. She cold called me to sell me pet insurance, but we ended up having such a great conversation that I took the plunge and asked her to be my friend.
I love that. And Frank, who is Lizzie to you?
This is Lizzie, or as she's also known, Lady Macdeath, because she absolutely flattened me the one and definitely only time I ever played roller derby.
So there we have it. Is Lizzie Stephen's ice cream accomplice, Ella's pet insurance pal, or Frank's rambunctious roller skater? Chris's team, what do you ask Stephen some questions
Let's
first?
start with the ice cream heist. Wait, what were the circumstances? Where were you?
OK, so we're besties, and we've been friends since we were very little kids. And we were, at 10 years old, we bought this 4-litre tub of ice cream and went down to the beach and had a lovely time eating it. But when you're 10, you can't eat 2 litres of ice cream. It'll kill you. So we got about halfway through, and it was either Lizzie or me who came up with the ingenious idea of filling the ice cream back up with sand, putting the lid on, cleaning it off, and just, you know, sneaking it back into the freezer at Woolies.
Not with a view to get a refund saying we don't want this anymore. It was more just, we've had enough, now we want to play a prank.
Now we want to basically ruin some family's day by, you know, buying the thing, taking it home and making all the children cry.
I wonder how far they pushed on, like, oh, this is the worst ice cream.
Yeah. It was, you know,
What
it was spearmint. It was green with choc chips in it, and we did spew, and that's really pretty when you see that on the sand. We did not put that back into the ice cream. I have to say.
So you're not a complete monster?
No.
Did you ever stay around for the payoff of the stunt? Like, did you sort of hide out in the freezer section waiting for someone to purchase this tub of ice cream?
That's actually a good point.
Because there's almost no point doing it unless you get the payoff.
That's right. So Lucy and I should have actually thought about that, shouldn't we? But anyway, it's all right.
No, but did you just say Lucy
Yeah, I think you just said Lucy.
Lizzie and I. I did not say Lucy.
All right.
Did you hear him call her Lucy?
I heard Lucy.
What are you guys doing? You guys are meant to be...
I'm going to get you out of this.
OK.
So, Ella, you say that Lizzie called you trying to sell you pet insurance.
The cold call, I was not expecting it. Pet insurance, I'd never heard of it. I was caught a bit off guard. I have had one pet in my life, R.I.P., beautiful little dog called Bronte, who got bitten by a snake when I was growing up in the country. I told Lizzie that, and she said, I'm also from the country, and we had a lot of things in common, and we just hit it off, and at the end, I mean, I wasn't going to take the pet insurance. I was like, I don't want that, don't need that, but I don't really want this conversation to end. This has been, like, a real good one. Here's my number.
I've never done telemarketing or any sort of cold calling.
I have.
But OK, because my assumption is when you do that, you're kind of on the clock, and that a sale is a commission, and that you're not there to make chit-chat. If the minute you heard the person on the other end of the line is not interested in what you've got to sell, you would hang up to move on to the chance of another sale. Is that correct?
Look, that's not entirely correct, because you do get very bored getting, you know, hung up on and abused, and so you do think, all right, I'm going to... Like, if you have a nice conversation, you have a nice conversation. It's all about customer relationships, so you can justify a lengthy kind of conversation.
So it's possible
to possibly...
that poor old Ella just thinks she's her friend.
She's going, I didn't get her now, but in 4 years' time, I'm going to sell her that insurance.
Having a light bulb, I thought we were friends.
You bitch.
How many dogs does he have?
Just, I believe, just one, but they do seem to come and go because she does that fostering thing. Where you
I'm sorry about the bitch comment earlier.
You know, just does good... Lizzie's just a beautiful person. Like, that's my kind of person.
I think I'm going to ask Lizzie to be my friend.
Exactly. That's what happened.
I love it. It's very believable. All right, Frank, who is Lizzie to you?
Well, Lizzie, or also known as Lady Macbeth, she completely flattened me the one time I played roller derby.
Where did you play roller derby?
At the roller derby rink.
And how did you come to be on the team? Like...
Yeah, no, I went to watch my niece Cammy play.
Yeah.
And on that day, there was only 6 of her players turned up. That was going to have to be called off. And then Cammy said, is there anybody who wants to play? And just stupidly, sometimes I do that. I just go, I'll play. How hard can it be to play roller derby?
So you had your roller skates with you? Just assuming that someone might not turn up and these women would ask you...
Well, what happened at that point was we said, I didn't bring any skates. Unfortunately, we'd be able to find some other skates if we were at somewhere like a roller skating rink.
Remind me of the rules of roller derby, please.
Well, it's a great game. There's 6 balls. No, there's no... the basic thing is there's one of the players from each side. It's a very weird game. Has a star on their helmet. I don't know, I think you call it a jammer or a racer or a pusher or a jammer, is it?
I just said that because you
Let's
said
go with jammer.
Yeah.
And whoever's the first jammer out the front with the star on the... If they make a lap all the way back, you get a point. That's how you score, basically. So all I had to do was be a blocker, but then their jammer, which is Lizzie, she got through. And I found myself in this position where I was the person who was going to be able to stop her making a lap. And all I remember is her... You know that weird thing skaters do where they just get really into the thighs?
Yeah.
It's all about the thighs, you know? And she comes around and she's going really, really fast. And I'm thinking, I've just got to put my body between her and the finish line. And as she came around, like, she actually started to slow down. And I thought, I think she's being nice to the old guy. But then I realised, no, it's all just going into slow motion. Because she was actually speeding up. Right. And the next thing, because I'm quite tall, she's getting down low with those thighs, right in, under my centre of gravity, I swear, like feet over, like a somersault, like 3/4 back somersault onto my face, landed in the only place where there isn't a helmet on my head. You know, it was...
Oh, she's good.
She flattened me.
All right. Gosh, 3 great stories, but we do need an answer. So, Chris's team. Is Lizzie Stephen's ice cream accomplice, Ella's pet insurance pal, or Frank's rambunctious roller skater?
It's very rare that I say this, but I have a feeling there might be some truth to Frank's.
I was thinking the same, but I kind of believe all of them. I think they've done a very good job.
I don't believe Ella at all. I'm writing Ella off.
I don't believe Stephen, to be honest. I don't believe anyone would do a reverse robbery on 4 litres of ice cream.
And not hang around for the payoff.
Yeah.
So Stephen's out, I think.
OK, I think we can eliminate Stephen.
OK, Stephen's out.
Are you happy to eliminate Ella?
I do not believe that for a second.
So I think that means we're going to say Frank.
You're going with Frank. All right, Lizzie, this is your time to shine. Please reveal who you are.
My name is Lizzie, and Stephen and I carried out an ingenious crime involving a 4-litre tub of ice cream.
Oh, my least favourite. This called her Lucy.
She's me bestie.
He called her Lucy.
See you, Lizzie.
Was that a real misdirect to call her Lucy?
Lucy.
Oh, the actor.
Don't do that on purpose.
Conniving.
Yes, it's true. Stephen and Lizzie did carry out an ice cream-based crime. Time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? are watching Would I Lie to You, the show that plays fast and loose with the truth. It's time for our next round, Possession, in which a mystery object may or may not belong to one of our panellists. It's up to the opposing team to work out whether the story is a truth or a lie. Denise, take a look under your desk. There should be a box.
Yes.
Open up the box, pop whatever's in it on the desk, and then read the card. Ooh la la, Denise!
This is a negligee given to me by my partner, John. It is the worst negligee ever.
Oh,
no! So that's...
Frank's team, questions, please.
So, certainly from looking at it, when we first saw it, we all went... So, it didn't feel like the worst negligee. It looked like it looked quite lovely.
Is it the fit, the cut? What makes it the worst negligee ever?
Well, because we were on a holiday at the beach, and we were staying in a shed in the backyard.
Who says romance is dead, guys?
Because there wasn't room in the house. Anyway, and so this would have been, our kids were little. They were in the shed as well. And John had given me this. And he'd given me this, and that we waited till... Because this was when you...
Just
well,
I
this
just want
was
everybody to remember she did this to us last time.
No, but he did this to us.
This is how she tells the truth.
Right.
This is how she tells the truth.
All right, well, so we waited for the kids to go to sleep, and then John said, "Do you want a massage?" And then he started massaging my back. And
while you're wearing...
While I'm wearing this... And then he really started panicking and going, "Scotty, oh my God." And then I'm going, "What? What?" He's going, "Oh my God." And then it started ignite like sparks.
What?
Oh. Sparks were coming off. Like full-on sparks. And then the kids woke, because I'm screaming, "John, get it off me! Get it off me!" And the kids woke up and started crying because Dad's on top of their mother. There's like sparks. It's like flames, and I'm screaming, "Get off! Get off!"
Just to test the veracity of this claim, would you mind if I wore it and Frank massaged me and we saw if it happened?
You can.
That is good. Let's experiment. Absolutely.
Listen, I've wanted to get rid of it for years.
Wow. Oh, your nipples popped. That's a good fit.
So, right, so you're saying that it was a normal pace of a massage?
This is...
That's correct.
And you said he was on you, or
That's
just...
correct.
Was he on top of you?
He would
or-
have been a straggler. I'll be there with children.
That's pretty much where it's at.
And then, Stephen, you're yelling, "Get off me!"
Get off me!
Get
off me!
Now see if you give me a zap.
OK, we're just... Ella's got a good idea to see if we've got any electrostatic shock.
How bad does it look from the back here, what Frank's doing?
What are we doing?
Our hand's moving very
It's not
fast.
good.
Okay, that should be enough. I want to see
Oh, God.
Right, go.
No, nothing. Nothing.
That doesn't mean...
Doesn't mean anything.
That
So
doesn't mean
long, this
anything.
negligee.
33 years it's been sitting in a little box, just John hoping that one day I'll lose 50 kilograms and put it on again and off we go.
The fact we saw no sparks tonight doesn't prove anything because it's so
Of course
old.
it doesn't.
It's almost like all the sparks have already come out
Are
of
you
it.
questioning the scientific basis of our experiment we just did?
I'm sorry.
How very do you?
I
It's
am Dr.
feeling
Carrie.
like you think that Denise is telling the truth here. What do you think,
No, I
Frank?
think it's...
I think she's done a very, very smart thing of telling the lie just like she told her truth.
Exactly.
And I'm going to say it's...
Yeah, no, I think we're unanimous that that's a lie.
It's a lie. Denise Scott, is that the truth or a lie?
It is true.
Now I feel bad. Can you take it off and do it that way?
What a great story.
Careful,
I'm
careful.
so sorry. Let me just...
It's a
God.
beautiful, a beautiful
There you
piece
go.
of polyester.
Sorry.
And did it only do that once?
Oh, it's got the smell of curry.
All right, yes, it is all true. And I reckon Denise has plenty more stories about that negligee that'd make your hair stand on end. All right, it's time for another break. But before we do, this is absolutely true. One of our panellists was once chased by a warthog in Botswana. Who do you think it is? I'll have the answer next on Would I Lie to You? To you. And before the break, we pondered which of our panellists was once chased by a warthog in Botswana. And the answer is Matt.
Yeah. Terrifying.
So the Lion King has lied to us. They're not funny and just kind of party and...
No, they're killers.
You like going, Hakuna my fucking Tata!
OK, now it's time to ramp up the pace and play quick fire lies. Just a reminder, the story on the card could be completely familiar to our panellists or something they've never, ever seen before. Stephen, you are up first.
Oh, good. OK,
Read
here we
us
go.
whatever is written on your card.
All right. Whenever I go out to dinner to an Indian restaurant, I try to get a discount by showing the manager the surname on my driver's licence.
Which, of course, is Curry. Chris's team, where do we start?
How long have you been doing this?
Far too long, clearly. I'm not Indian.
I think we agree that's true.
Just so you know.
We all agree that's true.
But I do quite like an Indian restaurant, and yeah, it's never worked. I'm going to say I've never actually got the discount.
It's never worked, and yet you still continue to do it every single time you go to an Indian
I wouldn't
restaurant.
say it doesn't work. My friend Bobby Tortellini reckons it works all the time.
Yeah, look, my wife hates it. I embarrass her in many different ways, and this is just one of them. And I mainly do it kind of just to annoy my wife. But
Stephen, can I ask about your morals in general?
Oh, they don't exist.
Because, you know, are Indian restaurants the places where you really want to get a cheaper meal? Aren't they already quite cheap?
Well, they are, but you haven't met my father, Neville Curry. He is the world's biggest tight ass, and he's taught me that wherever you can try and get a discount, you get a discount. So, yeah, like I say...
Then if that was true, wouldn't he have named all the kids Vindaloo, Saag Paneer?
Yeah.
Well, my sister, Butter Chicken, is in the audience. That's great. But anyway, so it became this thing where I started to think, how can I actually make money out of my name? And I figured the best place to start was to try and get cheap or free papadums.
Well, hold on.
Particularly when they usually give free papadums.
Yeah, that's right. Just need more.
Not always. You haven't been to my Indian restaurant, mate. Yeah, it's a sickness, but it's one that I'm willing to wear.
What doesn't add up is how long have you been doing it for?
Oh, it's only been the last few years.
Few years. It's never worked, and yet you keep persisting.
It's only been a few years, mate. You know what I mean? Like,
But, I mean, surely you're going to the same restaurant most of the time?
No, I don't. We like to frequent many different Indian restaurants because once you've tried it once in one, you want to mix it up.
And also the audacity, Chris, of you taking that position, because I recently went to buy some customised formal menswear with you, and you said, check out my surname. Yeah. Didn't you? You tried the same thing. So...
Stephen, can I ask you,
yes,
how do you broach the topic of the discount? Because I don't know about you, but I would rather die than ask for even 1% off. I'll pay more than is necessary to avoid that awkward conversation.
It's almost like you don't want to show too many people you're doing it, and it's just you just slide the card over, and they'll say that will be, you know, $48, and I say, or will it?
And they say, yes, it will.
They say, yes, it will. And they say, actually, it's $65. And I say, absolutely, no worries.
There's a lot of information on an ID card. I don't know if just sliding it across and...
Do you actually sort of underline curry on the card?
No. I push it forward. I say, or is it? And look at them, and they look at me, and I go...
Do you know...
That's good. No wonder it's never worked. They just think you're weirdo. They're like, why is he showing his ID to pick up curry?
Yeah.
All right, we need an answer. Chris's team.
What do we think? I can believe Stephen's marriage is sufficiently stale that... it may need spicing up.
You've met my wife. I'm batting above. You've met my wife. She knows she's been sold a furf.
Yeah. All that said, I don't know if I think it's true.
I'm finding it a little bit hard to believe, although I do buy the fact that he was doing it to frustrate his wife.
Yeah.
I'm heading towards lie because, well, it's just so appalling.
I mean...
if it's true, he's an awful human being.
To want the whole
That's
meal?
a bit unfair, that it's appalling. It's just a cheeky little bit of a running joke with his wife.
No, in an Indian restaurant, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit...
It'd be fine to go to Heston Blumenthal's restaurant and pull some shit like this, but he's gone to the...
Yeah. My wife is going to leave me. I mean, let's be honest about that. And within...
What's your answer? All right, lie.
You're thinking lie, you're thinking lie?
I'm going to go team lie. Let's go lie.
We're going with lie.
We're going to say lie.
Stephen Curry, is that the truth or is it a lie?
It is a lie.
Oh, phew! You've been an appalling human being.
I'm still a bad guy. I just want to clarify, I'm still a bad guy.
You're a bad guy, but you're not an irritating tight ass, which is good to know. All right, time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? And we are in the middle of the round we call Quick Fire Lies. All right, Ella, your turn.
Okay, here we go. Every time I stay in a hotel, I check the kettle for human poo.
I love this. All right, Chris's team, go for it.
I don't think we need any questions. That's a very sensible course of action. Ella, what's the origin of this? What was the incident that has compelled you to do this every time you go to a...
It was a very bad coffee. That's what it was.
Well, I have basically been a touring musician since age 15. Stayed in some really unsavoury places along the way. And often you stay in places repeatedly, like the same hotel in the same town, all around Australia, for example. I know certain hotels like the back of my hand, and so do other touring bands. This is the thing, like there's a bit of a circuit that bands do, and bands do weird things.
So it's a rock poo that you're checking for?
I think it's a rock and...
Is it like a greeting card?
Yes.
A turd in the kettle?
Denise, exactly.
Oh, Tim Rogers has been here.
Exactly. I think, I heard stories about this sort of thing when I first came into the rock and roll sort of fraternity, and I thought, surely that cannot be true. Then I heard it from another person. Then I heard it from another person, and I started just checking the kettle just in case.
It's entirely all hearsay. You've never personally stumbled on a poo in a kettle?
I have not seen a human poo in a kettle, but I've met people who make me think it's true.
Isn't there a story?
It's one of those things where I will now forever search in kettles.
Exactly.
And not just in hotel rooms. Next time I go to Harvey Norman, I'm going to look at every kettle.
But I do feel like it's almost like the golden ticket, the Wonka's, like, is it?
Is it only me trying to visualise?
Yes.
I'm trying not to visualise.
to poo into a kettle.
I find it hard enough to fill kettles with water. You know, in these hotels, you don't even know where the lid is. To get an actual turd in one of those things would be near impossible.
Time for a guess. Is this a truth or a lie, guys?
What are you thinking?
It sounded like you were going to do a poo then.
If you think...
Someone get a kettle. Right, here we go.
No, I get a lot louder than that. I reckon it's true.
What are you thinking?
I'm leaning towards true. I mean, this is someone who is very experienced with that hotel life, and I think...
There's a very... I just want to add in, there is a very famous photo of Dame Nellie Melba doing a shit on a stove. A painting, I think it is, an etching.
I think we can all have a sufficiently low estimation of the Australian music industry that they might do this.
Yeah.
Where it sort of falls down for me is that they don't know who the next guest in the hotel room's going to be. It'd be an appalling thing to do if Ella Hooper wasn't the next guest and it was just Denise Scott, for instance.
Why? It'd be a marvellous surprise.
Why is it good for Ella to find
do you mean you're pranking your friend?
Yeah,
as
like,
opposed
you'd
to...
only do that if you knew the audience for your prank. That's why I'm leaning lie, but you're both thinking truth?
I think it's true.
Yeah, I think it's true.
True.
You don't have to go with your team if you don't want to.
I wouldn't dare go against Denise.
Ella Hooper, is that the truth or is it a lie?
It is the truth.
Oh! See, now we're all going to be checking our kettles.
God.
It is true. Ella always checks hotel kettles to see if someone's done their business in them. So if you ever enter a hotel room and see steam coming out of the kettle, it hasn't necessarily just boiled.
I've got a confession.
Oh,
There was a time I couldn't get the toilet door open.
That noise means time is up. It's the end of the show. And I can reveal that tonight's winner is Chris's team. Well done, guys. But it's not just a team game. My individual player of the night is Denise Scott. That's it for Would I Lie to You? Thank you so much for watching. Good night. The show where we attempt to separate the factual from the phony. I'm Chrissy Swan, and joining me are two teams who will take turns telling stories. It's up to the opposing team to determine whether the story is true or a lie. The team with the most correct guesses wins. Captaining our first team tonight from the satirical comedy group The Chaser, it's Chris Taylor. Chris's first teammate is best known as one of the Real Housewives of Melbourne, but she's also a barrister. So tonight, to make her feel more comfortable, I've allowed her to address me as Your Honour. It's Gina Liano. And a comedian whose Wikipedia page is often vandalised with false facts. He has just celebrated his 116th birthday. Please welcome Lloyd Langford. Captaining our second team tonight, it's comedian Frank Woodley. Joining Frank is an actor who has competed in the gruelling Hawaiian Ironman, which, as I understand it, involves swimming, cycling and watching all 8 seasons of Magnum P.I. It's Dan McPherson.
The shirt, right?
Also on Frank's team is a comedian and co-host of the Great Australian Bake Off. She's the icing on our cake. It is Claire Hooper. All right, let's play. First up is Home Truths, where our panellists will each read out a statement from the card in front of them. The card will contain either a truth from the panellists' real life or something we just made up, but they won't know until they read it aloud. It's up to the opposing team to sort the facts from the fabrications. Lloyd, you're up first.
I've stolen the street sign from every street that I've lived on.
That story is going to be less interesting if we discover you've only ever lived on one street. But we're going to assume it's more. How many street signs have you stolen?
I think that I've got like 7 or 8.
Next question. Name of those streets, quick.
Yeah. OK. You want me to name them?
Yes.
The street that I grew up on, the council estates all named after composers, famous composers. So that's Elgar Avenue. Then I went to university. First year of university, I lived in halls of residence, so on campus.
Hang on, if I can just stop you. I don't want you to don't tell me the whole don't tell me the whole backstory and give you time to think of the street name. I want all the 7 or 8 street names, one of the after now.
Okay, so that was Cryfield, the halls of residence. I
Next.
stole the sign.
Without any other information, just the names of the streets. I want them, just the names of the streets in order quickly now.
Elgar Avenue, Cryfield, Brunswick Road, Llywelyn Road, Little Ealing Lane, Cumberland Road, Passfield Street.
Okay.
That's very good. All right.
Have you found that different tools are needed to take a sign off in Australia compared to the UK?
I mean, I love this country, but the street signs are far inferior.
Gee.
You can actually get like a can opener and just cut the metal and just take it off.
A can opener like that sort of thing, or just one that just goes like, you seem to go like that then.
What you do is you get a file and you make a little notch near the end of the sign, and then you can put the can opener in and just...
The turning one?
Yeah.
So you've shimmied up the pole. You're able to hold on just with the power. He has got magnificent thighs.
He does, yes.
I mean, if I'm completely honest with you, I'm hold on to the pole just with my bum cheeks.
So you
and then I'm over my shoulder.
Splinters? Yeah, you can't. Right. Now I believe it. I mean, until then, sold. Yeah.
You can't really shimmy up the pole. You need something, a ladder or something to stand on to get to the requisite height.
Is it a lot of planning that goes into this? I mean, it's a crime. I think we all understand
It's
that
not. It's a hobby.
That's a good defence. I'll remember that one.
I think it might be vandalism.
People collect stamps.
Do you stand on your back veranda and you go, tonight's the night?
I get urges.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, what do you think, guys? Truth or a lie?
What do you think, Dan?
I've stolen a lot of street signs in my life, actually.
You have?
Does it check out? The can opener checks out?
The London ones are bolted hard into the black poles on the road. You know, that's hard to get off.
Quite an undertaking.
You were very vague about the instruments. Name one instrument to get off a London sign.
To get off a London sign, you need you need a chisel. You need a set of different screwdrivers, flathead screwdrivers usually.
No.
Lie.
Spanner, right?
Spanner,
Obviously
thanks.
spanner.
Yeah, OK, based on that, it's a lie.
Oh, there you go. I think it's a lie.
We felt it, didn't we? We all felt
You
it.
got the wrong tools.
Yeah, I wanted it to be true. You just had to say spanner.
Yeah.
Lloyd Langford, was that a truth or a lie?
It was obviously a lie.
I believed it. I believed it, but it was a lie. All right, Frank, you are up.
Oh, I'm up. OK. I once ended up in the wrong room and spent 2 hours learning about the symptoms of early menopause.
All right, Chris's team.
Which room were you meant to be in?
I was meant to be in the room that was like a birthing class. Obviously, there was 2 rooms, and I was expecting my wife to arrive soon, and I went in first, and there were a few other women there. I thought, gee, I assume this might sound rude. I assume they're the nanas.
They weren't young and they weren't pregnant.
They weren't pregnant.
And you spent 2 hours in this room before you twigged you might be in the wrong place.
No, I twigged very early on, but I was basically stuck in this situation, and one of the women, quite early on, started crying and telling stories about the fact that her husband had really not listened to her for 20 years. And that now she was going through all these difficult experiences and she had no one to turn to, and there were all these beautiful women there, and she started like crying and sobbing, and I would have had to go on, yeah, I know what you're on about there, but I'm gonna, excuse me, I'm just gonna, do you mind if I, and I just couldn't.
So out of a sense of tact or a sense of courtesy, you thought, rather than go to the room I'm meant to be in, I'll stay here. Even though this woman's got a huge support group already to look after her, she also needs me as well, a man who knows nothing about her situation.
I know you're going to find this quite difficult to believe, but my wife, she thinks about other people like it's almost a sickness. She's so generous and so kind-hearted. And I sent her a text and I said, I'm going to be about 10 minutes late. I went to the menopause class and I can't come out now because there's a woman crying.
Yeah.
And she sent a text back to me saying, do not upset those women. Do not come out until it feels like you're not going to be rude. And I just went, OK, I didn't want to upset.
I can't believe that these women never said, what are you doing in here? Because, you know, for a pregnancy class, there are men and women. In a menopause class, with you and your face.
How long did the stories go on for?
It went for 2 hours. I was in there for 2 hours. I got so into it, I told a story at one point. there was one woman who talked about getting super horny, and I didn't want to move at that point because they might have all jumped on me. There was a woman who talked about being vague, a bit like, you know, the pregnancy, what do they call that when you...
Just baby brain,
A similar thing to baby brain. A lot of stuff about having trouble sleeping, and a lot of stuff, quite a bit about just having, like, a really dry muff. I'm not sure if they used that word.
So what I want to know is, were you engaged in what was going on, or did you kind of mentally disassociate?
I think I can sum it up in one word: riveting. I really did learn a great deal. And mainly that no two women's experience is the same.
How did you get out eventually?
The class ended.
Did you ever learn anything about birthing?
I wouldn't have a clue.
All right, what do you think, guys? Truth or lie?
I think it's a load of complete rubbish.
I think it's true.
You think it's true?
I think the 2 hours might be a bit of an exaggeration, but I think he went into a perimenopausal class and couldn't exit for the reasons he said.
Am I the only doubter?
Well, I don't think it's true, but I want it to be.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say true.
I think I've never heard a bigger load of bullshit in my life. I'll go with my team reluctantly, and we're going to say true.
All right, Frank Woodley, is that a truth or a lie?
Well, it is, in fact, a lie. But to be fair, I did start to believe it.
Very well done.
So brilliant. It is a lie. Frank didn't spend 2 hours learning about early menopause. Of course, early menopause is no laughing matter, and if anyone says differently, come and say it to my face, why don't you? Because I will bite you. Don't go away. We'll be back right after the break with more Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? We are in the middle of Home Truths. Next up is you, Chris.
Now, I regularly participate in a medieval reenactment society.
Oh, perfection.
It's true. I can
No more questions.
All right. Describe the garments you wear.
In detail.
Well, there's a lot of armour, as you might imagine. We recreate battles. So, yeah, it's sort of real chainmail. The classic...
Helmet?
Helmet still. Thank you. You might wear chainmail, breastplate, then your sort of coat of arms.
So you have chainmail and a breastplate, which is more like what I think of like what Romans wore.
No, that checks out.
It checks out. Okay.
Yeah. No,
that's good. You're dressed as a knight. What kind of battle would then take place?
A medieval battle, generally.
But what sort of choreography would happen?
We vary it. So we sometimes have horses. So there'd be, you know, like...
We know what horses are.
Jousting.
Jousting. So thank you. Where two of us would be astride a horse and we'd charge each other with a big lance.
That sounds terribly dangerous, charging at each other with a big lance on a horse.
You don't use the same jousting sort of poles that they would have in medieval time. They're sort of slightly blunted.
It's a pool noodle.
Yeah.
Does that check out?
I'm not that nerd. I know the clothes, but...
OK.
I'm interested just to know with the horses, do you have your own horse? How do you come across a horse?
No, we hire horses for
You hire horses in?
We do it like 4 times a year. And they bring horses in.
Right. I happen to know a friend of mine does similar things to these, and he's got a little move that he does with his visor that he's told me that everybody who does it, like it's a very common visor move that people do.
What I do to lift it is just...
OK.
And then if you want it to go down, you don't actually bring it down. This is maybe what you're referring to. It's just a... And then it naturally falls.
It's so close. Because he said, like, similar to, you know, when people wear glasses, like if you just get the right tilt, that thing where you can go...
Oh, you just do, yeah.
Like that. Well, he said they just sit it there, and when they're about to head out, they go, watch me win this tournament.
Yes.
And they head out. It's a very common...
It doesn't need manipulation, yeah. I mean, you probably would do it if it's something. I just give a little tap to the back of my head and it will do it. But yeah, absolutely. We all do that.
It's sounding very convincing, or is it? Is it a truth or a lie, Team Frank?
It's a delightful story.
It is.
If it is true, I shall surely be hunting down your next tournament, sir. And I will wave my handkerchief as you trot into battle. But I think it's a lie.
Yeah. He's passionate.
I own horses. I'm interested in the thoroughbred world. I don't know anyone that's going to give these guys a horse.
Yeah, well, I think the whole horse thing is just a little bit too dubious for me.
Did I mention it's a pantomime horse? 2 other members of the society dress up inside the suit.
No, you didn't mention that.
Based on our horse doubts, I think we're going to say that it's a lie.
It's a lie. All right, Chris, is it a truth or a lie?
People have always doubted the story of King Arthur, and probably with good reason, because my story too is an absolute lie.
Oh, but what a gallant effort.
Very well done.
It is a lie. Chris doesn't regularly attend a medieval reenactment society. Claire Hooper, it is your turn.
I chose my obstetrician solely on the fact he delivers baby gorillas.
All right, Chris's team.
Does he only deliver baby gorillas?
Yeah, I had to promise to have a very hairy baby. No.
He does that on the side?
I don't think it's through the side.
We haven't seen how he does it.
No, absolutely not. No, obstetrician, a people obstetrician, but somebody's got to deliver the gorilla babies.
What about a vet?
Gorilla's anatomy. I mean, I don't know what yours looks like, but a gorilla's anatomy is more similar to a human's than, the cows and sheep you train on as a vet.
Were you concerned that he might get a diary clash? your waters break, and he says, look, I should be with you, but Coco's breaching.
Good point.
I mean, he did, when I had my second child, he did tell me that he had tickets to the caravan and camping show on my daughter's due date, and if I could wait a day, that would be great. And I did, so...
Was there anything about the delivery that you thought, gee, he's been around gorillas?
Well, he brought a lot of bananas. No, he...
Did he shake all 4 of your hands?
He didn't shake any of them, Frank. He was shaking something else. It was very good, actually. When it was all over, he was still down the business end, looked up, made eye contact, and he went, some women attempted to get a mirror and have a look down there, and then he just went and walked out.
And I think the thing that backs that up is that the gorillas are one of the only primate that actually recognise themselves in a mirror.
I don't think I would have recognised myself in the mirror.
Well, like, I mean, what are you thinking, Gina? I think it might be plausible. I know this was Melbourne. Melbourne Zoo does have gorillas, so...
My question really is that the only reason why you chose that obstetrician?
Yeah, it's like, basically, it's like getting David Attenborough as your obstetrician. Who wouldn't?
Even for the story, it's just sort of, he's fun, he's obviously very careful because he's never killed a gorilla, therefore there's a reasonable chance he won't kill my children.
I just had a baby and, well, my partner did, and I can tell you 100% our obstetrician has also never killed a gorilla.
Right.
That's actually why we chose him.
Yeah. I think true. You're sceptical.
We'll say true.
I think it's true.
So, yeah, we're going to say true.
Claire Hooper, is that a truth or a lie?
It is true.
I love it. It's true. Claire chose her obstetrician because he delivers baby gorillas. It's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Frank's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's then up to Chris's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please put your hands together for this week's special guest, Liam. Thank you for coming, Liam. Dan, who is Liam to you?
This is Liam, and we actually play Call of Duty together. And we hate each other's guts.
All right, Claire, who is Liam to you?
This is Liam. He is the only member of my book group that is not a woman in their 40s.
OK. Frank, who is Liam to you?
This is Liam, and I once slapped him across the back of the head in front of his mum.
So there we have it. Is Liam Dan's online enemy, Claire's baby book grouper, or Frank's whacked whippersnapper? Chris's team.
We'll start with Dan. Call of Duty. Now, for those of us who aren't gamers, that's a video game?
It is a video game, yeah. It's World War II, shooting 'em up, warfare. Lots of bloodshed and warfare.
And do you play it in the same room, or could Liam be in a completely different city and you still play the game?
You play it virtually, and this is, in fact, the first time I've ever laid eyes on Liam.
You said that you hate each other's guts?
Yeah.
So how do you feel now to be in such close physical...
You weren't here, I would stand up and choke him out.
What Liam?
Relax, bro.
What name does Liam go by in the game? Does he have an avatar?
Yeah. It is...
Cool name.
Big L Dog, D-A-W-G.
Big L Dog?
Yeah, 2007.
And what's your name?
Bastard Executioner, 1980.
And what is... when did you...
grown man. Bastard executioner.
It's how I relax.
Love it.
2007, so does that mean Liam is 14 years old?
Yeah.
So I'm really not happy with this relationship.
Why? What's wrong?
You're basically talking dirty to and then threatening a child.
It's a game. It's just a game.
Presumably you play lots of people in this game, but
Yeah.
is he your main nemesis?
I mean, I've got a couple, but yeah, we ended up playing sort of the same time, and then we sort of would chat, and then we would use each other to get through to certain levels, but then he would often turn on me.
Classic L-dog move.
L-dog.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you trash talk each other?
Yeah, and then I realised he was 14. I was like, ooh. So I pulled it back a bit.
And when did you find out he was 14?
When the
Just
police
now.
got involved.
Are we ready to move on to Claire?
I think
Claire's
so.
connection with Liam.
Liam is the only member of my book group that isn't a woman in their 40s.
Are you sure?
I mean, his username was Woman in 40s, 1976.
And how often do you get together in your book club?
All right, well, it hasn't been a good few years for book clubs, but yeah, as often as we can. Like, the idea was every 2 months, but it's, you know, like, it's as regular as book clubs can be.
And did he come alone to these book clubs, or was he... How did he join?
He comes with his mum is a member of the club. So, she was kind of starting it. I know her through a friend, so her friend invited me. So it was at Alexa's house the first time, and this is Alexa's stepson, Liam, and she just made her son come down and join the group. And it was a joke at first, but now he comes whenever we have it, like at whoever's house.
And he's a big Leanne Moriarty fan now, so
Massive.
winning.
Massive.
When he talks about the books, what kind of contributions does
Yeah,
he make?
well, he basically eats the biscuits and then he plays on the iPad. But he's in the club, and the important thing is we have gender and age diversity,
Right.
OK?
Is it reaching the point, I'm not sure how old your children are, where you're thinking, well, maybe Liam might want a friend. Like, maybe we should all be bringing our children to this book club.
That sounds awful. But sure, I guess we'll consider it.
All right, do you want to move on to Frank?
I would like to move on to Frank. Just remind us what Liam is to you.
Well, Liam is a person who I slapped in the back of the head in front of his mother, and I'm just terribly sorry. Like, I do regret it. In many ways, this is my opportunity to apologise to Liam for a very inappropriate moment.
Paint the picture. How did you come to slap Liam?
I didn't hit him. I didn't hit him with my hand. I actually hit him with a glove. With like a...
Challenging him to a duel.
I was doing a reenactment.
Reenactment, yes.
Well, I was in a Shakespearean play at the time.
Sorry, Frank.
Well,
and
I think this story falls down immediately. No one believes anyone would cast Frank in a Shakespeare play. What was the play? Who were you playing?
The play was Twelfth Night. Is that how you say it? Twelfth Night. I'm not sure if it was Twelfth Night or Twelfth Night.
Right.
It was 12th of the night.
How'd you go with the rest of the lines of the play? Even the title trips you up.
I played the part of...
The glove salesman.
No, my character's name was Andrew.
I think we don't need to ask him any more questions.
No further questioning?
Oh, no, I've got more questions. So what part was Liam playing in the play?
Well, actually, Liam wasn't in the play. He was in the audience.
You've abused an audience member.
I have. What happened was it was the start of the second half, and he came in late with his, I think it was his brother and his mother came in, and they were doing the classic, like, and it must have been very embarrassing for them because they were in the front row and they were late, and they were doing the kind of, if I do this, nobody will notice. But by far the most compelling thing in the room at that point was these three creeping people, you know. And he came in, and it just so happened that the character I was playing against, he's called Uncle Toblerone or something. And my line in the play was, I saw her as well as I see you now. Like that. And I would always go, as well as I see you now. And I'd hit him across the chest with the glove. But Liam was creeping in at that point.
I see.
And I just, in the spontaneous moment, I went, oh, yes, I saw her as well as I see you now. And I just slapped him across the back of the head. It gets worse, though.
Oh, no.
It gets worse because the whole audience went, oh, wasn't that lovely? And then, but I realised as I hit him, I knocked his glasses off. So I hit him with I thought, this will be funny. Nobody will mind if I, and I whack, and it was, I see you now, and his glasses went off. And then I saw Liam starting to, like, look for his glasses, which it would have helped if you wore them today, Liam. Don't you? Oh, Liam, now I recognise you.
Well, that was excellent. I want them all to be true. We do need an answer.
We're basically being asked to choose between someone who's verbally abused him online, someone who's abused him by making him read adult books, and someone who's literally physically abused the poor guy. What are you thinking? What are you feeling, Gina?
I think Dan.
I thought Dan too. I thought Dan feels like a gamer.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even believe I'm entertaining Franks, but there are details.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the works of Shakespeare, but I don't think there's a character called Andrew who's famous for his big floppy gloves. He feels like a very minor character to open the second half with.
Yes.
So you think Dan?
I think Dan.
I think I'm leaning Dan too. Are you happy with Dan?
It's Dan or Claire.
Or Frank.
Final answer, Chris.
We're going to say Dan.
Going with Dan. All right, Liam, please reveal your true identity.
My name is Liam, and Frank slapped me on the back of my head in front of my mother.
I can't believe that.
Oh, fantastic.
Nobody saw that coming. Liam is Frank's whack whippersnapper. Everybody keep your hands together for Liam. Wow. Thankfully, after Liam's evening began with 12th night, it finished with all's well that ends well. Thank you so much, Liam. That was amazing. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You right after the break. Would I Lie to You? And it's time for our next round, Possession, in which a mystery object may or may not belong to one of our panellists. It's up to the opposing team to work out whether the story is a truth or a lie. OK, Frank, could you look under your bench? There's not a box tonight. There is an item there. Oh, gosh. There's a floating plank.
Liam?
Place the object on the desk, take the sheet off it. All right, now you can...
leaf blower.
We can see that it's a leaf blower. And what does your card say, Frank Woodley?
This is the leaf blower that I borrowed from my neighbour 2 years ago, and I'm yet to return it. Sorry about that.
I also think, judging by the looks of it, you're yet to use it.
Well, I use it... I don't know how you use a leaf blower, but I don't rub it in the dirt. I just hold it in my hands and turn it on. Where do you turn it on? That would help if I knew where. You turn it on somehow and use it.
Why haven't...
Oh, hang on. I found the way. Sorry. I've got to be careful not to...
Do you know how to wear it? Like,
Do I know how to wear...
you know, show us...
Question is... Of course I know how to wear it. Do I know how to wear it? Get out. Yeah, you wear it. You just put this onto your, do you put... you just... I just hold it, actually. I'm not sure what that strap's for. I just hold it and I just blow. It's good.
How did that blow your hair?
Didn't even know that came out of there like that. That's why my hair's always looking so good.
Why,
You look like a dog on the way to the beach, you know, when they're out the window. The happiest puppy.
Why haven't you got around to returning it to the neighbour?
A shitload of leaves. There's not a good reason. Like, it's just that thing of where I borrowed it because there were a whole lot of leaves kind of clogging up around our gate and our front what do you call it, footpath and all around there. I just popped around. His name's Jonathan. I popped around. I said, you know, Jonathan, any chance? Because I'd heard him using his leaf blower. So I knew he had one, and I said, you know, can I borrow it? And he said, pop it back tomorrow.
I mean...
And I put it in my shed, and I forgot all about it. And then when this show came up, I was looking around for things that I could possibly use as an object, and I looked around, I went into the shed, and I went, oh, my good goodness. I have never given Jonathan back his leaf blower.
Is Jonathan the next door neighbour?
Well, the next... behind us, though.
But he lives close enough that he could probably walk around and say, hey, Frank, where's my leaf blower?
Yeah.
And he's never done that in 2 years?
Oh, no, he comes daily, and yeah, no, he hasn't.
Is it possible he's been knocking on the door every day, but you've always got the leaf blower on? He can never hear a thing.
Yeah, that's unlikely, because I haven't been using it, but...
In effect, Jonathan is sort of afraid to come back and ask for the leaf blower. So you were basically, between you and Jonathan, you are the alpha male. I'd very much like to see Jonathan. Do you blow the leaves into a pile that you then bag and dispose of, or do you just blow them away from your property so they're far enough away and you go, not my problem anymore?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever used a leaf blower, but bags and disposal... No, yeah, you just push it down the street to the next person, for sure.
Leaves sometimes don't even come into it. It's just the idea of making as much noise as possible to piss off your neighbours, isn't it?
And integrity doesn't come into it either, does it, really? Because you've kept the blower and you're blowing leaves down the street.
Well,
Would that
all I
be
can
fair?
say to you is you're...
And do you plan to return it now?
Well, I think this is my way of saying, you know, Jonathan, I've just realised I have, in fact, got your leaf blower, and I'm terribly sorry. I honestly forgot to bring it back, and in the morning I'll pop over and I'll bring it back tomorrow.
All right, let's put him out of his misery.
Look,
Is it a truth or a lie?
I just don't think Frank's the kind of person that'd be that rude to a neighbour, so
Fuck off. I am.
I think lie. What do you think, Gina?
Yeah, probably a lie.
Probably a lie.
Mm-hmm.
I think it stinks to high heaven.
That's 3.
I think we're going to say lie.
Frank Woodley, is that a truth or a lie?
That was a... No, that was a lie. Yes.
All right, then it's time for another break. But before we do, this is absolutely true. One of our panellists was once the ringleader of a group of BMX bandits called the Tiger Troop. This is going to be interesting. Who was it? I'll have the answer next on Would I Lie to You? To you. Now, before the break, I told you that one of our panellists was the ringleader of a group of BMX bandits called the Tiger Troop. Who was it? It was Dan McPherson.
Yeah.
Yeah,
little
Tiger
badass.
Troop. Yeah. All right, now it's time for our final round, quick fire lies. Just a reminder, the story on the card in front of our guests could be completely familiar or something they've never seen before. We could have just made it up to trick them. Dan, you're first.
Oh, wow. I once ruined a blind date by playing with my shellfish.
OK,
It's been described as many things.
Paint the picture. Where are we?
We are at a restaurant.
Oh, he's not giving too much away.
No, but it's dinner. It's dinner for 2 people who haven't met before.
How did you arrange the blind date?
It was a competition. Of course.
A competition?
Yeah, it was a competition where you could win a shellfishy, seafoody dinner with Joel from Neighbours.
You were the prize.
It wasn't a great competition, let's be honest. But yeah, it was. You could win a date.
Did you like vet the applicants? Or was it genuinely blind?
Yeah, because it does feel like if they knew that it was you, in order for it to be genuinely blind, you would have had to gouge their eyes out.
Well, I guess it was 50% blind.
Oh,
wasn't
you're
it? 'Cause-
blind for you.
Yeah, blind for me.
All right.
That's referred to as a partially sighted date.
Yeah.
Can I ask, how do you play with the shellfish?
Well,
what does that
I don't
actually
know
look like?
if you've ever been on a blind date that is going horrifically bad and you want to lighten the mood. So you've got a langoustine, perhaps. And so I picked up the shellfish and I kind of went, whee!
Oh, gosh.
Right, so rather than tell amusing stories about life on the set of Neighbours, you thought, I know how I'll break the ice here. I'll pick up the meal and wave it in front of their face.
And say, wee!
And that went well?
So it turns out that the blind date was vegan and she stood up and ran to the bathroom in tears. And I was there with my shellfish alone until she returned. And of course, because it's for a magazine, there was a photographer there as well, watching the whole thing, capturing the whole thing. Date comes back, says, you know what, I don't want to be here, and you know what, screw it, I've got a boyfriend anyway, and disappears.
It seems like a slight overreaction, especially on a sort of artificial date.
It was a big shellfish.
You know, I can understand that, but to actually walk out when it's clear there's media there, it's, you know, she knows that'll be drawing attention to herself. Why wouldn't she just laugh and say privately, hey, don't do that again, I'm not crazy about the shellfish? Why would you leave the restaurant entirely?
And that's what has been bugging me for 20 years.
Moreton Bay bugs.
Moreton Bay bugging you. Yeah. Exactly. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but there was no second date.
She didn't have a lisp by any chance?
She have a lisp? No.
Yeah, no, OK, that's right. Because I thought there might have just been a misunderstanding where she was just saying that you were very selfish.
Fair question.
That's all.
Don't clap. We get that out of the way.
No.
OK.
No.
Well, I think our question time for Dan is over. What do you think? Is that a truth or a lie?
Look, it seems far-fetched. I'm leaning towards that it might be true. The fact he was in England, where they do tend to eat langoustine more than prawn, that is a good detail for me to suggest it might be true. What do you reckon?
Well, I wasn't focusing on the specifics of the crustacean.
What were you focusing on, Lloyd?
How you could get a date through a competition.
It's quite a pathetic way to meet women, isn't it? I'm thinking it might be true. What do you think, Gina?
If I was cross-examining you, I'd be saying, liar!
You're saying lie, I'm saying true.
I think it's true.
We're going to say true.
Dan McPherson, is that story true or a lie?
That story is true.
Well done.
Yeah, it was excruciating.
It is true. Dan really did ruin a blind date by playing with his shellfish. Although his date was impressed by the size of his muscles.
Hey.
Lloyd, Langford, you are up next.
To try and win over the girl of my dreams, I spontaneously broke into a French accent.
I have just a preliminary question is, had you spoken to her before she heard the French accent?
Yes. I'd been speaking to her with this accent, which you might discover is the only one I can do. What happened was, I was on holiday with my family, and we were in Spain, and we were staying in, like, a hotel. And there were two Swedish girls around my age who were also staying in the same hotel on holiday, and I took a shine to one of them. I don't know whether I should say her name or not. I guess you could bleep it out, right?
Who's that?
Is her first name a swear word? Her first name is fuck.
I still have a place in my heart for cunter. She was called Therese, and me and her went up on the roof of the hotel together. Yeah.
Right.
And for some reason, I thought I would appear to be more sophisticated and romantic with a French accent.
Did you think that she would think you were French?
No, Frank, I was intoxicated by desire.
OK.
And Spanish lager. I guess I thought, French is like the language of love.
The French language is the language of love, not English spoken in a French accent. Which is, I think, what you did.
Or even worse, Welsh spoken a French accent.
You have to understand, I'm not putting this forward as a good idea.
No.
I'm not recommending this. I'm not showing off.
Before we even hear it in French accent, what did you say?
So I said, I was like, this is so embarrassing. I would be like, oh, the stars, they are very beautiful tonight.
Another question. Was that the French accent?
It sounded like Dracula.
Because to me, that sounded like a little bit like you'd spent a few months in India and picked up just a little bit of that. That didn't sound terribly French.
I didn't want to go full French, you know, because it's cultural appropriation.
And I've got a question for you. This Swedish girl, where do you reckon she was really from?
She had a sombrero that she never removed and a curly moustache.
All right, truth or lie?
Well, it seems completely plausible to me.
Yeah, it feels plausible, but the fact that there's not even a trace of a French accent makes
He never said he was good at it.
No.
No,
He also didn't say he couldn't do it at all.
Oh, look, I mean, I believe in love, and I'm happy to go for true.
Yeah.
Look, I've done something similar, to be fair,
Yeah.
in my younger years.
Should we believe in love and say true?
We believe in love. We believe in love, so we're going to say that it's true.
All right, Lloyd Langford, is that a truth or a lie?
It is true.
Thank you for believing in love, Team Frank. It's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You, and we are in the middle of the round we call Quick Fire Lies. Frank, it is your turn.
When I worked as a bicycle courier... OK. When I worked as a bicycle courier, I once got so lost I had to spend the night in a cave.
In a cave?
In a cave?
In a cave.
When did you work as a bicycle courier?
When I was 18. Did it for about 18 months, from 18 and a bit of 19.
What sort of courier work did you do?
Delivering food. Like takeaway, for takeaways.
No one delivered food on bikes that long ago. It was all right. Just occasionally Domino's might have had cars. I don't recall anyone on bikes delivering food.
Well, I do.
We haven't had GPS for that long and those kind of sat navigations, but how did you not go to an address but a cave?
It's because there's basically two Wilson streets. One is if you go west and one if you go east. I initially went to the wrong one. Whereas I should have gone to the Wilson. It's a completely different street.
So the town planners at this incredibly small town thought it wouldn't be confusing at all to have 2 streets called Wilson Street.
Can anybody back me up that they've lived in a place where there's been 2 names of streets that are...
Honestly, I shit you not, it happened to me last night. I was going to a mate's place in Wilson Street and I went to Brunswick East and he was Wilson Street in Princess Hill.
I rest my case.
All right, so you've gone to the wrong Wilson Street. What happens then?
So then I realised that I've got to take the pizza all the way, like now it's another 10K ride in the other direction. So I rode all the way to the other Wilson place, and just as I was coming out of there, my bike light died. And I don't know if you've ever ridden on the Great Ocean Road at all, like any of those roads along the beach.
It's very dark.
It's just suicide to ride at night if you haven't got a light. I'm not going to risk my life for a pepperoni. That's, you know, basically I thought I'll walk down to the beach and then I'll just walk all the way home along the beach.
How did you get from the beach to a cave?
So, going over one of those rocks, slipped, broke my ankle.
If only you'd cycled home.
It was a horrible experience and I don't know why I'm telling people about it. So then I had to find somewhere to sleep. And often, like where the rocks are, there was a little cave that... It probably went back about, I don't know, about 15 feet.
So how did you get out of this pickle?
So I slept the night there, feeling really miserable, cold, very miserable. As soon as the sun came out, I went out onto the beach and there were people on the beach walking their dogs. And I just said, excuse me, I think I might have broken my ankle. Is there any chance you could give me a lift back into town?
You said, take me to the nearest hospital, and he said, Wilson Street East or Wilson Street West?
All right, Chris's team, what do you think, truth or lie?
What are you thinking, Gina?
I think it could be true.
I think it might be true too. At first, I just couldn't picture Frank on a bicycle. but then I guess...
Does this help?
It has a ring of truth about it. I believe him 100%.
I think we're going to say it might be true.
Frank Woodley, is that a truth or a lie?
It's 100% a lie.
It's a lie. Frank didn't spend the night in a cave. Frank's only ever got lost once, and that was when he was told to by a girl at a party.
I tried a French accent.
Oh, and that noise means that the time is up tonight. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that tonight's winner is Frank's team. But of course, it's not just a team game. My individual player of the night is the wonderful Lloyd Langford. And that's it for Would I Lie to You. Thank you so much for watching, and good night. Where 6 celebrities fudge the facts and fabricate falsehoods. I'm Chrissy Swan, and captaining our first team tonight from the satirical comedy group The Chaser, it's Chris Taylor. Alongside Chris is a comedian whose official bio claims he's built a global reputation, which sounds impressive until you realise he's on Interpol's most wanted list. It's Dave Thornton. Finally, Australia's premier drag diva, best known as the runner-up on RuPaul's Drag Race Down Under, a show whose hairspray budget alone costs more than this entire series. Welcome, Art Simone. And captaining our second team tonight, it's comedian Frank Woodley. On Frank's team tonight is a comedian and actor who, in the sitcom Rosehaven, played a real estate agent. So she should have no trouble lying outrageously while keeping a completely straight face. It's Celia Fakola. Yeah. And the writer and TV presenter who was the inaugural winner of Celebrity Mastermind Australia. In fact, he'll just casually drop into conversation every chance he gets. It's Mr. Mark Humphries. You make me laugh already.
Well, that's what you would expect from the winner of Australia's Celebrity Mastermind.
We should have a little count, a little tally on the bottom of the screen. All right, first up is Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card directly in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've got no idea what they're going to be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the facts from the fabrications. Dave, you're up first.
Here we go. Whenever I used to host a barbecue, a backyard barbecue, I'd entertain friends with my dance of the tongs. Until one day it went horribly wrong.
Oh, I love this. I love this.
I think Dave knows what the first question is. Please perform the dance of the tongs.
The dance of the tongs.
You knew this was coming. Do you need some tongs?
To be honest...
Do you need two?
You know, in the strange twist, thank you for the tongs. Thank you so much. This is great.
Please don't say the twist is it doesn't involve tongs.
No, well, the weird thing is I did air tongs. And I know this sounds very strange, but I'd play air tongs.
Before we get to see the dance of the amazing tongs, can you tell us how it started?
I'd had a few West Coast coolers at a barbecue, OK?
A great beverage.
Please. The thing was, a friend of mine was playing acoustic guitar just at the barbecue, just smashing away and doing whatever.
Oh, God, don't you hate... There's always one...
Was that air guitar or was it...
No, this was genuine guitar.
Real guitar.
Oh, what a shame. It was a real one.
Yeah. And, like, someone said to me, they go, do you play an instrument? And I said, yeah, the air tongs. And they're like, what are you talking about? And then this guy started jamming, and I was like, sick. And I was like, I started doing all this. And then I just started going like this.
Yes.
And then in the big crescendo, when the guy was strumming away, I'd just go diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle. And just keep doing that.
It looks a lot like something else.
Although, Chris, if you can do this... you've got a detachable penis.
So why, when you're at a barbecue, is your instinct to choose air tongs when there's probable actual tongs within your reach?
Cute. I mean, my mate was using the tongs.
Oh, right.
And so I'm not going to... Like, he's got work to do.
In the story, something went horribly wrong.
Amazingly wrong.
Well, that was the
Horribly wrong.
detachable.
Amazingly wrong.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, you can read it again.
Yeah, until one day
Read it.
it went horribly wrong.
How did it go horribly wrong?
Good question.
Or amazingly wrong, which is the way you almost remembered it correctly then. Which is a different emotion, really. Amazingly wrong to horribly wrong, but push on.
I've got to be honest, I cannot keep a straight face when Frank is interrogating me.
I know.
It's like a parody of a lawyer who's like, please do tell me.
I
just can't take it seriously. Well, the thing was, because of course you're moving around, aren't you, when you're throwing said tongs into the air.
But they don't exist.
No, they don't exist, but you have to chase them down. I have to be in character. I can't just be like, oh, they're gone now. I have to kind of read the air and be like, I got my tongs and I got them back.
Okay.
My eyes, I should say, aren't on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And your aunt isn't on the ground either, which is good.
You haven't been to my barbecues,
We don't know
mate.
the aunt's not on the ground.
Maybe that's what went horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Did you trip over your aunt?
No, I didn't.
Did you stab your aunt with the tongs?
Why is everyone workshopping my story?
We're just trying to help.
Guys, what happened? So I throw it in the air. Of course, I'm near a barbecue. So the person who is working the tongs, of course, bang. What do you know? I hip and shoulder the guy, bang. And then a hand goes onto the barbecue.
Oh.
So then goes back off. I'm looking for a high five, nothing. And then, what do you know? The fun just cleared off real quick.
Did he go?
And there are men going, oh, no, I'd give it a bit more than that. Give that 3 minutes.
I want to know, have you ever performed the dance of the tongs since?
Thank you for asking, Mark. No. Okay.
Well, I think we need to see the dance of the tongs. I think you're in a safe place.
So basically, like I said, someone's strumming away, and the whole thing, you've got to do the whole rigmarole where you go, oh, got some tongs. Oh, this is nice. This is nice.
Would it help if we all clapped?
Thank you, Mark.
We all clapped.
So nice start.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Is he going to catch it?
The dance of the tongue.
Wow, the ultimate sell. I love that. All right, Frank's team.
Dave, that's a yes from me.
You're going to Sydney.
Frank's team, I think we've seen everything we need to see.
I think I've been won over by the whole kind of package. So, so I want to believe. I want to believe in air tongs. So I'm going to go. Let's say that's true. If you pulled that air tong dance just out of your back pocket, just then that's impressive.
I think he did that. I believe that he's got the talent. He's got the mime talent. I think it's probably not true. I think he can definitely do that. But
truth or lie?
So it's split.
Yeah, it's split to you.
I'm going to say I believe it's true.
Frank says it's true. Dave?
Okay, it is a lie.
So you're not a heartless idiot after all.
No.
Amazing. All right, Frank, you are up.
Oh, OK.
Read
All
your
right.
card.
I once spent a day posing for photos for a medical textbook.
Wow.
I believe that.
When was this, Frank?
It was about 15 years ago.
Whom was the publisher who...
Oh, my God.
Whom?
Oh, I believe it was Simon & Schuster.
I've been watching Downton Abbey, whatever.
I think it was La Trobe University Publishing or something like that.
Were you naked?
Yeah, what
Everybody
part of
wants
body?
to know,
Yeah,
were you naked?
What
I
part
was
of
naked.
your body?
No, I was naked because at that time I had like quite a big cyst.
Ah, so it was because of a medical anomaly.
Yes, originally the first diagnosis was that I had 3 testicles. But then it turned out that one of them was just pus.
That is a tough day.
How qualified was the doctor who mistook one of your cysts for a
From La
third
Trobe.
testicle?
Did the doctor say, and whom do we have here?
When did you discover your cyst?
My cyst?
Yeah, when did you discover
When did
that
I
there was
discover
one
it?
extra ball in the bag?
It swelled up quite quickly, and then after 5 days, I went to the doctor, and he went, "Oh, for a moment there, I thought you had a third testicle," which is the kind of banter that doctors get into, as I found.
Then he got qualified and said, oh, no, it's not a third testicle.
We did an MRI, and they were worried it could have been something really serious, but then it turned out it was just a cyst, and he said, because people often confuse this condition with a more serious condition, and we don't have a lot of opportunity to have photographs of it, how would you feel about us photographing this for medical records?
When you had 3, you know, like those office executive stress toys, could you do a bit of that and have them go back and forward like that?
That's why I didn't go for 5 days, because I was stress-free. So
much fun.
Was it very visual? Was it lower than the other testicles?
To me, this is just my opinion. Like, I thought from an artistic point of view it looked better.
Did they ask you to shave the area pre...?
No, they actually didn't, because that was part of the thing. If they wanted it to look kind of more or less like it would present itself in...
And you've seen the photos?
Oh, they're great photos.
What do you think's on his Christmas card this year?
Jingle bells.
I do have a copy of the book, but it's on the bookshelf somewhere. It's not as if everybody who comes through, it's on the coffee table, and I hope they flick through to...
Oh, I've just realised, I'm so glad it wasn't a pop-up book.
Back to the photo shoots.
The photo shoot. We didn't think of it so much as a photo shoot.
No, that's... Was it a bit like, OK, work it, or was it sort of medical photography?
It was so similar to medical photography that it was medical photography.
It was medical photography.
Virtually indistinguishable from medical photography.
So when medical paparazzi take photo of your boards...
They just jump out of the bush.
Thank God you had them shaved. Yeah.
Where is your cyst now?
Well,
ladies and gentlemen.
Is it here? Is it in a jar? I would love to know.
I'll tell you a weird...
Do you require Blaney's...
The weird thing is I do have it. Like, I don't know if anybody has had procedures like that. And, like, I've also got a bit of cartilage from a knee operation.
But where do you keep the cyst today?
Yeah, where is it?
Well, I've got, like, a little box of body... I've got a little box of body parts, all right?
Right.
That is...
Guys, he said little.
Yeah,
Chill.
Yeah. and you're waiting for science to catch up. We got his knee, we got a testicle.
Yeah.
We can rebuild him.
I have seesawed on this. As he's told that I've gone yes, no, and now I don't know what to think.
Yeah, look, I'm on the line as well. I was like, no. And then I was like, well, maybe a box of body parts is fun. I'm going to say I hope it is a lie.
See, I'm thinking it might be true.
It probably
I thought
is,
when he
to be
sort of got
honest.
into MRI territory, there was a little bit of authority there.
What a journey. Let's say this first and foremost.
Absolutely.
What a journey. But the thing that fell apart for me is I feel that they would ask him to shave his testicles because they would want to see what it's like.
But the situation in this instance was a photograph. They probably want it to look as hideous as possible, and I'm sure Frank achieved that.
I'm a natural.
I'll need an answer.
I am going to go against my team on this.
OK.
I think this might be true.
All right, Frank Woodley.
Well, Chris, I think on this occasion you've discovered that you should not trust your instincts.
I conjured up images of your testicles for naught.
Is any of that
I don't even have any testicles.
On that note, it is time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? Right now, we're in the middle of Home Truths. Celia.
Yo.
You are next,
Okay.
my love.
Okie dokie. I can't turn right in the shower.
Do you mean in a car? Or...
Wait, and do you mean the taps? What do you...
You mean if you're standing in a shower, you can't swivel right or rotate right?
That is correct.
Can you rotate left?
Yes.
Can you stand still?
Yes.
What inhibits you from turning right?
Is it political?
Yeah.
That's it.
Are you like when the water goes down the plug hole in the northern and southern hemisphere? Does it swap when you go to America?
Oh, yeah, she can't turn left in the northern hemisphere.
I can't turn right in the shower because it feels weird. Like, if it feels weird, I feel like something bad will happen if I turn right.
There's not an obstacle preventing you from turning right.
No, like
or
that,
a soap
it's
dispenser.
fine.
It's just a mental thing. Emotionally, you don't feel a right turn is in you.
No, I feel like something bad will happen. It feels wrong, and I've tested it because I'm not an idiot.
What do you mean you've tested?
I've tried many times where I'll go, maybe
How far
I can
do
do
you
it.
get?
That there. And I
You
go,
only
whoop,
get
nah.
about
I
45
get there.
degrees.
Whoop, no.
Why
I
do
go,
you...
nah.
And then you just freak
I have
out.
to go, if I want to pick up something that's over there, I have to go that way around.
Is it unique to the shower, or if you're dancing?
It's genuinely just the shower.
It's
for
just
as
the
long as
shower.
I can remember.
Just your shower or all showers?
All showers.
When you shower, are you facing the shower head and the wall, or are you facing away from the shower head?
Taps.
You face taps.
Who just, is that, am I the only one who does that? Everyone faces the taps.
Do you want
right?
like
I face out.
Yeah, do you get a face full of water? Is that
Yeah.
I
So
face
that
the
you can-
taps, and then if I want to turn around, I do like a somersault.
Yeah.
But that's the normal...
Have you seen anyone about this?
Not if they're over there.
No.
Can you just, I don't want to recreate anything too personal, but can you stand up as though showering And let's say the soap is on your right-hand side. How do you go about retrieving it?
It's over there.
Yeah, it's here.
So I'll try, because it's nuts, and I know it is, and I go, just turn over there and get it, and I get to over there and go, nah.
So what would you do?
It feels wrong. I would go like this. And then I can turn right to get back to the original spot.
Ah!
But I can't from there.
You can do a reverse right.
So I can do that.
What?
So you're almost...
You can backtrack, but
Yeah.
you just...
But why wouldn't you just continue the circle then? And then you're
Bad at
still
making a
you're
board
sticking
game.
with
I can't. If
You
I
kept
keep going,
turning.
no.
Is it like you've been wound up and you're only getting back by being unwound?
Do you
whole
have
life,
any
I'm
other little
38.
quirks like that?
I can't. Just little dumb things like I can't have the PowerPoints turned on if there's nothing plugged into them.
That's sort of OCD stuff, isn't it?
You know those little, I don't know where it started. Maybe it was one of those things like, you know, when you drive past a graveyard and they've got to hold your breath or hold your button and put
Hold
your
the
hand in
button,
there or
yeah.
something like that. I
Sorry,
don't know
what?
where it started.
What was that?
You know when you drive past a graveyard and you'd have to hold your breath? Or the ghost will come out and go in your
You know that.
No, that is valid. Yeah,
I reckon, you know what I'm thinking? He's got a shitload of ghosts in him. You messed up, buddy.
Oh my God.
What, Dave?
Have you met that Mark? Oh, pack full of ghosts. That guy.
Look, it's incredibly eccentric, but what are you thinking?
The winding back around was the bit. I was going along with it, but then when she said wound back, oh, look, I did turn right. Oh, what do you know? And I was like, if this is a neurosis you're thinking about and it's just dawned on you on this show that you have just turned right to unwind what had happened, you would no longer put a label on it that I can't turn right.
Her explanation was that she can sort of reverse swing back in, but she can't start turning right. So if she ever wants to turn right, she always has to do a left before she can go right, knowing that if she goes left, she will naturally swing back right.
That's in Victoria, but there's a whole different set of rules.
What do you think, Art?
Well, I've got superstitions and weird things like that that don't make sense. So it
Seems to be something more clinical than a superstition.
Well, yeah, look, there's a lot of layers to it, but we're not going to get through that. I'm going to say I think it might be true.
I'll go with true as well.
I think we're going to say true.
Celia, is it true?
I mean, I think there's going to be, after this, an outpouring of people finally understanding those of us who cannot turn right in the shower, because it's true. Wow. I knew it. Don't know why. You got me.
It is true. Celia really can't turn right in the shower. She has to turn left, go down the hallway, do a UE in the kitchen. Art, it's your turn. Drum roll, please.
Whenever I throw a party, I always make sure I invite at least one person called Barbara.
And I bet she's the most fabulous person in the room.
Oh, she bloody is.
Is that the end?
Yes.
So it's not a specific Barbara, it's just there needs to be someone called Barbara at the
There's a
party.
quote at a film. Well, because I have a dinner party story about how when I was younger, I used to call my mum's best friend Blah Blah instead of Barbara, and I just think it's the most funniest story when there's nothing else to talk about.
But so you don't make sure there's somebody there called Blah Blah? You make
No,
sure
it's
there's...
Barbara, and then I go, oh, you remind me, my mum's best friend when I was little, I actually used to call her Blah Blah because I couldn't say Barbara, and it was just so funny.
So you always invite a Barbara to
Always
a party
a different one.
just to tell that anecdote.
But I mean, that's
Well, you need to be prepared if there's dead silence.
Is that the best material you have?
No, but it is a surefire way, and then we can talk about Barbara Streisand. So we're sorted.
I can see that the little blah blah thing is like a very intimate thing from your childhood, relaxes everybody.
I'm relatable.
You're yeah, it's a little...
But it's tricky. You've chosen basing an anecdote on a name that's quite unusual.
Well, the thing is, I don't have many dinner parties, so there's probably been 5.
How many Barbara? Oh, so you know 5. How many Barbaras do you know?
I've met 5 Barbaras. So
5.
Oh, so the Barbaras can't double up. You'd never get Barbara...
Well, it's not fun for Barbara. She wants to feel special, doesn't she?
She's already heard the blah blah story.
Exactly. She's like, well, I'm just blah blah to you. So once they're blah blah, they're nah nah. We go.
I don't know a single Barbara.
Really? I've got 5 I could introduce you to.
How soon after the anecdote is Barbara getting the
Oh, no, she
Banana.
sticks around because she feels special.
Do they?
You know, and one thing that I can do as a drag queen is make someone feel special.
I love how you feel like you've been put on this earth as like a guardian angel for Barbaras, and your job is to roam the earth, making Barbaras feel special for one night.
I'm glad you're putting it that way, because other people could say that I'm using Barbaras to make me look good.
How do you harvest? Like, how do you harvest these Barbaras? Like, when you're in a queue for a coffee. You know what I mean? Like, are you in a queue for a coffee and that person behind you, they say, Barbara, do you go?
Your coffee's on me.
More of a social circumstance, you know, because if we're out having a beverage and, you know, one of my friends goes, have you met Barbara? And I go, I'm about to. And I save the story.
Yeah.
I save it.
Yeah.
And I put that
Oh, you wouldn't want to burn that story.
No.
So, have any of the Barbaras ever, shock horror, half an hour before dinner, I'm sorry, I can't make it, and you're Barbaraless?
Why would you turn down me?
You wouldn't cancel on. It wouldn't cancel
you
on
would
you.
never cancel on me.
Okay. Like, they open the door and you're just there in your tracky dacks and, you know, like a singlet, and you're just no makeup and your pink hair's just hanging down. No, bloody Barbara turned up.
I've got nothing.
Look, it's undeniably very difficult to believe. I think we can all say that our instincts are saying, what? No, probably not. No, didn't happen. But that's the very reason why you would have chosen it as a thing to say on this show.
Oh.
Yes, I thought the blah blah detail was interesting. I thought that came very naturally to you. However, my issue is this idea that being the Barbara is special. I think if you were selected for your attendance based purely on your own name, that is not a feeling of being special.
I believe art has the ability to make someone feel special, but just the logistics is meeting a Barbara and going from that, I'm going to have a party so I can tell this one story.
So truth or lie?
I don't think you need to bring in a Barbara. So based on that, I think we're going to say...
No, you don't press that.
Push my button, go on, push it!
Frank's team says it's a lie.
Oh, OK. Well, I'm really sorry to announce to the room that I was telling a lie.
Thank God. Very well.
I don't have parties, I don't like people.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You right after the break. Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? And our next round is called This Is My. It's where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Chris's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to Frank's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Joy. It's good to see you, Joy. All right, Art. Who is Joy to you?
Well, this is Joy, and Joy came to my rescue when I accidentally glued my eyelid shut.
OK. Dave, who is Joy to you?
This is Joy, and she was responsible for my first ever visit to a brothel.
All right, Chris, who is Joy to you?
This is Joy. She yelled at me in front of my neighbours when I took a book from her street library and didn't replace it with another one.
Oh. All feasible.
Yeah.
So there we have it. Is Joy Art's gluey good Samaritan, Dave's red light recruiter, or Chris's screaming street librarian?
Shall we start with Artie? Let's start with Art. So, if you could paint the picture of the initial incident for us.
So I was getting ready at one of the venues that I work at, and I don't know if you know this, but drag queens, we're held together with lots of different types of adhesives. So you've got your eyelash glue, but then you've got your wig glue, and then you've also got your super glue. So I was out of lash glue, and I was like, do you know what? I'm going to use spirit gum, which is wig glue. So I used it to glue my eyelashes on, and well, it seeped into my eye folds, and my eyes were sealed shut. So I had to screech out. And Joy works at the venue that I work at. She works in the kitchen. So she came and helped peel them open.
With a potato peeler?
Yes.
No, she has a gentle touch.
So Joy figured that she, with her kitchen skills, would be the right person to do this, not to take you to a hospital or...
Look at Joy.
I know.
This is the type of person you want to help you when your eyelids are glued shut. So, you know, and we have a connection because she makes the best homemade sausage rolls.
Did you because you've got your eyes shut, so you go, Joy! And then someone comes towards you, but you can't know that it's Joy.
No, but I could smell the sausage rolls on her hands. She'd just been massaging a meat log for a while.
Can you go check the hands?
Yes, Frank.
Do you mind if I do, like, a smell test of Joy?
Well, I think...
Does Joy mind?
Blink twice for yes. Yes! She says it's OK for you to smell her. Is there any sausage roll?
I'm picking up Cornish pasty. Thank you, Joy.
Oh, fantastic. Good on you, Joy. Your feedback on Joy now.
Yeah, notes of...
Yeah,
no lingering
no meat
sausage roll aroma present.
I guess it's possible she hasn't come straight from a shift at the bar.
I
If
know,
she's
but-
coming on Would I Lie For You, she might think, I might wash my hands.
Yeah.
Because there's a chance Frank Woodley's going to smell them.
Let's go to Dave.
Dorno, Dave?
So what was it? Joy's responsible for you going to a brothel for the first time, was it? Or?
I don't want to repeat the line because Frank might smell her again, but... When Joy can talk, we're going to break this apart, OK, Joy? A lot has happened. So, yeah, she was responsible for my first visit to a brothel.
Could you please elaborate? Why?
I was working at a medical supplies company.
Uh-huh.
And, yeah, and it was a box of lubrication. And I had to deliver it there. She is my boss, was my boss at the time.
So, I mean, there's so many things about this that I'm like, what? You worked at a medical supply place. Why are you delivering? And part of your job was delivery boy? Man?
What was your title at the medical... Yes, what was your title at the medical supply?
Delivery man. Like, I had my licence. I had pubes, thanks very much.
Lube delivery.
Lube-mobile. Oh, I misread this.
So you arrive with a box of lube.
Yes.
The receptionist signs for it.
Yes.
And then what happens?
It was fairly underwhelming. It's just the woman on the front desk. And, of course, as I said, I was a young man. She's like, how can we pay for this? And, of course, no, money. Money, of course.
It would have been great if you'd said, how can we pay for this? Like that. And then a series of women just came out, one after the other, and just went... we gave you, like, 15 minutes. Now, get out.
What did you do at the brothel? I saw the Muppets. It was amazing.
I don't like where this is going. Let's go to Chris's. Let's go to Chris's story. Who is Joy to you?
This is Joy, and she yelled at me in front of my neighbours when I took a book from her street library and didn't replace it with another one.
What book did you take?
It was Koshie's joke book.
Get out.
Volume 3.
What?
No less.
Koshie?
It's David Kosh.
I think Volume 2 is the classic. Now, why would you take that book?
Did you burn it?
Well, I've always been interested in joke craft. So when I saw it in Joy's street library, I didn't hesitate to take it.
Now, when you say Joy's street library, now, my understanding was it's sort of like it's a community thing.
Joy has her own street library. She's sort of, it's all Joy's. It's in front of her house.
And the fact that you know so, and you seem to be talking about street libraries with a sense of respect for the institution, yet you, which I think, when you said, I didn't replace a book, there was a ripple of disgust that went through this room that was so palpable.
I didn't know the protocols.
What?
What?
Normally, when you go to a library, if it's a school library or a university library, you borrow a book, that's the end of the process. You don't go, shit, do I have another book on me to put back in the shelf?
That's not technically the truth. The traditional system is that you borrow the book and you return it.
Yes.
Joy's about to start yelling again.
You don't want to start her.
How outraged was she? How angry did she get?
For a librarian, she was pretty noisy.
Can we get a quote? What is one of the things that she said?
I don't think it's airable on Channel 10, Celia.
Come on.
She was absolutely furious. There was a lot of, don't you know how street libraries work?
And so did she take the book back?
I think I said, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't understand the protocol. I'll bring back something tomorrow.
And what did you, and what was it?
It was a Colleen McCulloch book that I actually took from someone else's street library and put to Joy's.
Fantastic. All right. Three very compelling stories. Is Joy Art's gluey good Samaritan, Dave's red light recruiter, or Chris's screaming street librarian?
I think the word impossible comes to mind because they're
and
all
also,
good.
Joy's doing an incredible job of just being so neutral, not giving anything away.
Something only a librarian could do.
My instincts are taking me towards art. I can see her with the eyelids being stuck together and Joy coming to help.
And I can pick. You've got lovely hands and nails, Joy, on paper, and I can see you making sausage rolls. That's going to be very offensive if that's.
I disagree. I actually don't think it's us. I love the details of Chris's story. I just so if nothing else, it was a terrific tale, well told.
Dave Thornton's box of lube doesn't get a mention at all.
But I do want to see Joy. If it is Joy, if it is Chris's Joy, that I want to see Joy reenact her going off at Chris.
Oh, for that reason, I'm going to go with Chris.
Yeah, for that
as
reason,
well.
we're going to say we think it's Chris.
All right, Joy. Please reveal your true identity.
My name is Joy, and I'm responsible for Dave's first visit.
Happy birthday, love. Thanks, mate. Can I also say at this point in time, there was something I left out of this. This is my godmother. This is what I was... So she got me the job.
Joy, I love you. Everybody put your hands together for Joy. What a great story. I love that. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You right after the break. Would I Lie to You, the show that plays fast and loose with the truth. It's time for our next round, Possession, in which a mystery object may or may not belong to one of our panellists. It's up to the opposing team to work out whether the story is the truth or a lie. Art, can you please read the card and then reveal your possession?
If I ever invite someone back to my place, there's one thing I always have to hide.
Oh! It's terrifying. Who's this?
My goodness.
Oh, this is Chucky. He's your friend till the end.
Where in your house does Chucky live?
My bedroom.
Why, Art? Why?
I'm single. And as you can see, he's already in the position of being a big spoon. So when nights get lonely, you just... Oh. See, that's quite heartwarming, isn't it?
That would have to be one of the most adorable psychotic babies I've ever... I could have believed that you were like you had a kind of a morbid cinema fascination. Like a lot of people decorate their house with paraphernalia. But the cuddling of the psychotic baby, you actually cuddle it in bed.
Well, wouldn't you?
I think the word that comes to mind is no.
Why do you hide Chucky when people come over, if you're not ashamed?
I just saw the way you reacted, so...
Is it just me? But if you put a little piano in front of Chucky, look a little bit like Tim Minchin.
Wow.
canvas bags.
When she cuddled it, she did seem... She seemed genuinely terrified. Well, don't make it a Nazi as well.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That was a wave. That was just a wave.
Frank's team is Chucky Art's partner.
So my feeling is...
Well, no.
Well, I wasn't convinced about the way that she, you know, nestled with it.
What do you think, Mark, what's the correct way to nestle something hideous like this?
I just don't know. I just feel like I don't think you'd want that in the bed.
I think she's bluffing us and it actually is true, but I don't know.
OK. I don't think she cuddles it at night, so based on that, we're going to say that we believe it's a lie.
It's a lie. Art?
I'm here to tell you that I was telling the truth.
Should have trusted you. You should have trusted her.
I might be the mentalist. Am I the mentalist?
I think you might be.
You are the mentalist.
I am.
All right, Celia.
Hi.
It is your turn.
Okay.
Please put your possession on the bench and then read the card.
Okay.
Oh.
It's a dummy.
This is the dummy I give to my dog when he has trouble falling asleep.
How long have you been doing this for?
About a year.
Does your dog have no teeth?
No, but it's quite stressed.
Quite stressed?
Well,
Why did you know that it...
Yeah. Did you initially...
You'll figure it out. Yep.
Am I the only one who thinks that, like, did you initially breastfeed the dog and then you transitioned to the dummy?
I went breastfeeding, then dog formula, and then dog dummy.
Right. What gave you the idea for the dummy?
Well, because some people, like, dogs get anxiety. So I was in the chemist and I thought, I just wonder if that'd make it comfort him.
I
to
would-
chew on the dummy.
I want to inspect the dummy.
Sure.
Mark, can you come around?
Oh, how do you know he is no dummy? He won Celebrity
I
Mastermind.
just want to see if it's got teeth marks on it.
I agree.
It's a little dog. You can ask me what type of dog it is.
What sort of dog is it, Celia?
He's a terrier something. He's about this big. He's black and white.
It's got teeth marks all over it.
And he's maybe got some chihuahua in there. I don't know. Because he's a rescue.
How much trial and error was there before...
Oh. Wow.
That feels like a dog's eating it. Yeah.
and
what parts do your dog does it usually lick?
I mean, hold on. We've got one for his mouth and one for his ass, so you might want to just check.
She forgets which one she brought in today.
But I forget which one.
I better get my affairs in order.
Can we just rewind a bit here,
Yeah.
Seals? Like, how long had your dog had a sleeping problem for?
It's not even sleeping. He can sleep. So it's lockdown stuff. We got another dog. Jimmy, very stressed. And then we got a puppy. We got a puppy in lockdown, a lockdown dog, and that seemed to stress him out even more. So it wasn't that he just seemed freaked out all the time.
And Jimmy is the name of the dog?
Jimmy Chocolate Chip is his full name.
Jimmy Chocolate Chip.
Does Jimmy keep the dummy in its mouth for the duration of its slumber?
We kind of just don't.
Or do you need to sort of keep every 10 minutes going back to him? Sorry, just shove the dummy back in its mouth.
It's so fucked up. What's worse is when it drops out of his mouth when I put him in his baby Bjorn. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
What do we think?
I think you're telling the truth because that thing has seen some little nips.
There's definitely chew marks in it.
Yeah, there's chew
Yeah,
marks.
unless that was you.
There's chew marks on the, like, blue...
I guess it's not impossible that whoever puts the props together for the segment might think ahead enough to put some teeth marks in there. Dave, what do you think?
It's not out of the realm of possibility that she's like, I want my dog to be comforted, and I'm hoping it's not. Because I've got about 3 weeks left on the face of this planet. But I do think it's real.
Yeah, I think we are leaning that it could be truthful, so we'll say true.
True. Celia?
I don't think it's a crime. When has it been a crime to love your dog like a child, even though I know they're not a child, but unfortunately, it is the lie. Thank you.
You're going to survive it, Dave. You're going to survive it.
But it has been up my ass life, Dave, so...
Anyone who's had a dog knows that there's no way a dog would leave it like that.
What were we thinking?
Am I right?
That was never going to be true.
Oh my God, that was so much fun. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You right after the break. Welcome back to Would I Lie to You, and it's time for Quickfire Lies. Just a reminder, the story on the card could be completely familiar or something they've never seen before. Chris Taylor, your turn.
During lockdown, I had so many parcels delivered that one delivery driver asked me to be the godfather to his baby.
So it happened to you too, did it?
Wow.
Did you say yes?
Oh.
I did.
Man? Was it a...
Was a man.
Man? How many times have you met this man?
I'd say it was at least over 10 during lockdown. I was buying a lot of wine.
Who wasn't?
Some appliances.
Are you enjoying your air fryer?
I didn't get an air fryer.
Oh,
I didn't...
God, I just
No.
assumed.
How are we going to make the pasta chips then? Oh.
There would have been a range of delivery people during the entire
But
lockdown.
this guy struck a chord. What's his name?
I never got his name.
You don't know his name?
So you're the godfather of... Did you get the child's name?
I got the child's name.
OK. And what's the child's name?
Rupert.
OK, lovely. So...
Calling me the
You
Rupee.
don't know. I think that's a pretty massive chink. I don't know how big a chink needs to be before it becomes a chunk. The fact that you don't know the name of the
I
person.
don't know about you, but when I do the transaction where you receive a parcel, you don't go, oh, and what's your name?
Yeah, you know what you also don't do? Would you be my child's godfather?
He didn't ask me that
Did he ask
at
you
the
to
door.
cut the umbilical cord?
He didn't ask
Jeez.
me that at the door.
When did he ask you?
I got an email from the company.
From what company? Australia Post?
DHL.
So,
And keeping up with deliveries during lockdown, did you give the answer 3 to 4 weeks later?
you become the godparent, don't you, at the christening? Is that right?
If you have a christening, now I think it's just a notional sort of symbolic thing.
Oh, so all you had to do was tick the box and now you are the
You just
person.
tap your phone on the baby and then you're done.
But I might be wrong about this. My understanding of an interpretation of the godfather role is that you would actually take on the role of the parent if the parents died. You're going to raise the child of a man whose name you don't know?
Well, again...
Well, he's dead. We don't care about him. It's Rupert.
Historically, as I said, I think that is what godfathers do. I think now it's a bit more relaxed.
With the bestowing of your role as of godfather, was it all done via email, via the receptionist at DHL? Because otherwise, why haven't you got the father's phone number in your phone under his name?
Because we never had that relationship. He would just be dropping off parcels.
Yeah, we just have the relationship that I'll raise his child if he dies. That's just...
I don't think I've painted the picture. We talked a lot. Like, how are you getting...
I love my Australia Post
How are you
guy.
getting on in lockdown? How are you getting on? Oh, more wine, I see, Mr. Taylor. You might want to slow down. We had a lot of banter.
But even though you seem to be an alcoholic, if something happens to me, I want my child to be in your care.
So you emailed and said, they want to ask you a favour, and you wrote back, sure, and then they wrote in an email asking you to be godfather.
I got an email from head office. It said, we understand the delivery man and you have been discussing the impending birth of his child, which we had been.
Yes.
We had actually, he did tell me that his wife was expecting. Further to your discussions about the child, he's had the child and sort of for kicks, he wants to know, would you be interested in being the godfather? And I thought it was sort of a joke, I must admit. And I wrote back, yes, I'm keen to hear more.
Were you nervous signing for packages after that, just in case, like, it's Rupert? And you're like, oh, no. This happens.
Have you met the baby?
No.
Do you...
I'm not a good godfather. He also said I'm not the sole godfather. Like, there's like a couple of godfathers.
He delivers to a lot of people.
So how did you break it to your lovely wife that you may someday be raising some postman's child?
I'm not raising the child.
I'm insisting that you raise the child.
I have great faith in the delivery man's ability to stay alive, and I think we need to get over the idea that I'm raising Rupert. I've never met Rupert. I think we all understand I'm never going to meet this fucking kid. Sorry, Rupert, if you watch. But it was sort of understood. I was a notional comedy grandfather. Godfather.
I don't want anything bad to happen to this delivery man or his immediate family, but also part of me really wants you to have to raise this kid.
What a premise! What a sitcom premise that is.
Yeah. All right. What do you think?
I don't know.
Look, I'm feeling fairly confident that it's a lie.
It's insane.
I could believe that somebody would ask that as a joke, like
Which
the
is
delivery
exactly
person.
my story.
But coming through the emails and everything, it's just not ringing true for
And
me.
even if it were true, he asked, he shouldn't have said yes. So no.
That's 3 lies. I mean, I'm no celebrity mastermind, but that's unanimous.
Oh, it's going to be so embarrassing.
Yeah, so I think unanimous, we believe it's a lie.
I genuinely hope Rupert's not watching, because it is, in fact, a lie.
Thank God, I was feeling so sad for Rupert. It was, in fact, a lie. Chris isn't the godfather to a delivery driver's baby, but I love mine so much I would have his baby. No worries. It is time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You, and we are in the middle of the round we call Quick Fire Lies. You are up next, Dave Thornton.
Oh, here we go. I used to drink coffee without a cup.
That is the most hipster Melbourne thing I've ever heard.
What, just like
Cups are so passé.
under a cafe bar? Clunk, clunk, clunk.
Get out of the way, barkeep. No, I used to be a graphic designer, and then so I'd finish a long day, and I would have to drive back to. It's when I lived in Geelong, and it was a long drive, and so I would just get the coffee in the mouth.
Where from? Where's the fuel coming
dry.
from?
Oh, from I'm talking like your Blend 43. You know, just a tin of it.
Instant.
Yes. International roast. Thank you very much. So I'd go scoop, and I'd throw a few in, then get some water, and just.
So why not go for the more traditional method of putting it into a cup and then putting the water into it and turning it into what most people would consider a drink? Why?
Who knows the creative process sometimes? No, honestly, I wanted to get home, and it was a long drive home.
Did you ever get coffee lungs? You know, where you went...
I've had Milo lungs so many times.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's the thing. That's why I go, oh, maybe it's true, because I've done it with Milo.
Yeah.
This is before, in a strange time, before energy drinks.
Oh.
Right.
I wanted to get the caffeine into my face hole, and I want to get home.
Yeah.
Because I was driving back to Geelong. It's about an hour more. And if you do that, like if you're getting a bit tired and then you hit the side of the road and you get the...
Yes!
I thought a horse was chasing me for miles on one occasion.
You thought a horse was chasing you?
Because every now and then I'd hear... Did you ever just go, you know what, I don't even need the water or milk. I'm just going, like...
Munch it? No, that's crazy.
That's madness.
How many times would you have done this?
Like, honestly...
Never.
What sort of...
I knew he was going to slip up.
Because I'm thinking I had that job for 2 years, and so, you know, you break it down 5 days a week. I would have done it, maybe ticked over to 100.
Wow.
I think it's true. I think it makes sense. You do it. There was no other option.
Not 100 times. That's insane.
Right.
That's the ravings of a madman.
Just quickly tell me, do you think that straight like that has a particular zing that made it worthwhile for you?
There was a kind of rush because you're like, I want to get home now. I want to go, rack, bang, let's go. And it was just the whole theatre, I guess, of it all.
The whole
And then
theatre of it?
And
So
then,
you
of
were
course...
like, I gotta go now! What are you talking about?
Do you know
That
what
made me
it's
think
like?
it's a lie.
No, do you know what it's like? In my mind, that's what I picture it, is Rocky. It's the eggs in a glass. Bang.
Yes.
Bum,
Truth
bum,
or
ba,
lie?
bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, ba. We think that it's true.
Do
I
you?
think it's true, Dave.
Okay, well.
What is it?
This is interesting, isn't it?
It is.
The fact is, it is true.
Now that I know it's true, can I ask you, were your teeth, like, brown like an extra from Les Mis?
That was the theatre of it.
Yeah. That noise signals time is up. It is the end of the show. And I can reveal that tonight's winner is Frank's team. But as we all know, it is not just a team game, and my individual player of the night is Celia Pickering. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's it for Would I Lie to You. Thanks so much for watching, and good night. Would I Lie to You, the show that's full of fabulous facts and fantastical fibs. I'm Chrissy Swan, and joining me are two teams who will take turns telling stories. It's up to the opposing team to determine whether the story is true or a lie. The team with the most correct guesses wins. Easy. Captaining our first team tonight from the satirical comedy group The Chaser, it's Chris Taylor. Alongside Chris tonight is a comedian who is a huge fan of Law and Order SVU, so don't be surprised if he jumps up, slams someone against a wall and tries to beat the truth out of them. It's Reese Nicholson. Dun, dun. And our next guest is an academic, TV presenter and childhood ballerina. So just like Chris, except for the academic part. Please welcome Dr. Susan Carlin. Captaining our second team tonight, it's comedian Frank Woodley. Joining Frank is an actor and winner of Australian Survivor who was so affected by her time on the show that she's spent the last 40 minutes searching our set for a hidden immunity idol. Welcome, Pia Miranda. And finally, he is a fabulous comedian who is so good at telling lies. I actually believed him when he told me that he lives in Wagga because he actually likes it. It is Dane Simpson. First up is Home Truths. Let's get cracking, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. The card will contain either a truth from their life or a lie completely made up by us, but they won't know until they read it aloud. It's up to the opposing team to sort the facts from the fabrications. Pia, you are first up. Off you go.
Okay. I'm afraid of food being lonely in my stomach, so I always eat 2 of everything.
Right.
I hope this is true.
Yeah.
All right, Chris's team.
How long have you been doing this, Pia?
Years.
And do 2 things mean like 2 chips, 2 whole potatoes? When is the quantity?
2 chickens?
I eat 2 mouthfuls in 2s and chips in 2s so that everyone has a best friend in my stomach.
Sorry, but yeah, but if you have it...
I don't know if this helps or not, but I've known Pia for years and she is a lunatic.
Is it the same for drinks? Do you have to have 2 sips of drinks so the drinks aren't lonely, or is it just for food?
Just for food because they're solid. And so drinks, it's more of like an abstract concept in my belly. Whereas food...
Food's more of a solid, liquid's more of a liquid. Yeah.
So let's say you're at a breakfast buffet and you've got eggs, bacon, baked beans, toast, cereal. Describe your journey along that buffet table.
So 2 pieces of toast, 2 eggs, 2 slices of bacon, and just 1 orange juice.
OK, you start with the 2 pieces of toast. The first piece of toast is in there. It's a little bit lonely. I know, a second piece of toast. It's no longer lonely. There's no lonely food left in your stomach, so why do you even need to have any more food?
And I could still be hungry after those 2 pieces of toast, and then I'll be like, hey, maybe I'll have 2 pieces of bacon.
You're hungry again, But the second, you only need one piece of bacon. You don't need 2 pieces of bacon.
No, but then the bacon's lonely.
No, because it's got toast down there to keep it company.
No, but the toast could gang up on the bacon.
Are you saying, what kind of world do you live in where toast and bacon don't get on? You saying they need to have one of their own kind to not be lonely?
Oh, yes, Enter the eggs.
What a terrible world your stomach is in. Where there's no globalisation, as it were. There's only, it's a very ghettoised stomach.
Absolutely.
And what would happen if you couldn't have 2 things?
Yes.
Say there was only one grape and that was all you could have. What happens then?
I just wouldn't have the grape.
What if so...
If this is true, you know you get 10 free sessions on Medicare?
What are you thinking, Susan? I mean,
it's very odd.
Very unlikely.
Very odd.
The giggling at the start for me is potentially a red herring. Do you know what I mean? Like the kind of like, what? How do I? What's card?
But whenever she does have a herring, she has 2 of them. I imagine, like, I can see like a little child. You know, here comes the something, and it's animated as a little being, you know, when you're a child, and you swallow it and you imagine it almost going down a slide or something.
And I imagine it's scary too. What happens next to that sultana?
Yeah.
Well, it gets shit out.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Wouldn't you
Can
like
I
to
just
be
say,
shut out
for
with
number
a friend?
2s...
Do you have to monitor that they're coming out 2 by 2? Lest that one come out and the other one's still alone in there, friendless?
I think the story ends once they disappear from my belly, and then I feel like they died together and everything's going to be okay.
Jesus Christ!
Truth or lie?
Look, I think it's a lie. What do you think?
I mean, I hope it's a lie for your sake.
Oh.
Yes. Lie? I think lie.
I think lie.
No, we don't buy it. We're going to say a lie.
Yeah, Miranda, is that a truth or a lie? Oh, gosh.
It is true.
Chris is genuinely worried.
Yeah. What is wrong with you?
But now I'm all stressed out because I never thought of like what happens to them afterwards.
All right, Chris, it is time for your home truth.
What, we're just moving on as if that's normal, are we?
You can ask her everything after the show, Chris. I'm sure you're full of questions.
As a kid, I was the face of a clothing range for boys called Tween Scene.
Tween Scene.
When you say as a kid, how old were you when you struck out as a model?
I was a tween, I'd say. Yeah, I was about 11, 12, I'd say.
And you were the face of that all those clothes?
Briefly, yeah, for a couple of seasons.
How did you get the job?
I had an agent when I was young. I had a friend who'd done it, a friend at school, and I sort of was jealous. I was going, oh, there's this kid at school getting money for just basically putting on clothes. And so I asked Mum, do you mind if I do that? And she was reluctant, to be honest. She sort of never wanted to get into any sort of show business. So I've
Especially if you worded it that way. Like, there's a kid at school that's getting paid to put on clothes.
Yeah.
Can I do that?
Although, to be fair, the alternative is worse.
I was going to say, could you do one pose for us that replicates what you would have done in...
Like for tween scene?
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. It's very different to adult modelling, which is all...
Yeah, I'd hope so.
It's more just sort of dopey kids going... It's a bit of that and, yeah, and a bit of...
Oh, yeah. OK.
Check out my nipple. Right, OK. Did they ever at any point ask you to put your thumbs into your pockets?
We might have done that move. We might have done that move.
Okay.
Could you show us a bit of that? Is there any thumb in pocket?
Yeah, it was sort of...
It feels weirdly pervy now.
I don't want you to fetishise me as a young boy, but it was sort of...
Yes! Yeah, right. Oh, I see that.
I can see that.
If it's not true, he wishes it was true.
And I'd pay good money to see you recreate those in print now. Like, to just see you in some dungarees or...
Right.
Speaking of good money, it is excellent money for a child to get a modelling gig. What happened to the cash?
I remember I didn't receive any of it. It was put in a trust fund.
It's a Britney Spears situation.
Free Chris! Free Chris!
Now, I'm just flashing back to those kind of ads that I've seen. What did they do to your hair?
Gel. It was all...
Oh, no.
This was the 80s, remember? It was all very gelled up.
And how did that make you feel?
Like a model.
So it made you feel good, not like, oh, I'm going to get teased, and it was like, I'm like a rock
no one was
star.
there during the shoots to tease me, but there was a little bit of noodling, if that's the word, in the playground. Like, I got rid...
I don't think... Actually, I'm going to say...
We got it on tape.
I'm going to say... You know what I'm going to say to that? I don't think that is the word.
I think I meant to say needling. Yeah.
Hitting you with pool noodles?
They'd go to Chinatown and buy some Singapore noodles and just throw them at me in the playground all day. Oh, not another noodling. Why did I do that photographic shoot?
Frank's team, what do you think, truth or a lie?
Look, when he struck that pose with and the foot went out and the heel and the smile, and he just looked like he was coming home, didn't he?
I've never heard of tween scene, and I don't think the word tweens came about until the 2000s, maybe. So I don't think that's an 80s word, so I'm going to say it is a lie.
Can I just say to that, this label coined the term tween. It was very ahead of its time, not just from a fashion point of view, but from a language point of view.
OK.
What do you think, Dane?
Oh, you've got me with the tweens did come in late. No, I'm gonna say true, and then I'll leave it up to you.
Oh no!
Don't do that. I was feeling so good because, like, I don't really have to take responsibility for this.
Imagine if this is how juries behaved on murder trials. Like, I don't know, I'll leave it up to you.
I'm trying to decide if the tween technicality issue is enough. Look, I've got this weird feeling it's true. So I'm gonna go with Dane, and we're going to say it's true.
It's true. All right. Chris Taylor, is that a truth or a lie?
I want to know too.
Tween scene is, of course, a lie.
Here you had it.
On that.
All right, it's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Would I Lie to You? And we are in the middle of Home Truths. Reese, you are next.
Once, in a desperate attempt at foreplay, I made my date watch a memorial service.
That's hot.
You do give off a slightly, like, sexy vampire vibe for me.
Yes, like a bit of an undertaker.
Who was the memorial service for?
It was for Jim Henson.
Oh, well, that would be entertaining.
Yeah.
It's not. It's quite grim. It's like...
Is the coffin made of felt?
No, and it sings. They
actually got Jim and they attached him to it. So, why did you decide to use Jim Henson's memoriam as foreplay?
I had seen it earlier on, and look, I was in my very early 20s, not hugely confident. Like, we were clearly on a date, but no one had really talked about how it was a date, and he just kind of said, I live near here, do you want to come to my house? And I was like, in my head, I was like, 4-6, yes. And we got to his house, and he had on his wall a poster, and I was just getting more and more nervous, and he had a Muppets poster on his wall. And I remember it so vividly because it's true. We were sitting on the edge of his bed, like, just kind of talking, and I saw the Muppets poster, and I was like, hey, have you ever seen Jim Henson's funeral? And he went, no. And then I got out my phone and made him watch it, and it's like, there's bits in it where Big Bird sings It's Not Easy Being Green, fighting off tears. You know...
Hang on, Big Bird sang it,
yeah.
not Kermit the Frog.
No. Kermit couldn't sing it. Kermit's dead.
Oh, sorry. I feel terrible, sorry, go on.
Yeah.
Although at this point, Jim was green. That's
Frank Woodley.
I get what happened, but you're saying you used it for foreplay, as in you went.
Well,
you went a funeral is the way.
I think we can all agree it was misguided. Yeah, it's just like deflecting.
Okay.
A dead icon. Shall we watch?
Is it movie? Like, did the puppets give eulogies?
Big Bird walked down the centre of the... It wasn't a church, it was in like a TV studio, and saying it's not easy being green, and then said, put his hand on the coffin and said, I miss you, and then walked out.
Oh.
Then we had to take that energy, shift it.
But he did have his hand up.
Yeah.
What famous people were at the memorial?
Big Bird not famous enough for it.
Randy Feltface was in the front just sobbing his eyes off.
You know how they love to trot out famous people at memorials? I feel like if it was a memorial of someone famous, everyone would have turned up.
Snuffleupagus was there, for sure.
Yeah.
The Grouch didn't come, and it was a huge scandal.
The thing for me is that if it's a lie, he's never seen that card before when he pops it up, right? But he knew about that memoriam, or he made that up. But that felt. I'm saying true.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the Big Bird. No, the Big Bird thing's weird, but I'm going to say true as well.
You think that's weird? You eat 2 of everything.
True or a lie?
He just said the Grouch, not Oscar the Grouch.
Oscar the Grouch.
Did you say Oscar the Grouch, or did you just say the Grouch?
The Grouch, but we're not on first... We don't know each other.
The kind of person who looks up a memorial
would know it's called
would know that it was called the Grouch. So I said it was true. Are we backing you, turning it around? We're going for lie?
We're going for lie.
Yeah,
We're going for lie.
Yeah,
We're turning around. We're going for lie.
Wow, a last-minute change. Reece Nicholson, is that a truth or a lie?
That is a truth.
It's true, Reece did make his date watch a Jim Henson memorial service as an attempt at foreplay, and it worked.
We're engaged.
I think it's a lovely story. That's the sort of thing I'd do.
All right, Frank, it's your turn.
I love my childhood home so much that sometimes the current owners let me come in and sit on the couch when they're having their dinner.
So...
Sit on the couch.
So how old are you in this house?
I'd say that I was probably, I'm just guessing, but it would be from 10 to when I was an adult and when I left.
How did you end up going back to the house and asking to then enter the house whenever you want?
Well, because my sister is actually married to a person who lives about 3 doors down.
Your sister lives 3 doors down from the family home?
From the family home that we used to
But
live
then
in.
how does that get you into the family home?
Oh, it just means that I'm in the area quite often.
Yes, it means you're...
But that doesn't mean they're letting you in.
Exactly. We can all believe you might be in the area. It's quite a step to then knock on the door and say, can I sit on your couch?
Whenever I want.
But I will, when I go to see my sister, I'll pop over there, knock on the doorbell, which is not the most efficient way to get in. But it rings again and again. Ding, 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 ding. I'll knock on the door, and if they're home, we don't even really need to talk about it anymore. They just go, g'day, Frank, come on in. I'll go in and I'll just sit on the couch for a while. They're in their sort of, I would say, late 70s. He's got a little bit of dementia and she's struggling a little bit. So what I like to do, every time I go and visit my sister, before I go home, I just go over there and go, hey, do you mind if I come back in and just hang out in my childhood home for a little while? Because it makes me feel really good. And then, but really, I'm doing it just because I think she's a bit lonely because she's struggling with the husband.
What are their names?
Yeah, what are their names?
Mr. and Mrs. Gresson.
Gresson.
Do you want another swing at that, or...?
Say it again.
I'm changing their name.
Why?
For their privacy.
What are you changing it to?
His name is Albuquerque Gresson, and her name is Flim Flim Gresson.
Albuquerque and Flim Flim
But that's
Gresson.
not their actual names. That's just to protect their privacy.
Right.
Their real names are Bojumbi Wakite and Haka 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 No.
So...
They are very old-timey names.
How many times have you visited this house?
I would say 40 times, maybe.
What? 40 times you've knocked on the door of these poor people and sat on their couch.
It's just become like a little thing where she brings me heaps of food and
So what do you
cups
do?
of tea.
You just sit there and eat?
I just sit there and eat the tea.
But
and
surely you're only in the neighbourhood to visit your sister who's presumably prepared a meal. Why are
I'm
you
not
gorging
really
on biscuits?
I'm not going there for the food.
No.
I'm
Are you
going
in
there...
love with her?
Sounds like you spend more time with this couple than your actual parents and probably your sister.
That could well be true.
All right. Is Frank telling a truth or a lie here?
He's telling a lie. I mean...
No, I think he's telling the truth.
You think he's telling the truth?
And you know what is interesting? I reckon he is telling the truth, and you can't see it because you're not a nice person. It makes no sense to you. It makes no sense to you. It makes no sense to you that he would go and do this nice thing 40 times. And so you can't comprehend that.
I can believe...
That's true.
That's certainly true.
That is the truth.
Chris?
Well, I think it's a lie, but in the interest of not appearing like the most heartless person in the world, I think we're going to have to say true.
How are you feeling, Susan?
I feel sick. If this is a lie, everything's terrible. I'm going to have to leave.
Frank Woodley, please reveal your answer. Is this a truth or a lie?
I think what we've learned today is that Susan is lovely. It's a lie.
Oh, no! I'm so sorry.
How dare you? I'm so relieved that's a lie.
I love that you're the length you're willing to go. Is that a heartstring? I'm pulling that.
Yes, indeed, it's a lie. Frank doesn't go in and sit on the couch of his childhood home. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You right after the break. Welcome back to Would I Lie to You. Our next round is called This Is My. It's where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Chris's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to Frank's team then to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Tony. All right, this is Tony. Reese, who is Tony to you?
This is Tony. It's good to see you again, Tony. He agreed to share a dressing room with me on a particularly busy Boxing Day sale.
All right. Susan, who is Tony to you?
This is Tony. He is a children's party magician, and he made one of my children genuinely disappear.
Oh, my God, can I get your number, Tony? It's an unbelievable gift. Chris, who is Tony to you?
This is Tony. He no longer invites me to play cricket with him ever since my testicles made me a liability.
There we have it. Is Tony Reese's change room chum, Susan's masterful magician, or Chris's critical cricketer? Frank's team. Do you want to start your questions to Reese, maybe?
OK, so who was in the changing room first?
He was.
And then you, I'm assuming you took an outfit to the change room, and as you opened the door, was there a door or a curtain?
It was a curtain, and it was one of those situations where it wasn't quite... You know, like the frustrating thing where they just don't feel? Like,
Yes.
you want it to be like that, but thank you.
Yeah.
And it was quite dramatic. I was like, here we go. Whoa! And Tony did, to his credit, kind of was like, it's fine, you can just come in. And we shared the little room.
How long ago was this?
Like 4 years, I reckon.
And you just exchanged numbers and said, I need
so
you
it
on a
turns
game
out
show
he
in 4
works
years.
he's a television writer. And so we got, as we were like changing shirts and stuff like that, we got kind of chatting.
OK, so for me, the thing that's kind of I'm struggling with is the fact that, well, there's quite a bit, actually.
OK.
The first thing is that he said, come on in. Spacious change room. I had a bit of a problem with that. Then, come on in, and then you came on in. Like, Wouldn't you?
I never said that I did that.
You did go into the change room with him. Wouldn't you just go, no, no?
To be honest, it was a point in my life where I was doing a little bit of, like, just say yes to the universe a little bit more.
What store was this?
It was Maya, and I am available for...
So did it...
You could say I only shop at Maya.
I don't know if this is unfair to Tony, but would you say that Tony had a hairy chest or more smooth?
It was like that kind of... Because I'm a surprisingly hairy person.
Are you?
Yeah. I mean, is it weird if I...
surprising.
It is weird.
It is weird, yeah.
Oh, my God, Reese!
Wow.
Yeah. I got some weird hormone problem going on there.
That
Felt
should
like
have
I-
been your story. I'm
Yeah.
Reese Nicholson, and I have a very hairy chest.
I just want to just quickly, the dimensions of the change room, just quickly, in terms of...
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to get up and kind of show you? Like, I reckon from here to about, like...
Oh.
Okay. Does Maya have curtains, though?
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
All right. Let's move on to Susan, shall we? Susan, remind us of your connection with Tony again.
Tony is a children's party magician who made one of my kids genuinely disappear.
How did he make him disappear?
So we hired Tony as a magician and he was doing tricks and then he said, OK, I'm going to make the birthday boy disappear. And he obviously told our son beforehand, OK, so when I say this, you sort of scamper out here. And then, so he said, abracadabra, and our son was gone, and then he didn't come back.
So at that point, you must have been going like, in one way, I'm incredibly excited to discover that magic is real. But on the other hand, we've lost a child.
At first we thought, oh, it's part of the trick, it might be a bit funny, he'll bring him back later. And time went on, and time went on.
And
how much time?
After 2 hours...
2 hours? That's a commitment to a trick, isn't it?
Tony said, I've got to get to my next gig. Good luck. If the police need to speak to me, here's my card.
Oh, really?
After 2.5 hours, when my husband was on the phone to the police, because we actually thought something had gone wrong, was Tony dodgy, our son wandered in.
Your son walks in?
Yes, our son walked in.
And where had he been?
He had gone to the neighbour's treehouse and fallen asleep. He thought he had to hide and he fell asleep.
How old was he?
4.
Okay, that makes sense.
See, I believe that could happen. But the fact that Tony just went on with the show for a 4-year-old, and at the end he was just like, yeah, sometimes they disappear.
Is Tony still working as a magician? Because if he is, that's a bit of an issue.
You can look him up in the yellow pages. It's Dodgy Tony.
I struggled to... Hello, Tony here. Oh, would I lie to you? Yeah. Appear on national television. You'll tell a good yarn about me, though, yeah? I feel like Tony's magic business is going downhill from this.
Tony, I'd be careful what you say, because Tony has powers. That's it. And then if you want to stay in that chair for the rest of the show, I'd shut your mouth.
That's the most ridiculous... Tony! It's just a game, Tony. Relax.
All right. Should we move on to Chris?
This is Tony. He no longer invites me to play cricket with him ever since my testicles made me a liability.
Thought it had something to do with your testicles.
It always does with you.
Where do you want to start with, Chris?
The testicles?
Yes.
What's wrong with them?
Great question.
They're broadly OK now, but there was an incident where they weren't OK. And for the years that I was a cricketer, I couldn't play cricket because of my testicles.
Why?
But you wanted to play cricket.
Yeah.
Were they too big, or did you have nut rot?
Essentially, there was a...
Stop showing off.
Instead of a box, you had to use a bike helmet.
I had a genuine injury to the testicle while playing cricket, where I got hit.
Yes.
So it wasn't safe for me to take the playing field because the equipment hadn't been made to protect my, let's now call it an eggplant-sized testicle And it was also the same colour as an eggplant, roughly.
And we're going to look at them just here.
He's played a 5-day testing match.
And I'd imagine you probably had trouble going out to bat in a couple different ways, surely.
Yes. Yeah. Very hard to shop for briefs when you've got, like, there was a specific place I had to shop to get briefs that were big enough to accommodate...
Lowe's?
No. No. It wasn't Lowe's. No, it was called the Generous Gent. It's the name of a shop that sell large boxes. And so I had to wear those for 2 years.
Well, I'm sorry, 2 years you had a testicle the size of a huge watermelon.
Yeah. Yes, I'd say it got to watermelon size.
Why didn't you see someone about this overgrown zucchini in your pants?
I did, and they said it will just go down naturally. And it took 2 years. It is sort of gone down now.
Is it
it's probably
the same
the size
size?
of a kiwi fruit now.
Which is still quite big.
It is big. Can you stand up?
Stand up?
You said you had a kiwi fruit down there.
Woman.
Stand up.
I'm not going to get my testicle out.
What, are you wearing jeans?
Oh, yeah.
They look the same size to me. I didn't see a kiwi fruit in there.
They look the same size to me.
Well, like both sides of the jeans, I can't see more of a bulge on one side than the other.
I'm getting
side.
very
Hang on, wait, where
uncomfortable about
balls
the
are they?
objectification of men's testicles at this point.
Although balls are kind of under, aren't they? So
Yes.
maybe...
You
yeah.
tell me. You sound like the expert.
Frank's team, we are going to need an answer. Is Tony Reese's change room chum, Susan's masterful magician, or Chris's critical cricketer? What say you?
I know what I think. What are you thinking?
I'm not buying the balls, and I'm...
No.
No one's asking you to take them home with you.
I'm confused because, firstly, I don't think Maya has curtains.
Maya has everything.
But I kind of feel like Susan looked a little bit annoyed when she was, like, truthfully annoyed when she was telling the story, and I think he might be a magician.
OK, and Dane?
Very good logic. I love that. You had me at Maya's don't have curtains. They have doors.
They have, no. Level 3, they sell curtains.
But he didn't say which Maya.
I've got a vague
Have you been
memory of
to
going
every
to a
single
Maya that
Maya?
had curtains, so I'm a little bit...
I love the bit of Reese's story that they're questioning is the curtain, not the fact he got inside a change room with a grown man, showed his orangutan chest, and then swapped business cards and have been colleagues ever since. That's all normal. But you're going, oh, there's no curtains at Maya, so it must be a lie.
Calm down, big nuts. Come on.
So what do you think, Dane?
I think it is Susan.
I think it's Susan.
I'm feeling it's Susan too, because I think just when you mentioned the idea of going to the tree house and then falling asleep, it just dropped in as being very believable to me. So we're going to say Susan.
All right, so we're going with Susan and the magician.
Yeah.
Tony, would you please, for the love of all that's good and holy, reveal your true identity?
My name's Tony, and I don't ask Chris to play cricket anymore because his testicles are a liability.
Keep the applause going for the brilliant Tony. So many questions. Thank you, Tony. Yes, it's true. Tony is Chris's critical cricketer.
And Chris has got a massive ball.
We will be back with more Would I Lie to You right after the break. You are watching Would I Lie to You, and it's time for our next round, Possession, in which a mystery object may or may not belong to one of our panellists. It's up to the opposing team to work out whether the story is a truth or a lie. Now, Reese, it's your turn. Have a look under your desk. There should be a little boxaroo. Pop it on the bench.
Tony.
Pop it on the bench. Put whatever's inside on top. Here we go, and read the card.
This is my toilet paper. It is customary in my family to measure the size of one's head with it.
Well, there you go. Frank's
So,
team.
in your family, you have a custom where you measure your head with toilet paper. Tell me more.
So there's two sides to my family. There's the Nicholson side and the Dorman side. The Dorman side, we've all got big old heads. And it became there's a running joke in my family where we like lean back and who can lean back the most in a photo to make your head look smaller. No, but it kind of came from this thing where it was around Christmas time, and you know that point in Christmas Day where maybe a few of the either kids have gone to bed or and it's kind of just like older family time, and it just gets a bit loose. Do you know, time is lost. And then traditions are made, and there was a joke started from my Uncle Glenn that was like, we've all got these big heads, we're talking about having big heads, and we decided it would be funny to
Oh, is that
measure...
6 sheets, Glenn?
Yeah. Yeah. And we decided to measure our heads with the toilet paper.
I want one of the kids to wake up late at night and just walk out, and just all these adults just wearing these toilet paper hats.
It's kind of the vibe. It's almost a little bit of, there's like ceremony to it. It's like, hey, which must
it's on
be
a gold
terrifying.
plate. It's measuring time at the Nicholson.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, my partner Kyron, he does have like a similarly big head, and there was like a little bit of like a one of us, one of us, one of us, one of
I'm
us.
starting to think the only reason there was a toilet paper shortage during the pandemic was there were just a lot of measuring going on in this house.
Basically, any time people are married into the family, it's kind of like, are we going to measure his head? Well, you think your family's normal-ish, and then it's not until you get married or have a long-term partner that you take them to Christmas and you look at your family through the prism of this person. You're like, uh-oh. I had to warn my partner. So we were going to a New Year's Eve party. I had to say to him, at midnight, my Uncle Peter is going to do a thing where he does a handstand and clicks his heels together, and my whole family are going to go, stand on your head and click your heels together, stand on your head, and we all do it together because I realised I had to warn him or he would leave.
I want to meet Uncle Pete so bad.
Yeah, he's pretty great.
Yeah.
It's a bit easier for him to stand on his hands than his feet because his centre of gravity's down near his massive head.
So do you measure them out and then put them in a line and see whose is bigger, or do you just measure them and go 2.5 sheets?
It's kind of like, and most people are around like 8.
One revolution of the forehead, 8 sheets.
You're on my team.
Yeah, I'm just agreeing it's a very big-headed family.
Yeah. Between 6 and 8. Between 6 and 8 is kind of the sweet spot. I reckon I'm like a 7.
Okay,
well, let's find out.
Should we start at the...
Stand on your head and click your heels together. Stand on your head, stand on your head. Stand on your head and click your heels together. Stand on your head, stand on your head. Oh, it broke a little bit.
Now, let's just count there. So we have 1, 2, 3...
Go into show business,
4, 5, 6.
6 and a bit.
It is not between 6.5 and 8, which is what you originally said.
No, but it's about 6.5, and that's close enough for me to feel like that this is believable.
I don't think your head looks big to me. Do you think? Or I guess I shouldn't ask
That's
everyone.
the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
Well, let's check around your head, Chris, and see how it compares.
Yeah, that's a good test.
Stand on your head.
I love what this show has come reduced to for entertainment. Wrapping people's head in dunny paper.
It's at least half a sheet. Significantly smaller.
You look so proud when you realised your head was bigger than
I've got a big old head.
And Chris looks rather disappointed that he's a pinhead.
Yeah.
All right, enough proof one way or the other. What do you think, guys?
When he first started telling the story, I thought, well, it's clearly a lie. It's absolutely, I was 100%, and now he's gotten into my head. No, stand on it, and I'm just like...
I've gotten into your head and I could be on the outside of your head. What a horrible image of someone...
My only weird thing is, like, heads don't grow, so why would you measure it once a year?
It's the ritual. It's the ritual, weird ritual aspect of it.
And the new people who enter the family are getting measured. I don't think that people whose measurements are already been established are getting measured every year.
It's almost a hazing, you know?
Yeah.
I'm feeling so much doubt. We're going to say lie.
I reckon it's true.
Oh, Frank. What have you done?
Look, I'm going to say that on this occasion, I think it was a brilliantly told lie.
All right, Reese, is that a truth or a lie?
That was, in fact, a true.
It is true. It's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? And it's time for quick fire lies. Just a reminder, the story on the card could be completely familiar to our panellists or something they've never, ever seen before. Susan, you can start us off.
When I gave a presentation at the United Nations in Geneva, I was so nervous that when I finished, instead of saying thank you, I accidentally said, love you.
I love it already. Frank's team, where are you going to start?
So, what was the presentation about?
It was just about some research that I'd done.
And what was that
about
research?
women's rights around the world. So I did a presentation on that on a panel.
I must YouTube that with my partner.
So then at the point where you said at the end, love you, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very nervous, and I just got it wrong.
There's worse things to say. Like, luckily it wasn't screw you. Like, it was, like, love you is actually not a terrible message.
Right, no, bomb them would have been worse.
Yeah.
That's
true. That was your other speech.
Were there a lot of, like, why were you so nervous? Because you do a lot of talks, I'm assuming, being an academic. Yeah. You were so nervous because it's just a big deal being in Geneva, or were there massive
the United
people there?
Nations Geneva, it was a big deal. They had all the translators. There was people from all over the world. It felt like a big moment.
She had to follow Greta Thunberg. It's a very, very pressured bill.
Afterwards was Greta like, how dare you?
I don't love you.
I dreamt of ending my speech like that. And you have stolen my dreams.
The worst bit was I could hear, because when you're at the UN, everyone around you who doesn't speak the same language has a little thing in their ear and it's being automatically translated into their ear. And I could hear the translations around me of the different languages. And everyone's sort of wondering, was that a weird translation?
But there was like one guy that was like, all right.
I feel like there's an ex-boyfriend watching on the telly going, so she can say it.
I feel like it's a truth.
It
feels real. It was the translations that got me, and we've all done that sort of stuff, you know, when, like, you've called your teacher mum or...
Yes, it feels very, very plausible, that's for sure.
I feel like it is the truth. Love you.
Oh, that's a nice moment.
Thanks.
I meant thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're saying that that's true.
Dr. Susan Cullen, is that the truth or a lie?
That is a lie.
Who's the bad person now, huh? Pia.
Okay.
It's your turn.
I had an imaginary boyfriend for 3 whole years.
True.
What period of your life was this?
From 14 to 17.
And what were they called?
Mace.
It's not on the card. You can.
Well done
okay.
well, good pronoun check.
Mason Galbraith.
Mason Galbraith. Were they an English professor?
No, they, I don't know, lived in America. I don't know. He worked in the fashion industry. And he was modelled on Ridge Forrester from Bold and the Beautiful.
So he was a bit older?
That.
By about 30 to 40 years.
Why? Why did you do this?
Because I didn't like boys, and I thought it would stop people asking me why I didn't have a boyfriend.
What did you have in common with Mason?
We liked fashion. I like people with blue eyes, and he had blue eyes, like Ridge. We liked summer and thought each other was super attractive.
Why
Yeah.
did it end?
Because I got a boyfriend.
A real boyfriend.
Was Mason Galbraith upset when you dropped him?
Yeah, he was devastated.
He was.
Absolutely devastated.
How do you
And
break
never
up?
called me again.
How do you...
Well, he's here tonight. Come on, Mason.
Mason Galbraith. You know when the cops pull you over and you sort of struggle to think of a name on the spot? Mason Galbraith is the kind of name you'd come up with when you're drunk.
Wait, why are you struggling to think of a name when the cops pull you over? Absolutely. Like, if me, yeah. I'm struggling when the cops pull me over. But you, cuz, you're white. You'll be fine.
Just say your name's Chris Taylor from now on.
Look, I'm struggling to buy this. What are you thinking?
It's definitely true.
True. Which part of it?
Having been a teenage girl, 100%, I think that's a true story.
I think it could potentially be true as well. You're a very, very good actor, and there were times throughout that it seemed like she doesn't know what she's talking about, but that's acting.
Well, look, it seems I'm the only doubting Thomas. We've got one truth, one truth. I'll go with my team and we'll say Mason Galbraith wasn't real, but was real in her head.
Pia Miranda, is that the truth or a lie?
It is true.
Yay! Susan, you knew! All right, it's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? And we are right in the middle of a round we call Quickfire Lies. All right, Frank, you are up.
I ruined my relationship with my local milk bar over a block of butter.
A block of butter. All right. Chris's team.
When was this, Frank?
It was about, I would say that it was about 10 years ago.
What happened with the stick of butter that caused such a kerfuffle?
So I bought a stick of butter and the butter was better that I bought. And I took it home and there was a bit of sticky tape on the end. And I went,
yuck.
What?
That's not right.
That can't be, it shouldn't be, is it? And it was. And when I peeled it, then open a bit further, you could see one tiny little, like the butter knife had that, you know, the little serration,
Yes.
some knives have just a little bit of a serrated little thing on it.
Someone had been there.
Maybe even like half a piece of toast that would have covered or something.
And then put it back together, sticky taped it back up, and then sold it to you.
And sold it to me.
Did you return it?
At that point, I should have laughed and gone and made the sound that the audience made, which was, oh, and then just gone, you know, let's leave it at that. But I grew up in a milk bar, and I think maybe a little bit of my family pride
in a milk bar?
Hang on a minute.
No, we lived above the milk bar. My family ran a milk bar, and
That's every child's dream.
Oh, but there is a dark side. I did have to watch out for Dairy Queen friends. You know, those kids who only want to hang around you so they can. You know.
Oh, that would have been me.
So I took it back to the milk bar, and like I thought it was quite funny in a way, but I just thought they should know. And this is where it started to go a bit kooky. I showed him the sticky tape. I said, look, see this sticky tape? And I folded back and said, look, there's been a little sliver taken out of it. So I'd like to have the butter replaced. And I hadn't really been prepared for the fact that what the man said was no. And I said, no, it happened. I got it home and he went, no. And I said, yeah, yes. And I went, I'm going to replace the butter. And he went, no, don't. And I said, I am going to. And I put it down on the counter and I went, I'm getting another butter. And he said, no. And I said, yeah. And he went, don't. And I said, I am. Stop, no. And I took it and he went, don't. And I said, I'm going with the butter. And he went, don't go. And I went, yeah. And he went, no. And I said, I am. And and then it was like, gling, 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 through the door.
Yes.
And I walked out onto the street and I thought, I can never go back into that shop ever again. And that's my local milk bar.
Yeah.
What have I done? It wasn't worth it.
What we're being asked to judge here is whether that was a sufficiently embarrassing episode that he'd never go into the milk bar again. Have you ever heard of just going in and saying, sorry?
I actually went in and I said, look, I really want to say sorry. And he went, no, no.
If this is true, I love the idea that he has seen you on television since, with his family just being like, the butter man!
Do we think he looks like the man who was raised in a milk bar?
No.
Okay, then maybe it's a lie.
I don't think... You look like you didn't have enough calcium as a kid, so... This has become a roast.
I can't believe it's not butter. I can believe it's a lie. I think we're all saying it's a lie.
Unanimous. Frank Woodley, is that the truth or a lie?
Well, it is actually true.
Yes! Thought so. And that noise signals that time is up. It's the end of the show. And I can reveal that tonight's winner is Frank's team. Well done, guys, but it's not just a team game. My individual player of the night is Pia Miranda. And that's it for Would I Lie to You. Thank you so much for watching and good night. Would I Lie to You, the show with genuine truths and ginormous lies. I'm Chrissy Swan, and joining me are two teams who will take turns telling stories. It's up to the opposing team to determine whether the story is a truth or a lie. The team with the most correct guesses wins. Captaining our first team tonight from the satirical comedy group The Chaser, it's Chris Taylor. Chris is joined by a comedian who has performed comedy for the troops in Afghanistan, although he'll be the first to admit the Taliban was a tough crowd. It's Nick Cody. And an actor and voiceover artist who can be incredibly persuasive in radio commercials. I was talking with her before the show, and now I'm a proud member of Australian Pensioners Insurance. It's Annie Maynard. Our second team tonight, it's comedian Frank Woodley. Frank's first teammate found fame on the kids' TV show Giggle and Hoot. We hope to have Hoot the Owl on the show tonight, but he said he was far too busy tearing the heads off mice. However, we do have Jimmy Reeves. And the only person to have achieved Australian television's Triple Crown. She won Australian Idol, she won I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and after slipping me a $50 note before the show, she's tonight's winner of Would I Lie to You? It's Casey Donovan. All right, first up is Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from a card in front of them. The card will contain either a truth from the panellists' real life or a lie that we just made up, but they won't know until they read it aloud. It's up to the opposing team to sort the facts from the fabrications. OK, Frank, you're up first.
OK. I was chased through the jungle by an angry seal.
I mean, there's plenty of questions already, but where are you going to start,
All right.
Chris's team?
Which jungle in the world did you find yourself in?
Was it the I'm a Celebrity jungle, and was it Seal the singer?
That's my story.
That's it.
No, it was in New Zealand.
A jungle in New Zealand.
Yes, well, it was... Well, how do you define a jungle? It was like...
Not New Zealand.
Yeah.
Lots of leafy... Big trees, leafy green foliage, replete with, like, vines and... Like, if Tarzan had have appeared at that point, you know, you would have been surprised.
Or a seal.
And the seal, yeah.
But you wouldn't have said to yourself, he's in the wrong habitat. Do you know what I mean?
Well, no, we would. If Tarzan appeared in New Zealand, you might think this is suddenly looking more jungly, but I'm assuming Tarzan wasn't there. New Zealand might have rainforest, it doesn't have any jungle.
Well, I'm not sure what the definition of jungle is. To me, I would have said it was very jungular. Jungle-ish.
Ah.
You know, it was green, lots of green... I don't know, what is the definition of a jungle? See? I rest my case.
How did the seal get into the jungle?
Well, I don't know. all I know is that we were walking through it down a path.
We? Who are these we?
My...
Tarzan.
Jane.
Okay.
Mowgli.
Him and a whale and a dolphin and an orca.
There was my wife and my daughter and my nephew, and we were walking through like a path through the jungular forest of New Zealand. My daughter had just said to my nephew, I'm a bit scared because, you know, are there snakes or, you know, jaguars or things? And he said, well, no, the great thing about New Zealand is there's no dangerous animals. And exactly at the point where he said there's no dangerous animals, we heard... And...
Wow.
And the jungle was just going... And out of the jungle ran a seal. I mean, did they run? I don't know.
It doesn't have any legs.
Not running. What do you call that? And considerably faster. Like, as soon as we saw it, we all screeched and squealed and ran, and we were like, I wouldn't have thought they could go that fast. Like, it was really, like, getting... through the jungle, crashing onto the path, and we're all just, like, running up the path and...
Was it a seal doing Tough Mudder or something? It sort of got hopelessly off course.
Now that you say it, it might have been a pig. I didn't get a good look.
It's very easy to confuse them.
Yeah.
No, it was like oh, you've misunderstood. It was an American Navy SEAL, like one of those, you know.
Who does do...
Yeah, which was weird. And when he ran like that, like, usually... Look, I remember there was one thing that was quite funny. There was when we went into the path, there was one of those, you know, those pine walkway things where when you go in, you have to go like this.
Yeah.
To go into the path, right?
Yeah.
And I swear, we went in like that and we went out just right over the top. Just like, not quite hurdling it, but just clambering over. And then the seal went under that and kept chasing us.
Still chasing you,
kept
even
chasing
out
us,
of the park.
making all the noise. And then that led into a campsite, and the seal ran down into the campsite, and then everybody from the campsite came around and started taking photos of it. And it was just kind of like going... No, it wasn't. It was like just going...
Dude, so...
For some reason, I can picture all this, but I can't picture you not in a suit. So I just see you in that, running away from a jungle seal.
Yeah. There were some penguins there as well, and they were in, like, bow ties and...
I've sort of come around. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I love Frank Woodley. I don't feel like he's Bear Grylls, you know, he's not comfortable in the rugged...
Around nature.
Get a bit rashy, maybe. So I
just do want to point out, it was like a 5-minute walk from the house. I didn't have to, like, hike in for 6 days and sleep inside the belly of a camel at one point.
Frank, stop drinking your own piss. You've got a water bottle.
I mean, am I crazy to think it might be true?
I think it's true.
Yeah. Against our better wisdom, I think we're going to say true.
We're going to go true. All right, Frank, is that a truth or a lie?
A jungle in New Zealand, of course it's true.
Great story. Nick, you are up next.
I once made a citizen's arrest in my undies.
Please be true. All right, Frank's team, what are your questions?
OK, where were you?
At home.
What, how does...
At the start, home.
What were you arresting someone for?
Trying to break into my car.
Somebody's trying to break into your car. You go out there in your undies. What happened?
Started chasing them.
How old are you?
This is only 2 years ago. I've only had my licence for a few years.
Loser.
And it was...
So you chase this strange person trying to break into your car down the road. How long did it take you to catch him?
Not
what happened?
about 50 metres.
Oh, rapid.
Yeah.
And you
I
caught
just
them?
got lucky. I was very angry. I've got a 5-month-old and a 3-year-old. When my 3-year-old was a baby, he's never slept through. Never slept through once. You're just the rage of no sleep constantly. And I heard a noise outside and I opened the door to see what was happening. Someone was trying to get into the door and I just chased him down the street.
At the point where you caught him, how was he responding?
Not well.
Was he saying things to you?
Yeah.
What sort of stuff?
Things you can't say on TV. Yeah.
Let's find a word. Like instead of the F word, we're going to say fruit, and instead of the C word, we're going to say clan.
Yeah.
So, what? Give us an idea of the sort of...
You, fruit and clan.
And what you like tackle?
Tackle.
This is a citizen's arrest.
Yeah.
I didn't say. I wish it was that cool.
What do you do? How did you know that you were arresting, doing a citizen's arrest?
I just held him down on the ground. My wife popped her head out and I said, call the cops, and they were pretty quick to come around. So it might have been 10 minutes.
You held him down for 10 minutes?
Wow. It just sort of chilled out. I've got a feeling this isn't the first time this bloke has been in this position.
Right. He's
like,
sort
I know
of
wit's coming.
A little bit like how deers, you see when they're attacked by a lion, they run, but when they just do go kind of... they have that sort of give up, and did it have that vibe a bit?
Technically, he's not really a thief, is he? Because he hasn't stolen anything. He's just attempted to steal the car.
All right,
Yes,
defence
Your
lawyer.
In fact, knowing your state of mind, it is possible, like, in terms of the delirium of a newborn child, the poor guy might have just been getting into his own car.
I love this story. But is it the truth or is it a lie?
For the first telling of that, there was no hesitation at all.
Yeah, I think it's true.
Yeah, we'll go with truth.
Yeah, we're going with truth.
Truth? That's 3. Nick Cody, is that a truth or a lie?
It is a lie.
Did anybody pick that? Well done.
Because I haven't slept for 3 years, I've got to play that scenario out in my head hundreds of times.
Wow.
I'm like, somebody better break into the car.
It's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? And we are in the middle of Home Truths. Casey, you are up next.
Okay. I was once mistaken for a corpse.
Right.
Okay.
Were you lying down in a morgue at the time, or...?
No, I was on my stomach in a hotel room.
So you're lying down in a hotel room?
Yeah.
Who's mistaken you for a corpse?
I do believe that it was the duty manager.
Traditionally, at hotels, the duty manager's not just casually going into every room on the off chance there's something happening. Normally...
Anyone dead?
Yeah. Unless the hotel's got a really bad reputation for losing people during the night. I'm assuming the duty manager's not just making door knocks in case people have died. So why was the duty manager the first person to find you?
I think no one had come into the room, possibly. I don't know, maybe the D&D was on the door. I'm not sure.
That's do not disturb.
Oh, sorry,
everyone.
do not disturb.
No helping.
Why were you face down on the floor?
I just like to try new things. I mean, there was a bed, there was a lounge, but I thought, you know what, my back's been a bit out of late, so why not just...
Were you asleep or passed out drunk?
Look, I think it was a bit of both.
Yeah, OK.
Yeah, I certainly think it was a bit of both.
But you'd had a bad back, had you?
I had,
And so,
yes.
you know...
Would you go face down?
Yeah.
Or would you go on your back if you had a bad back?
Well, it depends. If you go to a physio, they'll say to lay on your back, and then a chiropractor may say to lie on your side
And
with
if you
a
ask
pillow.
a duty manager...
They'd say corpse.
Imagine being so hungover they call the coroner.
What
That would be bizarre.
what were you wearing at the time of corpsing?
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, God! That's a detail we should have known before now.
She was
Oh,
in the
sorry.
privacy of her own room.
Right, yeah.
And can I just ask
Absolutely.
a question? Just to get the visual image in my head, just for myself to get clear, because it feels kind of quite different. I don't know. I'll do it over here so you can see
Sure,
me,
thank
Casey.
you.
When you were face down in the hotel room, was it like this? Like...
Planking.
Yeah. Was it arms to the side?
Or was it this?
Yes. Was it face to the side or face flat to the ground?
They seem...
Excellent point, Frank.
Well, when you do have a sore back, I'm just a horrible side sleeper, so I think I was a bit, yeah.
So head to the side,
And
you
was
think?
your face facing the door, the duty manager? I want to call her Judy.
When they came in, boom, boom, boom.
I was facing away from Judy.
Terrifying.
See, as a human, you want it to be false.
Yes.
But as a comedian, I so want it to be true. I'm like, what a legendary effort.
Are you answering as a human or a
I'm
comedian?
going to say, yeah, always is true.
You
I want
think
it to be
true. I think it might be true. And
Yep, I'm going to say true.
Yeah, we're going to say true.
Beautiful, Casey Donovan. Is that a truth or a lie?
It is a truth.
At the start of that, I thought, no way. She told it so as if she didn't have a clue.
I've got to ask,
Very well
was Sambuca involved in...
I can't remember.
No, you cannot.
What a story.
Yeah, that
All
happened.
right, Chris, it's your turn.
When I owned a car, I would study road maps so that I could drive a route without ever having to change lanes.
You don't own a car now? Like, when you owned a car?
This is when I last owned a car,
When
the
you
only
last-
time I've owned a car. Yeah.
And do you say route or route?
I say route.
Okay, sure.
It's a lie. So, I imagine it is possible to get from point A to point B without changing lanes. You would have to go left and like it would cause a lot of complexity. So I feel you would have to have a very, 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 very good reason for not wanting to change lanes. So what was that?
I was a very stressful driver.
That's not going to help.
I don't like driving. I'm an anxious driver, and changing lanes caused a lot of anxiety. An optimum commute was no lane changes, and I found one from university to home, home to university. I found a lane you could get in at the start of the trip to never have to change lanes to get to the destination.
But surely doesn't that mean that you're never in the right lane, the right-hand lane? Because every time you enter, you're turning into the closest lane to you, which is the left lane.
Yeah, but
you
on a-
can't
but
get,
on a
unless you have
single-
like a ramp at the end of your street to get to the right lane, you went across the top of the left lane and into the right lane like Dukes of Hazzard.
I never needed to do a right-hand turn on this commute.
What about on the way back?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Sorry.
Shut up.
Let me... I don't...
You're not helping, Nick.
Have you driven in Sydney?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
It's appallingly designed. But if you were in the second from the left at the start of the trip, you could stay in that and that would naturally go left onto the Harbour Bridge and stay all the way.
Yeah.
Yes, Frank.
How did you get to the second from the left?
How are you in the second lane?
Because if you turned onto a street, I don't regard that as a lane change. So if I'm waiting I would turn into the second lane rather than turn into the very...
Oh, OK. So you would cross
I
the
would
lane. OK, maybe
potentially break the law to go into a lane that meant...
OK. We believe it. Them, on the other hand, they think it's bullshit.
No. There was one sole person over here that went, oh.
But when you turn left like twice, you're kind of going the wrong way. 3 lefts, you're backwards.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll turn left again, turn left. Ah, crap.
Yeah, there was only one major left. It's sort of one arterial road, left onto the Harbour Bridge. Harbour Bridge pretty much got me, if you stayed in your lane, all the way to UTS University where I was heading.
I hope you weren't studying town planning, that's all.
But what if people changed into your lane?
No, I would always drive quite slowly to give every other car the possibility to drive in front. Which apparently is a very safe way of driving.
So how many accidents do you think you've caused on the road?
47
Yeah,
accidents.
thank you very much. Yeah.
Truth or a lie?
Oh, he could be a little nervous, Nelly.
Yeah, I can understand that. I just think that
Yeah, I feel.
studying a map, do the maps even give you...
Yeah. If he was living out of the city, it might be a more plausible...
City roads were the ones that induced the most anxiety. I actually quite like driving in the country. If there were no cars on the road, I'd find driving one of the most pleasurable things in the world. The only thing I have against driving are the cars.
OK. So, all right, so what are we thinking? You're thinking that it's...
I'm thinking it's a lie.
A lie?
I'm going to say it's a lie.
It's a lie.
It's a lie. Chris Taylor, is that a truth or a lie?
Don't be ridiculous. Of course, it's true.
Oh, my God. I'm horrible at this game. Wow.
You're a funny little flea. All right, it's time for a break, but first, what have I told you? That we have an artistic prodigy on our panel tonight. It's absolutely true that as a child, one of our panellists created a sculpture that was valued at $5,000. Who do you think it is? I'll have the answer next on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? And before the break, we pondered which of our 6 panellists created an artwork as a child that was valued at $5,000. That's a lot. The answer is Nick Cody.
What? I was in grade prep or grade 1 and we got to do pottery. And I made what I thought was Mr. Nosy.
OK.
And I brought it home.
From the Mr. Men series.
From the Mr. Men series. And I brought it home to my parents and they said, this is brilliant. And it turns out I'd just made a cock and balls in the kiln.
Let's see what it looks like. We do have a photograph of the...
$5,000?
Mr. Nosy.
Who valued that at $5,000?
So my mum was a receptionist at a law firm in the city for over 30 years. And once a year, the law firm would have actual art on sale around the law firm. And my mum would bring that in and put it on reception and say, Nicholas Cody, $5,000.
So your mum valued it at
My mum
$5,000.
Now it's making
That
sense.
explains it all. Now, our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Chris's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. It's up to Frank's team to spot who is telling the truth. So please put your hands together for this week's special guest. It's Max. Good to see you, Max. Now, Annie, who is Max to you?
This is Max. He was the drummer at my wedding reception and he ruined our first dance as husband and wife.
OK, Nick, who is Max to you?
This is Max, and he is the reason I didn't have kids until my 30s.
Oh, my goodness. And Chris, finally, who is Max to you?
This is Max, and he is teaching me how to use TikTok.
All right, so there we have it. Is Max Annie's wedding waltz wrecker, Nick's progeny preventer, or Chris's TikTok tutor?
I think we're going to cut just straight to the chase and we're going to say, what did he do in that waltz that ruined it?
It wasn't a waltz. It was just meant to be a short choreographed dance. that we'd worked on, and my husband is a musician, and so he had said to the band, who are all our friends, you can enjoy yourself, get up, you know, drink as much as you want. Please play music occasionally. There's just one request that you play Paper Moon when we have our dance together. And at that time, Max had had a few drinks and, yeah, got a bit overexcited. And he went too fast for a start, so he completely changed the tempo. And he also had a strange drum solo halfway through.
So tell us about the drum solo.
Yeah.
How did that kind of go?
As most drum solos go, very long.
Even the short ones are very long.
Yeah. And it kind of starts where you're like, oh, yeah, cool, I know. No, whoa, OK. Whoa. And no one really knows where to clap, and so we didn't know where to dance.
Annie, how do you dance to a drum solo?
Well, you start to ad-lib a little bit.
But this was a choreographed dance.
Yeah, but we had to stop by then because he'd gone at this cracking pace, so we were like... The panic in my husband's eyes at this point was extreme, so I was trying to take over and be like, this is fine, and then I was like, no, this is like a psychedelic drum solo, and we just kind of edged backwards, and it got very awkward.
How long ago was your wedding? How many years ago?
10 years.
So he was 2? He's a prodigy. I think you're being a bit harsh because the very fact that he was able to drum at all was...
Look, he could be a drummer.
He could be. He could be 25 and have done some serious hard living. And drummers do, you know, so he could be... He might have been 15 at the time.
Silverchair were 15 when they started.
Playing weddings.
What was the aftermath of the situation? Because I imagined that it got ugly.
The drum solo sort of fizzled, and he wanted a lot of credit for it, and there was sort of a pitter-patter of clapping through the room.
Pitter-patter of his tiny little baby feet as he...
Do you want to move on to Nick?
OK, yeah, let's move on.
All right, Nick, remind us again of your connection with Max.
Max is the reason I didn't have kids until my 30s.
Right, OK.
Didn't
Is
ask
it just
anything.
me, or does Max and Nick... They kind of look similar.
They could be related.
Sort of, I don't...
They've got a bit of the gingivitis about them. They could be related for sure.
How do you know Max? Like, what's the relationship with Max?
I was Max's nanny.
Manny?
Manny.
Nanny.
So you looked after Max when he was a baby?
No, he wasn't a baby. I was 18. He was around 10 or 11.
Oh, OK.
Oh, drumming. So he started his drumming.
Just on the cusp of his
drumming. Yeah.
So you were like his babysitter. But what does a nanny do exactly?
Babysitting, but longer.
OK. And so you didn't have babies until your 30s because... you for 10 years you were Max's until what? So that doesn't...
What happened? What happened with...
I got offered a babysitting job, and there was Max, and he had a younger brother, and my dad told me I should take the job as a nanny so I learned not to have kids early.
OK.
Because you'll realise how hard it is.
Was there a reason why he thought you might be going to start a family young?
I grew up in Hoppers Crossing, so... Got to play the odds.
Do you think you would have started a family earlier had it not been for Max?
It definitely pushed it. I wouldn't have thought early 20s. I just remember it being really hard at times. And at times, I mean, when I was hungover.
Was it hard to tell your mates in Hoppers Crossing that you were a nanny?
It is hard to make the leap from playing footy for Werribee under-18s and your nickname is Crusher and you've got a neck wider than your head and blonde tips to go, lads, I'm leaving in round 8 to be a nanny.
All right, let's move on to Chris.
This is Max, and he is teaching me how to use TikTok.
How did you meet Max?
like LinkedIn or LinkedIn, whatever you want to call it.
We met very recently. He works in the social media team at Channel 10. And I've just been introduced to him recently as part of this show, actually.
And how's that going? Have you been doing a lot of posts on TikTok?
No, but there's an anticipation. I think the network was worried that I'm not on the socials, and they said TikTok's the big new one that all the kids are doing. I've never heard of TikTok. I thought TikTok was a biscuit. So, so they've hooked me up with Max to learn the basics. So we've been sort of doing lip-syncing videos and a lot of dance videos too.
I'm pretty sure that he's probably done a few rehearsals of some of these dancing
Yeah.
videos.
Good
I mean, we'd love to see one. I mean,
That's right.
Oh wow.
It's quite early days in my tutelage at TikTok, but Max has taught me one dance. And that's all we've sort of got. That's all we've...
Okay.
It's
That was
mainly...
just the Macarena and the chicken dance.
I've never seen a man so comfortable.
Casey, you are big on TikTok.
Yeah, not big, but I've dabbled.
enjoy
Yeah,
it?
I do enjoy it.
How do you think that went?
The dance I didn't buy.
Well, what do you mean you didn't buy it? I mean, that was... No one expects me to be good at this. I think the idea is just to put out content.
Yeah.
Max works for Channel 10's socials team. He's not my choreographer. He doesn't choose the music I lip-sync to. He's just the guy, much against his desire. I think he doesn't like me as a student, but he's doing what he's told, and I think we should all cut Max a bit more slack.
Okay, so is Max Annie's wedding waltz wrecker, Nick's progeny preventer, or Chris's TikTok tutor?
I think we can rule out Chris. Don't you feel?
I don't know.
Just to be clear, what you're being asked to rule on isn't whether the quality of the TikToks are good, it's just whether he's helping me learn the
I
medium.
understand that. I've got a very visual mind, so that dance is on high rotation.
We had to visualise you naked face down earlier.
People pay good money for that.
OK, so who would you think, Jimmy? It's got to be one of them.
For some reason, I don't know why.
I've got other dances. Do you want to...
I felt Nick was the most convincing to me.
And what about you, Casey?
I don't know. Yeah, let's go with Nick.
Well, I felt Nick as well.
Yeah.
Not in
felt
terms of the
Nick?
story, but just earlier. I just came along. No, I also very much believe that it's Nick. That was my feeling. So we're going to say Nick.
All right, great. Max, please reveal your true identity.
My name's Max, and I'm the reason Nick didn't have kids.
Fantastic. Yes, it is true. Max is Nick's progeny preventer. Thank you so much for coming in, Max. Everybody put your hands together for Max. What a gorgeous story. And look, they still like each other. We'll be back with more Would I Lie to You right after the break. Would I Lie to You? And it's time for our next round, Possession, in which a mystery object may or may not belong to one of our panellists. It's up to the opposing team to work out whether the story is a truth or a lie. Frank, take a look under your bench. There should be a box there. Open the box, place the item on the bench where everyone can see it. And now read us your card.
This is the garden gnome that I was given to get over my phobia of garden gnomes.
Ooh.
Right. How far back does the phobia stretch?
I don't know, but check out how far I've come.
Well done. That's a big step.
Yeah.
No, it started when I was a kid. My grandparents had lots of garden gnomes. Like, some of my earliest memories, actually, are of just like going... because there was an old man, you know, a colourful, delightful old man just there.
If we'd filmed this 20 years ago, could we just see your reaction to that gnome now?
OK, like if it was a real reaction for me 20 years ago, I'd be like... And if I didn't know it was going to be there, I'd be like, hey, Chris, how you going? Hey, listen, mate. Listen, I'm going to just have to. I'm going to have to see you later, OK? Because I've got this kind of weird. I know this is weird, but I've got a weird gnome thing, and I'd cuddle that man probably.
So who gave you this gnome?
Well, this was my psychologist. Gave me this.
You...
Very specifically because I was having dreams. I was having gnome dreams.
Describe the dreams for us.
They were short.
Like, basically, well, there was a point where I reckon I was probably getting about 5 hours sleep because every night I would just have... And it's the pleasantness of it that mainly freaked me out. I'd been doing comedy for about 5 years, and I don't know, it was something about the stress of having audiences looking at me and really in that pressure, and then these dreams of just all the gnomes just like looking, you know, make us, please us, satisfy me. You know, I would sometimes wake up and just scream out something like... It was harrowing. I would scream out something like, he's cute, but I don't like him. I don't trust him.
All right, so you've gone to see a psychologist for the phobia.
Because of the dreams?
Yeah. They've given you a gnome. How did that cure you of your phobia?
Well, what he said was, what you want to do is you look at the gnome and say, it's just made out of concrete, it's not real, it can't hurt me, that sort of thing. And then
he threw it at you. Wrong. It can hurt, Frank. Never forget.
You're going to send... The dreams will start again. So please don't do that. But then he gave me the gnome. He said, you have to give it a name that you like. And I called it Warwick.
Warwick.
And
Good name.
he said, the first thing I want you to do is I want you to put it, like, in your backyard, not, like, looking away from you. Then each day, turn it around, and then just each day, bring it across the lawn a little closer until...
Bit by bit.
Yeah,
until
baby
one
steps.
night I want you to sleep with it by your bedside, like that. And once you've had a good night's sleep and it's been beside your bed, then you know that you're basically cured.
And is it just Warwick you're OK with now, or all gnomes you're fine with now?
Oh, look, I could be neck deep in gnomes and I'd have a smile on my face. Yeah? It's all, you know, I'm good.
Which sounds like some sort of tradie saying I've never heard. I'm neck deep in gnomes, champ. Can I get you a pool by Christmas? I'm neck deep in gnomes.
This psychologist, was he a gnome phobia specialist?
I think he was pretty good with leprechauns.
Oh, my God. I hope this is true.
Me too, just for the psychological reasons.
I don't buy a single word of this.
Yeah, nah. Nope.
I want to believe it.
You think
but
it
I
might
think
be
you
true?
two are so quick to say no.
Would it help if I said that when I first met him, he was in the jungle in New Zealand?
What got me was the name, Warwick. It's such a good gnome. Like, there's no Braden gnome.
Yeah.
I don't think we're buying this.
No, I feel like we're going for a lie.
We're going to say lie.
All right, Frank, is that a truth or is it a lie?
Ha! It's a lie.
It is a lie. That's not Frank's garden gnome. It's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? Welcome back to Would I Lie to You? And right now we're in the middle of our possession round. Chris, it's your turn. Grab the box from under the bench. Put the object on the bench so everyone can see. Oh. And then read out your card.
This is my teddy bear. I slept with it every night until I was 40.
That's pretty cute. Frank's team.
I think we should just say it's true.
Yeah.
We're just going to have a know.
He does look awfully comfortable with that teddy.
What's the name?
Tommy.
Tommy the teddy.
Tommy.
And when did you first get Tom?
I got Tommy, well, I've spent every night since I was 40 with him, so I got him when I was born.
Have you ever noticed that he's got, like, satanic eyes? Maybe that's why he won't let you leave him, he's like... So, most young men would go, maybe it's time to wrap up the teddy business. Was there a point where you felt like maybe it's time to let Tommy go? Like, you know, when you were maybe 10 or
I think other people took that view. I think my father was always suggesting maybe it's time to put Tommy away.
Dare I suggest girlfriends might have, I don't know, thought that there were 3 people in that relationship. Much like Camilla
I wasn't
and
having
Diana
sex with Tommy. Like, Tommy was in the bed.
But he was watching.
With those eyes.
If there was ever an expectation of a girl coming over, I might conceal Tommy. I sort of had a technique.
Oh, what was it?
What was the technique?
Do you want to...
I don't know what
Can you
technique.
pretend... Can you pretend we've arrived back at my place?
Okay.
Chrissy's desk could be the bed.
Okay. Come on,
I so hope this is true.
All right. So that was a really lovely night. I thought the movie was fantastic, didn't I?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, thanks for the lobster bisque.
Oh, no worries at all. Now, this is my place, so just... I'll go in first.
Well, this is fun.
Wow.
Let's come here.
Studio apartment.
So this is my... There's a look at all of my art. There's Kendo there. There's all my logies.
Wow, this is aggressive artwork.
Oh, and this is the bed, which you can see is completely unoccupied by anything else.
Yeah. Someone's calling my name. Sorry, I just have to...
So that was the technique. There was always a sort of a... Yeah.
We've got to get Tommy back.
Is that the action of a man who doesn't care about Tommy?
Yeah.
When you would sleep with Tommy, what was your physical relationship with Tommy when you were sleeping? Like, I don't mean... I'm not getting into anything like that. I guess what I'm
Can't
asking
emphasise
you...
enough, I never fucked Tommy.
I'm not getting into that.
I'm saying if people want to sleep with teddy bears, that's fine. Everyone's got their thing.
Show us the position that you slept with.
Yeah.
No, position's probably not the right
Big
word.
spoon, little spoon.
Yeah.
Could you,
we're not going to see another demonstration.
Chris, could you please assume the sleeping with Tommy posture? Okay.
Not every night, but I'd probably start with him, and then during the night, he might want his side of the bed, and I'll go to my side of the bed.
When you met your current partner, how did she respond to you sleeping with a teddy?
When I met my current partner, coincided with the time when I turned 40, and I'd never cohabited with anyone. So they'd been girlfriends, but they didn't live with me. When she moved into the house, it was a stipulation of the relationship that Tommy had to go.
It's me or Tommy, she said.
Wow.
She said, Chris, you're 40. And...
Had no girlfriends in the past said, hey, Chris, you're 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
And where does he live now?
He now lives... My brother has children, and I don't. And so I gifted Tommy when he had his first child, so the Tommy lineage carries on. So when he had his first, I said, it's time for you to have permanent custody of Tommy.
Yeah.
They cared so little about it.
That is just
That
weird.
they said,
So if it's
It's
true,
weird. I've
you think
slept with
it's
this for
gross?
40 years. Want to have a go? Young child who can't speak.
Yeah, it's a complicated emotion I'm feeling. I can't decide if it's true. I can't decide if it's gross or beautiful.
Or a little bit of both.
Look, the thing is, I feel like it's a lie, but so many of my instincts, I've been wrong, and he's cuddling it. What do you think?
No, I think when he opened the box, he was like, oh, fake. And then he hasn't embraced it like he would
Look
a teddy.
He's fondling Duckling.
No, he's doing that
So you believe that
now. I
it's
think
a
it's a lie.
Yeah, I think it's a lie.
Okay, I think
Two lies.
we're unanimous. It's a lie.
Chris Taylor.
What's that, Tommy? He says it's true.
Yes! Gorgeous. Wow. And it is true. Chris slept with his teddy bear every single night until he was 40. It's time for a break. We'll see you soon on Would I Lie to You? I lie to you, and it's time for quick fire lies. All right, Annie, you are up.
I once had to admit my pet cockatoo into psychiatric care.
This cockatoo, what's its name?
Tom Bombadil.
Tom Bombadil. He's got a Christian name and a surname.
A surname, yeah.
No, it's the one word. Tom Bombadil.
Tom Bombadil.
Yeah, you have to say it like that. Tom Bombadil.
You
When you
didn't say
first
it like
said
that.
it, no. It did sound
You have to say it like that. You
No,
have to say
I
it like that. I, on the other hand, can say Tom Bombadil.
Where does Tom Bombadil come from? Because it's a weird name.
Tom Bombadil, I think, is a Tolkien character.
Did you name Tom Bombadil Tom Bombadil?
Tom Bombadil was initially for my grandfather. He was in a dementia ward at the time. I'm not sure if there's a link there, but he named him.
At what point did Tom Bombadil's behaviour start to be of concern?
Great question.
And what's normal behaviour for a cockatoo?
Even when they're completely got their themselves together mentally, cockatoos are already like a bit...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all of this business? All this
yeah,
business?
so that's gone.
Yeah.
You know, so it's quite...
So it didn't last long at the nursing home, so he came to live with us and he was my guy and he would eat, you know, the porridge off my spoon and sort of chew the edges of my homework and he would say, Tom's a good boy. And
Oh,
what
so
are
his
you
name was
doing?
Tom.
Well, Tom Bombadil's hard for a bird's little tongue. They've got a little, like, a little stumpy tongue, I think.
Yeah, like that.
That's too hard. Exactly like that.
And so you'd say, Tom's a good boy.
Tom's a good boy.
Tom Bombadil's talking about himself in the third person.
Well, he was a good boy.
He was a good boy.
Yeah.
But clearly that's because, you know, people are saying to him, he's not just coming up with it himself.
He's just writing his own report cards. Tom's a good boy.
He's got excellent self-esteem.
He does.
So he was all going well, he was nibbling on your homework and he was,
Yeah.
Tom's a good boy.
Yeah.
And on there, and we can all see that, can't we? A cockatoo.
But
Yes.
how old were you? I was probably 9 or 10, and so we bonded for a few years, and then I got my first boyfriend, and then things changed.
Oh, what was the sad
What's
his name?
Tom got jealous, probably, and he's like, Tom's not such a good boy after all. Tom's an angry fellow. Tom started to change at this point, did he?
I noticed that he was getting bald patches, and he was pulling his feathers out.
So that's a physical problem, and you'd send them to a cockatoo dermatologist, I believe, at that point. But he
Or
didn't
the
go-
advanced hair studio for cockatoos.
What's the process of diagnosing?
So we take him to the vet, and they say, "Oh, we've seen this before, and it's, you know, really tricky to treat. It's unlikely that he'll recover, but we've got this psychiatric bird aviary out the back."
There's an aviary?
Yep.
Like a little padded cage or something.
There's all these ex-parrots from Pirates going...
but a little place, a home for troubled birds.
Mentally challenged birds.
Because it feels like all the birds who are having problems all get put in there together, and they'd probably just exacerbate each other's problems, wouldn't they? I'm not meaning to make you feel bad about abandoning Tom. Abandoning Tom Bombadil's a difficult thing to say.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can just see him alone in a cave with other crazy parrots going, Tom's a good boy.
Tom's a good
That's
boy.
the saddest thing I've
That's the
ever
saddest
heard
image
of.
just came to me, Frank.
I think you might have missed the brief about this being light entertainment. Jimmy, you're thinking it's...
I think there was a lot of detail in there.
Yeah.
That makes me think, yeah, I can see her sitting there going...
Yeah, definitely.
I think it may just be cock a bullshit.
Right, okay. I feel that just when she was in the zone with Tom Bombadil, I found it so convincing that put me over the line. So I'm going to say that I think it's true.
I can't wait to find out. Annie, is this true or a lie?
This is true.
Oh, Tom Bombadil.
Bombadil.
That was a complicated moment for me because I was like, yeah! Oh.
Oh, and that noise signals the time is up. It's the end of the show. And I can reveal that tonight's winner is Chris's team.
We did it.
But it's not just a team game, of course. My individual player of the night is Annie Maynard. And that's it for Would I Lie to You. Thank you so much for watching and good night.